Collins in the CNN newsroom. Here's what's happening at this hour. The White House was calling today an historic moment for the progress made in the Iraqi capital. The fighting, though, is not over inside or outside the city. And Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld cautioned, quote, more people are going to be killed. Saddam Hussein was one of those who fell today, symbolically at least. A U.S. Marine tank-killing vehicle pulled down this statue after Iraqis had begun chipping away at the pedestal. As if to remind people the war is not over, coalition forces unleashed their heaviest bombing runs on the northern front so far. The bombs fell Thursday morning, Iraqi time, aimed at breaking up the Iraqi front lines. Kurdish commanders there told CNN they expect to make significant gains later in the day as a result. Iraqi Americans were celebrating coalition gains today thousands of miles away. This is El Cajon, California, the second largest community of Iraqis in the U.S. Different story in Moscow, though. Thousands of protesters rallied in front of the U.S. Embassy today in Russia's biggest anti-war demonstration to date. Some of those in attendance told CNN they were made to go by their union or school. To other news now, a federal judge is letting lawyers for accused al-Qaeda plotter Jose Padilla appeal his status as an enemy combatant. Padilla's lawyers will appeal President Bush's authority to name U.S. citizens enemy combatants. They'll also argue for a meeting with Padilla, who has been held 10 months without seeing his lawyers or anyone else. Those are the headlines at this hour. Now back to Aaron Brown and more coverage of the war in Iraq. Aaron?
Heidi, thank you very much. If the wars of old only soldiers could know what it was like to make the final move into the capital city for their final battles, that is not true anymore. But then not much about the reporting of this war was like any other. Thanks to astonishing technology, journalists have been able to go along for the ride, including the ride today into Baghdad. Here's a report from John Irvine of Britain's ITN.
To venture out was a calculated risk, but an irresistible one. We'd heard no gunfire, and there were enough Iraqi cars on the road to give us confidence. One of the first places we reached was an office used by Saddam Hussein's secret police. Here, his numerous portraits were going up in flames. At last, ordinary Iraqis were showing their true feelings towards their leader. When people saw our camera, they couldn't hide their delight at the turn of events. Further on, we spoke to some civilians who told me how they felt.
Saddam going.
Yes.
Saddam going. Saddam. I am happy. I am happy.
Feeling free. Freedom, freedom. Then, all of a sudden, the United States Marines showed up.
This is one of those extraordinary moments. Something I never really thought I would see on the streets of the Iraqi capital.
The Americans gestured for us to come and meet them.
How you doing? My name is John Irvine. How you doing? From ITN. Nice to meet you. Sergeant, you say? Yes, sir. Welcome to Baghdad. Oh, thank you. How does it feel to be here? Well, it feels pretty good. I mean, it's nice to represent the Marine Corps here.
The Marines were destroying Iraqi weaponry they'd found in the back of a lorry. The soldiers appeared relaxed. Some were clearly exhausted, but others were keen to talk about their experiences. What sort of response have you had from ordinary civilians you've come across?
Actually, civilians have been very cooperative. They're pretty cheerful that we're here, and we haven't had any conflict with them whatsoever.
Several Marines were guarding the hotel that had been the base for the UN weapons inspectors in Baghdad. Looters had been here, and the Americans rescued UN cars before they were driven away. At one point, the soldiers thought they were coming under fire.
Snipers got eyes on, sir. They're looking right now.
The snipers with eyes on were two Marine sharpshooters on the hotel roof, but they weren't needed. Eventually, the Marine commander decided that the Iraqi gunfire was probably more celebratory than aggressive. Just a few hours later, the U.S. cavalry rolled straight into the city center unopposed. A war of 3 weeks has brought an end to decades of Iraqi misery. John Irvine, ITV News in liberated Baghdad.
Liberated Baghdad. The Pentagon briefing today ran its normal length of time, but as usual, the Defense Secretary, Don Rumsfeld, found a way to sum things up in a single sentence. in this case 14 seconds long.
Saddam Hussein is now taking his rightful place alongside Hitler, Stalin, Lenin, Ceausescu in the pantheon of failed, brutal dictators. And the Iraqi people are well on their way to freedom.
If we stole the best soundbite, we didn't steal all the substance from the Pentagon briefing today. We're joined by our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, tonight. Jamie, good evening.
Good evening, Aaron. Well, you know, they always talk about the tipping point here at the Pentagon, and they also always say they're cautiously optimistic. And if there was a tipping point in this room today, it was tipping slightly less on the caution and a little more toward the optimistic. Nevertheless, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld warned that there could be dangerous days ahead.
Good afternoon.
For Donald Rumsfeld, April 9th was V-Day.
This is a good day for the Iraqi people.
Too soon to declare victory, perhaps, but not too soon to feel vindicated for the much second-guessed war strategy that now appears to be working as brilliantly as the Pentagon claimed it would. Rumsfeld credits his commanders, and especially their troops.
They drove through the south, up, braving dust storms and death squads to reach Baghdad in record time. They secured Iraq's southern oil fields for the Iraqi people, took out terrorist camps in the north and the south, secured large sections of western Iraq, preventing the regime from attacking its neighbors with Scud missiles. They've liberated cities and towns and are now in the Iraqi capital, removing the regime from its seat of power and center of gravity.
By comparison, the 1991 Persian Gulf War to liberate Kuwait required more than 500,000 troops, took 6 weeks, and resulted in 300 U.S. deaths. So far, the war to liberate Iraq has involved roughly 300,000 U.S. and British troops, lasted 3 weeks, with just over 130 coalition deaths.
Bottom line, with less than half of the ground forces and 2/3 of the air assets used 12 years ago in Desert Storm, Secretary Rumsfeld and General Franks have achieved a far more difficult objective.
Military analysts point out a number of revolutionary aspects of the campaign, including the ability of a B-1 heavy bomber to strike precisely Saddam Hussein's last known location within 45 minutes of the U.S. receiving intelligence. And perhaps even more impressive, the ability of U.S. ground forces to maintain their march on Baghdad with only short pauses. When the statue of Saddam Hussein came down in Baghdad, the dual symbolism wasn't lost on the Pentagon. Not only did it show the Iraqi people's desire to topple Saddam, but it showed they couldn't do it without the muscle of the U.S. military.
Now, the Pentagon continues to warn against premature celebrations and that hard battles may remain ahead. But in executing a war plan that planned for the worst, but yet allowed for the best, the Pentagon appears to have capitalized on that ancient axiom, fortune favors the bold. Aaron?
For all their public caution, honestly, were there high fives in the hallways of the Pentagon today?
Well, there was a lot of grinning, a lot of very positive feeling, but also the recognition that there's always a tendency to start to too quickly reach the conclusion that everything is fine. They know from experience that after this euphoria dies down can be some really hard work of finishing off the task and then the tough task of peacekeeping and, in this case, nation building.
They don't have a lot of troops in the north, in these critical centers in the north where there are still substantial number of Iraqi soldiers. So what's the plan on getting them there?
Well, of course, the Army's 4th Infantry Division will be entering Iraq from Kuwait sometime this week. That's a full division of troops, so they'll be rushing up toward the north. The U.S. is also continuing to fly in more troops and equipment in the north directly from Germany and other places in Europe. But you're right, they don't have the kind of forces in the north there that they have had in the south. However, the way the country is going, they may be able to, again, leverage the minimum amount of troops with the maximum amount of effect. A lot of it depends on what happens around Tikrit, which is seen as perhaps a final stronghold, and they are continuing to attack Tikrit from the air and engage in some places on the ground, even though we can't see it because we don't have cameras there.
Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre, senior Pentagon correspondent, and in fact, just a few moments ago, we showed you airplanes taking off or landing on the USS Constellation, proving the point that air operations do continue. During our coverage last night, we showcased some especially heavy resistance encountered by members of the 101st Airborne near Hela, which is essentially ancient Babylon. Today, the Screaming Eagles entered the town, and the pictures could not be more different. CNN's Ron Chilcote was with them.
Soldiers from the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade came into downtown Hela ready for a fight. Seizing a courthouse with their guns blazing, they went from room to room in search of Iraqi fighters, with nothing more than a portrait of Saddam Hussein hanging impotently on the wall to stop them. Instead of armed resistance, the Raqqasans had to fight their way through streets of cheering crowds. And public displays of affection.
What is amazing to see is exactly how quickly the resistance to U.S. forces in Hela melted away. Just yesterday, the Raqqasans were engaged in a major firefight here.
Today, the Screaming Eagles began a war for hearts and minds, giving fuel to a water treatment plant and a power station of sorts. Still, many Iraqis said it will take time for the Americans to win their trust. One man telling the 2-star,
"We don't want to be at the first, at the last point, at the critical point you make friendship with him or reconcile with him or anything like that. But any honest Iraqi person wish to see a good man controlling Iraq, not to substitute one by another bad one."
For now, there is a vacuum here, and Hela, home to the old Babylon, and this palace, which many here say Saddam was building for himself as part of his campaign to build a new Babylon, are under American control. The only question now is what to do next. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with the 101st Airborne in Hela, Iraq.
Well, that is a question being asked all over the country. Here's what one resident of Basra said today about the henchmen of the Saddam Hussein regime. "We're glad they are gone, but right now we need safety more than anything," which is to say that the fighting may be largely over in places like Basra, but the work of establishing order has just begun. British reporter Bill Neely filed this.
The news from Baghdad reached Basra fast. Saddam is finished, they cried, apart from one last stand.
Saddam cannot go from Iraq. Kill in Iraq. He will die in Iraq. Who will die here now? Saddam Hussein in Iraq, in Baghdad. No go.
Iraqis here are astonished, even by news from their own city. There is now no law, little order, and lots of looting here. Half a dozen huge warehouses stripped today of soap, sugar, flour, anything these people could haul out.
If British troops are needed anywhere, they're needed here, but they're nowhere to be seen. Their judgment is they're not a police force, but there's a fine line between that judgment and complete anarchy.
You need police in this place to give the people this food.
Across the city in the banking district, there were British troops and there was mayhem. The man is terrified. He's part of a crowd that attacked a bank with rocket-propelled grenades. The looters carrying one of their own who was killed. The crowd is small, the troops are nervous. This is a city teetering on the edge of anarchy.
This is from Iraqi people. Why broken these? Why broken?
The troops check the vault behind the safe door for looters or loot, but there's nothing.
In an attempt to gain entry to the vault, firing grenades into it, they've actually incinerated all of the money that they were after in the first place.
There's no Iraqi police, no Iraqi army. Do you feel you're in control?
Yes, we are. We're fully in control at the moment of the city.
But they're not sure where the thieves will strike next.
You've got the ammunition, you've got the position to do something.
Well, next target is leafy residential suburbs, and Margaret Hitchcock, originally from Plymouth, is furious.
They're frightened from the people breaking into their houses. Breaking into their houses, hurting them, causing trouble. I mean...
Who are these people?
These people have been let out of prison. They're people from long places away, not here. We want to restore some order here. You can do it. You've got the guns. You've got the machines.
East Basra, where the Saddam Hussein grain warehouse is about to disappear. So if this in part is Basra today, will it be Baghdad tomorrow? A people fired up, a regime up in flames, a country out of control. The most senior British officer in Iraq is not concerned.
On that, and I've just been in all over downtown Basra, and I actually don't see any looting, one or two isolated bits.
Bits everywhere. It's not robbery, but revenge at the headquarters of Saddam's Ba'ath Party, where Iraqis look for the records of the relatives the regime has murdered. A new Iraq is being born tonight, but here and in Baghdad, it is a difficult birth. Bill Neely, ITV News, Basra.
Questions then for both General Wesley Clark and for Ken Pollock. General Clark, we'll start with you. The fact is, these armies are not, the armies that are in there now at least, are not set up to be police departments. They're not set up to control cities in that way. What has to happen next, and how quickly?
Well, I think you'll see them as soon as the fighting stops here, and I think you'll see them begin to redeploy. Most of the leaders there do have peacekeeping, peace operations experience. Maybe not all the troops, but a lot of the tasks are maintaining presence, checkpoints, clearing vehicles, identifying and guarding key terrain, key features like water facilities and so forth. And they'll go out there and they'll do that pretty quickly. The question is, what's the level of resistance they're going to face? Is it just the scattered looters, or is it organized intent to disrupt and embarrass and drive off the American presence and British presence? That's what we don't know. But if it's the former, then we'll pretty quickly transition and be able to handle that.
Pretty quickly?
At least initially.
Pretty quickly meaning days or
days.
Longer? Days.
Days. Now what we won't have is we don't have courts, we don't have jails, we don't have a penal code, we can't resolve disputes when someone says he's taken his car or took his house 2 years ago in an illegal action. That stuff builds up over time.
Ken, part of the problem here is that this is a country tonight without a political structure at all. There was the Ba'athist Party, and it is no more, so they have to build politics from scratch.
That's absolutely right, Aaron. It's also why General Clark's point about getting control over the security situation very quickly is so important, because it is important to remember that there are some deep fissures in Iraqi society, fissures which have been exaggerated but which nonetheless exist, and you've also got decades, in many cases 80-year-old histories of repression and bad feeling among some of these groups. You could have groups going after local Baathists, you could have local Baathists banding together to try to resist or protect themselves. You could have different ethnic groups going after each other. For all of these different reasons, it's very important for the security situation to be put in place quickly. The politics, that's going to have to follow later.
And all of this still has to be done somewhat delicately, doesn't it, Ken?
No question about it. The Iraqis are fiercely nationalist, and it's got to look like what the U.S. is doing is there to benefit the Iraqi people, that the U.S. is not there to try to impose some kind of a new colonial regime on them, because that's the quickest way to build Iraqi animosity to this whole operation.
And General Clark, I want to go back to something that happened this afternoon. There was this moment where the young American put the American flag on top of the statue, and it's gotten all sorts of play and all sorts of buzz and all sorts of meaning, and all of that is, I suppose, understandable. But there is a different context here, it seems to me, and that's that these guys have been there for 21 days fighting for their lives.
Well, that's exactly right. And they're proud, and they're proud of their country, they're proud of the troops they fought with, and this is their team, and this is what they stand for. I understand that kind of exuberance. But, you know, the other thing that's very interesting about it, Aaron, is it was taken down pretty quickly, and it didn't take a call from the White House or the Department of State to get it down. It didn't go very far up the chain of command before somebody said, whoop, 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 whoop. That's not the image, that's not the purpose, and we're not an occupying force. We're here to turn Iraq back to the people who live there.
But it was an understandable moment, at least as we saw it. General,
It
thank
really
you.
was.
Ken, we'll get back to you. We started to talk about the complexity of building a democracy where none has existed for a very long time. I mean, really very, very long in Iraq, far longer than the 30 years of Saddam Hussein. We'll take a look at how to go about building democracy, but a short break first.
Look on American Morning with Paula Zahn, CNN Tomorrow, 8 Eastern.
Today, in a column titled "Hold Your Applause," Tom Friedman of the New York Times describes Iraq as being in a pre-political state, with Iraqis thirsty for water first and democracy a ways down the list. For now, the responsibility for shaping Iraq's political future lies in Washington. Democracy appears to be the goal in some way, shape, or form, but what shape and which form? We begin with our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield.
From its very beginning, America has seen itself as a shining example for other nations to follow. The real name of the Statue of Liberty, for example, is Liberty Enlightening the World. President Bush and other administration leaders have talked about this war as a war of liberation, not of conquest, and as the beginning of an effort to extend democracy to the whole region. But how realistic is the idea of exporting democracy? And would we really find the results all that welcome?
Resisting Japanese are blasted from their cave.
We know that democracy is not necessarily limited by region or culture. After World War II, Japan became a free, stable nation within a few years. And so did Germany, after the Nazi regime was crushed. Russia has made major steps toward democracy after centuries of czars and commissars. India is now the biggest democracy in the world. And South Korea went from strongman rule to a free society, a point underscored by top Defense Department official Paul Wolfowitz.
The Koreans have demonstrated they can do what many people have done in the latter part of the 20th century. It's time for the Arabs to do it now.
But the news from other regions is gloomier. In many nations, free elections have put leaders in power, Yugoslavia's Milosevic, for example, who have crushed opponents, leading to the phrase, one man, one vote, one time. Without institutions like an independent judiciary and limits on government power, democracy may not lead to liberty at all. And consider this. In some Middle Eastern nations, Egypt and Saudi Arabia to name just two, genuinely free elections might very well put the most radical, most militant Islamists into power, making goals such as a Middle East peace all but impossible. In this case, democracy may be at war with stability. And unlike Germany or Japan, Iraq's population includes three distinct, often warring groups: the Sunnis, the Shiites, the Kurds. These long-standing battles raise this question: can you have a democracy in a nation where the principal ethnic and cultural groups regard each other as mortal enemies? We've already seen something of this dilemma in Afghanistan, where outside of the capital city of Kabul, real power lies not in the hands of the central government at all, but with warlords whose blood feuds have a history stretching back for centuries. As a general principle, almost everyone would embrace democracy as a goal, and it is certainly true that many nations once considered unlikely candidates have succeeded. But as with so much else on the international stage, the devil is in the details. Jeff Greenfield, CNN, New York.
So that's the groundwork. We're joined from New York by Noah Feldman. Mr. Feldman is a professor of law at New York University School of Law, once clerk for Supreme Court Justice David Souter, and in Washington, Hisham Elhem, the Washington bureau chief of Beirut's Asafir newspaper. Good to have you both with us. Noah, we ought to look at this how? Sort of modestly, modest democracy?
Absolutely. Modesty and humility will become both us individually in making predictions and the United States in its process. We need to bring the Iraqi people into this process so that they're the ones who are choosing democracy for themselves, and we need to do everything that we can to help them.
They have no, Hisham, they have no political structure. How do you create out of nothing a politics where there are competing parties, there are competing points of view? How does that happen?
It's a tremendous challenge. After all, for the last 35 years, Saddam and his Ba'athi regime have pulverized Iraqi life. Every facet of Iraqi life has been pulverized. And it was no chance, I mean, it was no wonder that we used to call it the only totalitarian regime in the Arab world. So the challenge is Herculean, to say the least. But I don't believe for a moment that there is something called Islamic exceptionalism, in the sense that Muslim societies or Arab societies cannot have democratic structures and principles. Obviously, we should be very realistic here. We cannot go and fish for Jeffersonian Democrats in a tortured society, but definitely there are reformists there. There are Democrats with small d, and we should start with basics. Where one has to come up with certain principles that are universal principles. No torture whatsoever. No group of people, be it on religious basis or ethnic basis or gender, to be discriminated against. Then from that, after you establish a modicum of security and stability and basic respect for basic human rights, then you can start building representative government. I always like to talk about representative government, responsible governance. Later on, democracy, with all its flourishing values, will develop. You cannot have democracy unless you have the right fertile soil. And the problem is you cannot bring democracy on an American tank. And that's why today I felt a tremendous joy. I was waiting for 25 years to see those ugly statues of Saddam fall. But my tremendous joy was tempered by the sad fact that I didn't like to see American tanks in downtown Baghdad, a city that means a lot to me and to my culture. When you talk about Arab culture, you talk about Damascus, Cairo, and Baghdad, and Muslim and Andalus in medieval times. And yet the Americans should avoid being an imperial power in the Middle East, and that's my real fear.
Got it. Let me go back to Noah for a second. Ought the United States, the citizens of the United States, be prepared for the possibility that what Iraq will end up with is a government it does not like?
We definitely need to be prepared for an eventuality like that one. But as Deputy Secretary of Defense Wolfowitz said the other day, a government that's democratic, that votes against our interests, is still, over the long term, in our interests. Turkey is the perfect example of this. We badly wanted their help in the run-up to this Iraq war. We didn't get it, but the reason we didn't get it is that the Turkish people, democratically speaking, through their parliament, refused to give it to us. That was bad for our short-term interests, but it was good for our long-term interests, because it showed that democracy is a possibility in the region. And indeed, the government around Prime Minister Erdogan in Turkey is a government of Islamically inclined people, really showing that there are Muslims, committed, serious Muslims, who are also committed to true democracy, democracy with equal rights for men and women and for Muslims and non-Muslims.
Hisham, the last word, half a minute. How long is too long, in your view, for the Americans to stay?
They shouldn't stay for years. They have to talk. We have to talk about months at the most, and they have to be extremely careful. These people, although they have been tortured, they have a strong sense of nationalism, identity, and sense of history and who they are. Notwithstanding their major differences, I don't want to belittle those differences, but these people are capable if they are given the chance to rebuild that society that Saddam tortured for the last 25 years.
Thank you both for joining us. This is a subject we'll be talking a lot about probably for years to come. We appreciate your time tonight. We'll take a break, update the day's headlines, and when we come back, some of the still photos of a remarkable day. The break comes first.
Listen, you can't even hear it. What? The XLI. You have a trained XLI cooling system? Of course it's quiet. It's those galvanized steel louvers. Oh, how rugged.
The vehicle now, our vehicle, and just going to take a look over here and see what I can find. What about that door? You think we can open that door? Quite remarkable. The gun is intact. In position. There's ammunition around the front here. The gun obviously in working order. Bullets in the breech. Let me climb up. Climb up. Extraordinary breach. The hatch open here. Let me just peek inside and see if there's anything in here. Just total abandonment. Total abandonment. Absolutely incredible. How long ago this was manned, it's obviously impossible to say. But really, this is quite remarkable revelations. It seems that Tikrit's armed forces, the so-called last stand, has simply gone away. We're 3-4 miles, I guess, from the center of Tikrit. This would have been a well-defended position, dugouts, APCs, all the way along this area. No troops, they've gone. So I'm going to climb back in my vehicle now, Anderson. I hope you can still hear me. And I'm going to come back onto my earpiece. And in a second, you'll be able to talk to me. Let me just put the plug back in. Anderson, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Brent. This is just extraordinary. You mentioned this line. How many APCs can you see in the area? We just saw 2 that seem to be dug in, and as you said, they are intact. The bullets were in the machine gun, and yet completely abandoned. Are there just those 2, or do they extend onward?
No, they're all over the place. There are mounds. Every mound you see in front of us now, here's another one in the foreground. Look, there are mounds in the background. I think Tikrit's fallen without a single shot being fired on the ground here. Look at this. Look, frontline equipment dug in, nobody here. The back of that APC open, look, gone. They fled, and they fled in a hurry. Look at this. Carry on, Will. Look, there's more over there. This whole area is full of dugouts and abandoned, active, loaded vehicles with turret entrances and rear doors open in some cases. Here's another one coming up. These aren't
Brent,
just 1 or 2 spots. These are dug-in defenses.
Colonel Turner, I want to bring you in here for a second. I mean, a military who cares about what they are fighting for, if they're going to abandon their vehicles, they would at least blow them up, would they not?
If they had time. It depends on how fast they had to move. The signs here are that they had to move pretty fast, as Brent alluded to. Brent, I'm curious, the revetments, the berms that you're looking at, do they command the, overlook the major highway coming into to the military complex?
Sure thing, Mike, they do indeed. The one you're seeing on the dead ahead now, that's probably 100 yards from that main highway. So these guns would be, that machine gun there would be facing eastwards.
What does that tell you, Colonel Turner?
Well, they're obviously defensive positions. They were obviously meant to stop vehicles like Brent's from doing precisely what he's doing.
West.
Yeah, that would have been my guess as west, based on the way you came in. But obviously, these were put there to stop vehicles such as the 7-vehicle convoy that Brent is in from doing precisely what he's doing right now. These are obviously purely defensive positions that have been completely abandoned, and that looks like state-of-the-art equipment for the Iraqi military. That doesn't look like much like the older vehicles that we saw in the garage that he went through first.
Would those be Republican Guard vehicles?
I would say, if I were going to gamble and say and have to say yes or no, I would say yes. They look to be in fairly good shape. Brent, do you have some feel? You looked inside. Are they in pretty good shape? Do they look to be well maintained?
These are pretty old Soviet versions of their APC standard vehicle. I wouldn't think they're a Republican Guard equipment. I didn't see any red triangles, normally a telltale sign of Republican Guard designated vehicles. But I would say that they were certainly defensive positions. I agree with that. Recently abandoned, I would guess, not guess, I can see they're abandoned very recently. And in terms of the insides, you know, old but functioning. You know, these are killing machines, no doubt about it. These aren't wrecks or abandoned junk. These were killing machines.
Brent, a couple of days ago, I think it was, you brought us these remarkable pictures and interviews with these hundreds and thousands of men walking down the road, former soldiers. Where were they in relation to where you are now?
Okay, that would have been northeast. That would have been northeast towards the Iranian border. Those men who were going back home, drifting south, were part of the northern, Saddam Hussein's northern army, the 3 army corps he had up there. They were infantry, cannon fodder, if you like, conscripts, mostly Shiites, heading south, but a long, long way away from here. The few stragglers we've seen coming along the highway over the past hour or so, different units they will be from, for certain. 2 different parts of the battle theatre I've been in the past 24 hours. So I wouldn't, what I am surprised about, having seen the fact that so many people were on the move after the immediate fall of Kirkuk and Mosul, you know, we saw thousands of people on the road, it would seem to suggest to me, and Colonel Mike Turner, I'd be interested to hear your view, that this hasn't just happened in the last few hours. This has happened maybe in the last 24, 36, perhaps slightly longer. That otherwise all these troops would be on the move, unless they probably already fled to Baghdad.
I think that's exactly right, Brent. In fact, I remember when we were talking and we hadn't crossed the red line yet going into Baghdad, that there was this palpable sense that there will be a time at which psychologically the resistance, just the capacity to resist of the conventional military and possibly even some of the hardcore elements of that the resistance would simply crumble, and that there would be a cascading and ever accelerating effect. If that timing was right, and that occurred a week to maybe a week and a half ago, and rippled across the countryside, then it would make sense that this would have occurred within 4 or 5 days ago, perhaps, as that psychological barrier was crossed, and they realized this was a hopeless cause, and they would have left. I agree, you would have encountered something.
Colonel Turner, those armored personnel carriers that we just saw Brent Sadler climbing around, reporting from, that were in dug-in positions from the air, from the coalition standpoint, flying over. Can you tell that things have been abandoned? I mean, as you look at the kind of aerial surveillance you get?
Probably not. There are some pretty amazing photos that you can get. We attacked Republican Guard tanks from the Hammurabi and the Tawakana and any number of other divisions in and around Kuwait that had, in a similar fashion, revetted themselves behind berms and attacked those. And it's difficult to tell. Now, that was technology 12 years ago. When you look down from infrared imaging or onboard systems of any kind, laser finders and those sorts of things, and television cameras, it's difficult to tell whether it's abandoned or not, and usually you can tell whether it's destroyed or not, and if it's not, then you go after it. But these don't appear to have been struck, and it's just a little bit of a mystery as to why they would not have been struck unless there were just higher priority targets that we had to hit, and we would encounter these in the battlefield air campaign when we got closer to the city. But it's just hard to say.
Just want to briefly review for viewers who have been joining us just in the last several minutes or so. We have been over the last hour and 15 minutes or so privileged to be following Brent Sadler as he and his team from CNN push back the curtain on what has long been considered the last stronghold of Saddam Hussein, Tikrit, the city where Saddam Hussein was born, the place often just described as his ancestral homeland, a power base, the last place believed to be firmly in the old regime of Saddam Hussein, still in their hands. What Brent Sadler has been showing us as he takes enormous risk driving around and through regions into Tikrit, Brent Sadler basically showing us that the forces are gone, at least in the areas he has traveled in. We're not able to see exactly what's happening in the city center, but if this is any indication, Tikrit, what is in Tikrit now is certainly not what we had anticipated. What we had been led to believe over the last several days was the situation in Tikrit. Brent, where are you now?
Well, we're just passing a group of tanks, unserviceable tanks from what I can see, but what I'd like to do, Will Scully, is get to where these camouflage nettings are. Those were really tanks that have been dead for quite some time. What you see ahead of you is a bus there. That bus is a green one. It's used as a troop transporter, obviously soft, not armored, but I know that's a military bus because I've been in them myself during the Iran-Iraq war. So that's been put behind a barricade. And this whole area, as you can see in front of us, is just dotted with dugouts and APCs put into them. Now, I think it also is interesting that as we're so close to Tikrit, why perhaps these weren't taken out by coalition aircraft. But I think that Colonel Mike Turner was absolutely right. There were more higher priority targets. These were not offensive dugouts here. These are defensive positions. And it seems that the targeting has gone for command and control rather than this pretty ineffectual hardware that's dug into the ground here. We're going across some pretty rough terrain right now, trying to get to one of these dugouts that's got a camouflage net all over it. But certainly the Iraqis have gone to a lot of trouble to give the appearance of an army that was capable of defending itself in the face of a coalition air or ground attack. The fact of the matter is it's obviously paper tissue thin in terms of its defensive capability. This armor, it seems, never took part in any battle. Anderson.
It's just remarkable. Colonel Turner, how much of this is for the benefit, if not benefit is not the right word, but is for the effect it might have on coalition aircraft flying overhead, the placement of these batteries, the dug-in positions? How much thinking on the part of the Iraqis goes into what the coalition might be seeing from the sky?
Well, you know, Anderson, as Brent was saying that's exactly the thought I had. This whole thing may have been staged, and I don't mean staged in the sense that it's a ruse, as Michael put it, a rope-a-dope. It may have been an effort for deception and concealment to present a supposed military target with outmoded military equipment and defensive revetments in and around Tikrit to draw off airstrikes. And it's possible that U.S. Special Forces have already discerned that this is not a high priority target and moved on to other things, which would explain why none of this equipment has been destroyed. That's one possible explanation. It would certainly draw off air assets if they thought that this was a serious threat array, and it appears that they didn't, because these are not destroyed from the air, it doesn't look like.
Brent, all the people you have seen in the last hour or two, from our vantage point, it's a little grainy, a little hard to tell, but they all seem to be men of military age. Do you see any young people, any old people, any women, any people who are clearly civilians?
No, Anderson, no women, no children. These are men of fighting age quite clearly, and I'm pretty certain, without speaking to them, that they will be men from Iraqi military units who either been told to lay down their arms by commanders and just melted away or have run away. What we are going to have to do, Anderson, is lose the picture for a while. We need to change a battery, otherwise we're going to go down for a long period of time. So can we just switch off and come back to you in a couple of minutes?
Absolutely, Brent. Just let us know when you're back. We'll still be here waiting for you. We're going to continue our discussion right now with Colonel Mike Turner. I mean, these Colonel Turner, I've said it before a couple times over the last hour or so, but these pictures are just remarkable. What surprises you most of all what you have seen in the last hour and 20 minutes or so?
Well, I was just about to ask Brent. He's seen a lot more of this close up, certainly a lot closer than I have, and a lot of other people have in the world, and I'm sure that we're fascinated by what we're looking at. But one of the questions that occurs to me is, as we pass those few individuals on the road, my expectation for individuals who are fleeing from a hardcore Fedayeen, for example, Central Corps in Tikrit, because they're caught between forces that are converging for a major conflict, the body language of those kinds of refugees, if you will, or people in transit, I would suspect would have been wholly different. And I'm sure Brent has seen instances of that in this war and other wars that he's covered, and yet these people did not seem to demonstrate the body language.
I would defend myself against bullies with Tiger Showman's karate.
I would defend myself against being the last one picked.
I will defend myself against kids who are bigger than me.
I will defend myself and my little brother. I will defend myself with Tiger Showman's karate.
1-800-52-TIGER.
I will defend myself.
At Nissan, we were the first to bring you the four-door compact truck. Yeah, but what have you done for us lately? How about an over 6-foot-long bed? Get 0.9 APR financing or $1,500 cash back on 2003 Nissan Frontiers. The doors are wide open.
Distinct impression that they were headed south through that military conflict. I'd like to confirm that when he's back up, but he appears to be moving closer to the center of the city, and it doesn't appear like there's any increased vigilance on anyone's part as he does that.
He certainly also seems to be flirting with the notion of actually going into the center of Tikrit. Let's talk a little bit about the dangers that are inherent in that. Bottom line is he doesn't know what is right now in the center of Tikrit.
Well, that's true, and you know, the problem, if it's an unconventional force in the center of Tikrit, let alone coalition unconventional forces operating in that area, but what the danger is here is the threshold, the ramp up, if you will, to use a military term, from a benign situation and a non-threatening situation to extreme danger will be lightning fast. That's what concerns me, is that he's sort of alone, unarmed, and unafraid out there, and if he encounters someone who's armed, it only takes a few seconds to be in a very dire situation. So that's a serious concern.
Yeah, I think it bears noting, especially to our viewers who are just joining us, you know, we've almost become sort of blasé in seeing these remarkable images over the last 20 or so days of this conflict. We've seen Walter Rogers charging at the tip of the spear with the 7th Cavalry, charging through the deserts, hearing shots going off. Brent Sadler, if there is a tip of the spear, Brent Sadler is far ahead of the tip of the spear. He is not traveling with any coalition forces. He's not traveling with Peshmerga Kurdish fighters. He is traveling in a CNN convoy of some 7 vehicles, basically marked with strips of tape that probably say TV on them, but that's about it. That's the only security he has. So if there is danger, and then there is danger, and it is not to at all be taken lightly what he is doing, has done, and may be doing in the coming hours as we continue to look at these pictures taken just moments ago from the vehicle that Brent Sadler has been in. What might lie ahead in the center of Tikrit? I mean, there's a variety of possibilities, from Iraqi Republican Guard, Special Republican Guard, irregular fighters, the Fedayeen, so-called Fedayeen, to even Mujahideen elements from neighboring countries.
All of those, although I would say very likely that the Republican Guard is probably no more, based on everything that we've seen in Baghdad and the movement of forces. I believe, I want to say it was the Nebuchadnezzar Guard unit that tried to move down from Tikrit to Baghdad during the early days of the Battle of Baghdad. So I would be surprised if there were any Republican Guard forces of any kind left in Tikrit. You might see resistance such that we saw in An-Nasiriyah and Najaf, with the Fedayeen embedded with the civilian population, but there doesn't seem to be much of any population at this point. Granted, we're still quite some miles from the center of town, but this is curiouser and curiouser, to steal a phrase. It just seems strange that we haven't seen any semblance of resistance or tension at all in this entire odyssey.
Yeah, that is, of course, the question. What has happened to those Iraqi Republican Guard units we had heard so much about? And as you point out, Colonel Turner, there had been reports about a week or so ago, around the time when the beginnings of the battle for Baghdad began, of some of those Republican Guard units moving further south to bolster the Medina division, among others, that had been so eroded, by coalition bombing. We are back live with the pictures from Brent Sadler. We are glad to have him back. Brent, we will come to you in a moment. We do watch your pictures. Is there anything right now you need to tell us, Brent?
No, nothing new, really. We're just going past this, another section of this tank regiment that we've been in for the past half an hour or so. Just to let you know, our security expert on the ground here, his assessment is that the Iraqis didn't have time, or didn't want, or didn't have the inclination, rather, to worry about or to bother about booby traps. So, you know, it seems in terms of those kinds of threats, booby traps, mines, anti-personnel mines, it seems to be, from what, on the basis of what our security expert says on the ground here, that it's okay, with caution, to go into these recently abandoned locations, these dugouts, these positions, and taking a really close look at the armor that's still here.
Well, Brent, these pictures that you have been bringing us, being seen not just across the United States at this late hour, but across the world, also no doubt in corridors of power where decisions are being made. I want to check in with Kathleen Koch, who is at the Pentagon, who's been watching the pictures as well. Kathleen, it's been a remarkable hour and 27 minutes.
It certainly has, Anderson, and I can tell you that the officials here at the Pentagon are just as riveted as we are by these images, and I can also say just as concerned as some of us are about Brent Sadler's safety. But indeed, in many ways, this does prove some of what we were beginning to hear from the Pentagon yesterday, that they had increasing intelligence information that was leading them to believe that there may not be any sort of concerted defense of Tikrit. That apparently there were some reports of aerial reconnaissance drones, these Predator drones, that weren't spotting masses of troops. They weren't spotting defensive preparations. And so this is increasingly not coming as a complete surprise. And still, you know, this is also a very different city from Baghdad, and I think we have to keep that in mind. This is a city of only some 30,000 inhabitants compared to Baghdad's 5 million. Now, it's true that military analysts often referred to this as Fortress Tikrit because Saddam Hussein's regime had invested very, very heavily in building up military fortifications around this city. There were anti-aircraft guns, surface-to-air missile launchers, radar units ringing the city, observation posts in key locations. So there was indeed that possibility that there could be some sort of a last stand, but certainly isn't looking like that right now.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Kathleen, I want to come back to you in a moment. Brent, I noticed you get out of the vehicle, check what appeared to be some sort of a warehouse. What were you looking at?
Anderson, that was an ammunition warehouse. This area around here is lined with very large storage facilities, and you'll see a lot of them have been blasted by coalition airstrikes. The one I was taking a peek in had missiles, ammunition boxes stacked high. Goodness gracious knows what's in these warehouses, which are all numbered. There's all sorts of military equipment, boxes, long boxes. I can see we're just passing perhaps missiles, the kind of shape that I recognize as being perhaps a missile box. These obviously the subject down this road here of intense air activity by coalition aircraft. That hangar or storage facility empty, but in terms of others, difficult to know what was in some of them. I mean, let's just stop there a second. Just pull back, Will. There's something here I want to just take a look at. Just bear with me.
Colonel Mike Turner,
one just doesn't know what's in it. Stop there, Will. And if we take a look over here, let me just get out here. Christian, are you on that? Now in here, just take a look at this. If you can get through there, Anderson, I can still hear you. We've got a bit more cable now. We have a pumping system, a cylinder, a valve on top of the cylinder, other bits ripped out here, tubing, you know, in a military complex, ammunition over there, destruction there, something, goodness knows what. It doesn't look as though it's part of a generating plant, but a cylinder and pumping equipment. Now, what could that be, I wonder? Anderson.
And all this equipment just laying around unlooted, Brent.
Absolutely unlooted, totally. There's nobody here. No soldiers, obviously they've long gone, and no civilians. And I would deduce from that either A, Tikrit is still under the control of some extremist elements, and therefore people can't move around, or B, the whole of Tikrit has been abandoned. We may find out more this day, I don't know. At the moment, we've got quite enough on our hands just to tell you this story right now. Anderson.
Yeah, I certainly do. Now, this base is separate than the base you were on about 10 or 15 minutes ago, is that correct?
This is a continuation of the same base. It's taken us all that time to get from those tanks you saw about half an hour ago to here. We're still in the same base. That gives you an idea of the size, the magnitude of these areas. Now look at that here. That's a destroyed warehouse full, packed with serviceable equipment, serviceable armor. Look, they're all lined up in there. Can you see that, Anderson?
Yeah.
Brent, this is Mike Turner. Have you seen any T-72s? I haven't on the footage. Have you?
I have not seen any of the T-72s yet, no, which begs the question, where are they? But there's certainly a lot of hardware here. Maybe it was I just don't know why it wasn't dispersed out anywhere else. I assume because they weren't meant to run it. I just don't know. It's just remarkable. This is like the old Mary Celeste, the boat that was adrift at sea, and everyone's abandoned it. You almost think you'll see a smoking cigarette in an ashtray somewhere in a minute.
T-72, of course, being one of the Iraqi tanks, the other being the T-55, those two tanks we see the most of. Brent, obviously that building's been destroyed, I'm assuming by some sort of aerial bombardment. Any sense of how long ago that might have occurred? The smell of any sort of burning things in the air? Do you see any smokes? It looks like it's been gone for a while now.
Yes, Anderson, I'd agree with that judgment. I've spent much of the last 20 years looking at the result of bombing in various parts of the world and conflict, destruction. I'd say this undoubtedly airstrikes, many airstrikes on this compound, this military complex, and I would say quite some time ago, days ago, I would say. I see no evidence of any smoke or anything to suggest that it was any more recent than that.
Colonel Turner, looks like that to you as well?
Yeah, I was just thinking this is very conceivably part of the shock and awe campaign of the first few days. I know for a fact that we had a number of targets in and around Tikrit on the fixed target list at Desert Storm. It would be inconceivable that we didn't have those same targets on the list for the start of Iraqi freedom. So it would make sense if these were 2 or 3 weeks old.
And Brent, I'm not seeing large gaping impressions in the earth. Does it look like precision-guided bombing to you?
Oh, I would say this was precision-guided bombing, yes. These are individual warehouses picked off one by one. I don't see any massive craters where our way is blocked at the moment, but you can see beyond the debris in the foreground yet more hardware in the distance. Whether it's serviceable or not, I don't know. But there's just a sheer... I can't really describe just how big this place is. Apart from to tell you, it goes as far as the eye can see on all points of the compass. The size of this complex that I'm in right now, just maybe 5 miles, or less probably, 4 miles from the center of Tikrit. This is where we all expected there to be a possible last stand, the very bastion of Saddam Hussein's support in his tribal areas, the heartland of his paid-for support in terms of tribal allegiance over his decades of rule. This is where it was expected that perhaps senior levels of the Iraqi government, the old Iraqi government, the regime, would come and hide out, perhaps to resist the fall of Tikrit, and perhaps, who knows, to even negotiate a surrender. But it seems, from what we're gathering over the past couple of hours, that there is no longer any form of conventional defense of Tikrit. And we won't know for sure, of course, till we get in. What concerns me is the fact that I'm not seeing, and maybe we're on the wrong side of Tikrit, I'm not seeing looters, any movement of population that would suggest it's in any way safe for civilians to come to Tikrit. Mike Turner, what's your view?
Brent, I would agree with that. It's so abnormal at this point that, you know, after a while, the warning flags start to pop up because it just is it's too easy. It's just too abnormal here, and that's generally not a good sign. So I think your intuitive sense is right on target.
To not only no military forces there, but no sleepy watchmen at a gate. No, you know, it's 9:30 in the morning. No one, at least not even one person sitting around kind of watching the place. No dogs even meandering around for scraps. It is you know, the old cliche, eerily calm, eerily quiet certainly seems to apply here, Brent.
Absolutely, Anderson. Here's another parking area for, again, serviceable. The tracks are intact, the guns are on top of the turrets, APCs, maybe 50 of them, just in this little parking area alone. I would say there are hundreds of armed vehicles in this area, this vast military complex, as we slowly inch our way through it, an area that was obviously heavily bombed by the coalition at some stage of the campaign. But in terms of any security, no, there's nobody here. No security, no sign of even recent security or control. And in terms of the abnormal, having spent most of the past 20 years being in theaters of war in one part of the world or another, I've never seen anything quite like this. I've seen defeated armies, I've seen abandoned equipment, but not on this sheer scale, and at the same time as the war is not over. Coalition aircraft are still active here. Targets are still being attacked. This is still an active battlefield. I've never seen anything quite like this, and it's making the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
Just remarkable pictures as we just continue to follow Brent Sadler's journey, probing right now on an old military base in Saddam Hussein's hometown, Tikrit. Brent Sadler just probing around in this area that has been the focus of so much activity, so much attention, really since this war began. So many questions unanswered. Slowly throughout this morning, Brent Sadler seems to be answering some of those questions. Colonel Turner, what happens next? What is the next step in terms of where coalition forces go?
Well, you know, it's really pretty hard to say at this point. This is fairly extensive intelligence information, and it's going to have to be absorbed and analyzed and assessed, at least for a while. I couldn't even begin to tell you. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I truly don't know. This is surprising information, and I'm sure my colleagues at Central Command and back in the Pentagon are scratching their heads right now. And either that or they know all this and they're way ahead of us, and we're just now finding it out. But it's certainly interesting, and we'll have to factor into whatever happens in the days ahead.
Brent, I'm interested in the, again, some of our viewers who have just joined us may not have been here when you were telling the story of what happened to you last night, camping out miles away from anything in a culvert in the desert, and all of a sudden at 2 a.m. some Ba'ath Party officials came up and came up to your encampment. If you could just recount a little bit of that, and in particular I'm interested to know, did they act as if they were still in control of this area, and did they confront you about what you were doing? Did they ask for documents, or what did they want from you?
Well, we came into this area from Mosul, skipped through the southern part of Mosul. That's in the north of Iraq, a good 120, 30 miles north from this location, not expecting, to tell you the truth, to get anywhere near Tikrit. That was last night. Not only did we get near to Tikrit, we got within just 2 or 3 miles of the outskirts of the city to turn off to Tikrit from the main highway. Now, that was just as the sun was setting. We had about an hour of light left and decided that we would stay in this location because there was a chance of going back to Mosul and getting caught there in a rising Arab-Kurdish conflict in terms of the looting that's been going on over there. So we passed through some Arab vigilantes defending their property. That was pretty spooky, getting down here in the first place. Then we got to the outskirts of Tikrit, took up a position, began to start working, and our security expert with us, with our 7-vehicle convoy, spotted what appeared to be a sniper being dropped off by a Toyota pickup and taking up a position on the second floor of a roof about 70 or 80 meters from our working location. We beat a very hasty retreat from that area and just drove to a town called Baji, a town south of Tikrit on the way to Samara, really not knowing who was in control. We spoke to people on the ground. People told us, you can go to the next town called Samara, which is about 50, 60 miles north of Baghdad. You'll be fine. You can check into a hotel there. you'll be safe because the government is in control. And I said, what government? And they looked at me and said, Saddam Hussein Ba'ath Party in control. Now, obviously, that wasn't a place for Western journalists, for CNN in particular, to go if that was the case. So we chose not to go south, but to double back towards Tikrit. And we found a place, first of all, in the middle of nowhere, we thought. We'd been settled for about 20 minutes in the middle of nowhere, and several men came up to us, identified themselves as Ba'ath Party officials, did not appear to have arms with them, and challenged us as to our who we were, and challenged us as to what we were doing there. We told them that we were going to spend the night there. We were a Western crew. Our cameraman, Christian Stribe, is German. He spoke to them in German to put them off the scent because clearly they were anti-American. They told us they were anti-George Bush, anti-American. And then we stopped the conversation and hightailed it out of that location, drove for another half an hour till we found a culvert under the main highway between Tikrit and Samarra, a 7-vehicle convoy. There was just enough room to hide all vehicles, all 7 vehicles, in this culvert, just clearing the roof space, and we hid out there for the 9 hours of darkness. We hid out there because we had 2 problems. One, local elements, perhaps extremists, Saddam Hussein, certainly Ba'ath Party officials harassing us, but also a possibility of friendly fire. Coalition aircraft active during that night, active early this morning, and we were concerned we would be misidentified as a hostile with a 7-car convoy operating into Tikrit. So we went underground like a crab under a stone, if you like, and stayed there for the hours of darkness, and then came out early this morning to really take you around an incredible journey of revelations about Tikrit. Apparently, the army, whatever elements were supposed to be defended Tikrit, having evaporated on the outskirts of the city, Saddam Hussein's stronghold, his hometown, his die-hard loyalists here, and in this last 2 hours we've been watching remnants of defeated soldiers, some you just saw there, walking down the road, and then driving through abandoned military barracks with massive destruction from coalition bombing and abandoned machines, fighting machines, in dugout defensive positions, covering vast areas around the outskirts of Tikrit. We have not penetrated into the center of Tikrit yet. We have to make more assessments of that. We've not seen any coalition forces for 24 hours in this area, and the war is not over. We're driving around in an active battlefield area, and really for the first time explaining, showing first-hand, live, exclusive evidence here that it would appear that Tikrit is there for the taking. Anderson.
And just looking again at these remarkable pictures, a sign of Saddam Hussein driving by. We just saw some people you drove by a little while ago. Colonel Mike Turner and I were talking earlier while you were changing the camera. I take it that's a Saddam Hussein statue.
Anderson, this is Brent. Yes, we're going to go and take a look at that statue. Again, 2 tanks on the side of the road leading to a barracks. An intact Saddam Hussein statue. You don't see those in Kirkuk, Mosul or Baghdad anymore, but you still see them here in the Tikrit area. We're about 6-7 miles outside Tikrit now, and we'll just take a short drive down this road, the entrance again, I suspect, to another tank battalion or regiment, and there you can see Saddam Hussein on his plinth, intact. Anderson.
A statue that looks very similar to the one we saw being torn down in Baghdad earlier this week. Now, this is a different military base, I take it, than the one you were on before, or is an extension of the same?
No, this is a new entrance, a new base, right slap bang next door to the other one. You only have to go maybe a half a mile, and then there's this entrance further down. This one may have more importance, given that it's got a very huge bronze statue there of Saddam Hussein in front of it. It's the only statue I've seen in these military compounds. Plenty of pictures, of murals, of images, but not a statue of this size before. So we'll go and take a look, I think, down this road. There's a car coming up towards us, Christian, just to let you know. And we'll see what's behind this facade, Anderson.
We're just watching. I was just watching that vehicle go in front of you. Characterize for us, if you can, the people you have seen passing you by.
Okay, Anderson, let me tell you. This is this is a sign. Sorry, you lost us there. I've just signed the red triangle on the outside of the gate that would indicate this is a Republican Guard section, a Republican Guard complex. The one down the road wasn't. This, if that red triangle is anything to go by, I just saw on the gate as we came in, that would indicate Republican Guard. It would also explain why there's that big statue of Saddam Hussein outside intact. That adds up, it makes sense. I think we're now in a Republican Guard headquarters, part of the tank regiment or a tank division. Colonel Mike Turner, what's your assessment of what I've just seen and said?
I think that would be absolutely correct, Brent. That would be my guess too. Let's see what's inside here, but be particularly careful. This appears to be, at least from the surface, from what we're seeing here, the base appears to be in better shape than the last one.
Absolutely. This is just on the outside. Let's get some speed up, Will, can we? This is just literally a few hundred meters beyond that statue that we just saw. A lot of pictures, no significant damage. In fact, I can see warehouses in the distance untouched. A vast area again, but does not seem to have been, not in this area at least, the subject of any interest by target aircraft. I can also see left and right of me here in the dugout, compared to that previous location, and this would make sense, the dugouts here are all empty. You can take a look at that. There are no defensive positions here in what seems to be a Republican Guard tank regiment, and one wonders then where all those vehicles have gone, where that fighting equipment would have gone. If this is Republican Guard, it's in good condition. Yeah, I see the red triangles everywhere now. For sure this is Republican Guard. So where, I don't know which section it is of the Republican Guard, but where are they? Where are the men who were part of this unit, and where are their machines? Anderson.
That is, of course, the question a lot of people would like to know, and perhaps we will be finding out in the coming minutes and hours as we stay with Brent Sadler traveling in and around Tikrit, probing ahead of any coalition forces that we can see, ahead of any Peshmerga fighters. Brent Sadler ahead of the tip of the spear, so to speak. Now, that appears to be another building there?
Yes, this looks like the inner core, if you like. This is the same road that we've been on since seeing that statue, and this now seems to be another level of security. So I think you can tell by the buildings. Look at the Republican Guard triangle on the top. Look at that, 100%. We had an Arabic reader. We could work out which unit. That little click as we go, just losing the SATCOM for a second. And this would appear to be the command center of this Republican Guard unit. And I'm seeing some damage on the left over there, perhaps some bombing damage, nothing significant. Abandoned, nobody here. But unlike the previous location, I get the sense here, again some more destruction just on the right there, I get the sense that this unit, or this brigade, or section of a regiment left here intact, went with its vehicles. There are in contrast to the other barracks, no artillery here, no tanks, no armored personnel carriers. Everything has moved, but destruction certainly at this Republican Guard headquarters.
Brent, this is Mike again. You're on about 5 miles or so on the northwest corner of Tikrit. Have I got that placement right?
Absolutely right. Northwest, I'd say. Will, can you give me a position? How many kilometers, say? 6 kilometers, is that, Will? Okay. 4 miles northwest of Tikrit on our GPS.
Okay.
Due north. Correction, due north.
Okay.
So, Colonel Turner, the possibilities of if Brent is correct that it was some sort of a movement by a unit out of this position, the question, of course, where did they go?
Well, obviously, I would have to believe that U.S. intelligence sources, in fact, these are Republican Guard T-72 tanks, which is the modern Russian battle tank, that our intelligence sources would have detected them by now, and the most likely supposition, in my judgment, would be that they had moved to Baghdad for the defense of Baghdad. You can't hide T-72 tanks in downtown Tikrit from U.S. intelligence sources without a fairly extraordinary effort. So that would be my guess.
But we still don't know what is in. I mean, the U.S. intelligence may know, but we, the public, do not yet know what is in downtown Tikrit. Is that right?
That's right.
So theoretically, it is possible there could
Sure.
be Republican Guard units who have pulled back into the city itself.
Sure, that's a possibility. Yeah.
And Brent, you are basically, I mean, you do not know what lies ahead of you. You are basically probing, and what we are seeing is what you are seeing for the first time.
Absolutely. We're in this together, as it were. What you eyeball, I eyeball. And as Colonel Mike Turner just said, ahead of the tip of the spear doesn't feel that comfortable. But I think I see enough with my eyes on the ground here to lead me to believe that this area, I wouldn't say it's safe, but it's certainly in a state of abandonment, and that there are no hostile threats in this vicinity. What we're going to do now is move out of this Republican Guard complex and head back south again. And it would be useful, if you have a map there, just to head back south again towards Tikrit, which will be on our left side this time, and we'll try and talk to some people that may be coming off the highway turnoff into Tikrit, try and flag somebody down, and try and get some eyes and ears on what's happening in the center of Tikrit. So we can keep the picture up as we're trying to do this, Anderson.
Absolutely, Brent. We are following you second by second here. It is just extraordinary. And again, we have been seeing those pictures all morning long that Brent has been bringing us of military-age men walking along the sides of the main road that Brent was previously traveling on, walking, as Mike Turner, as you said, in a sort of lackadaisical fashion, not necessarily looking as if they are fleeing to or running to some place.
Yep, absolutely. You would expect if civilian populations or military personnel who had abandoned their weapons sense this coming clash of titans, if you will, between two robust military forces, even if one of those was unconventional and extremist Fedayeen in the center of the city, that the body language of the passers-by would be more urgent, is the only way I can describe it. Brent certainly would have picked that up on the ground, a sense of fleeing, a sense of urgency and possibly panic, and there's none of that with any of the people that he's passed. It almost looks like a regular, a calm day in the Iraqi countryside.
Calm, and yet, as Brent pointed out, sort of eerily calm, strangely quiet, certainly no military troops as far as we can see, but no caretakers, no people on any of these bases, just abandoned, though we do see it right now, some sort of a vehicle. Brent, do you get any sense, you've seen a couple of vehicles, and I remember as you came upon this bay, oh, there's one or two people there. Do you get any sense of where these vehicles are going, or we've seen some trucks, is it possible they are looters or civilians, do you know?
That pickup truck you just saw was clearly a looter. Wasn't much on there. Those vehicles you're seeing in front of us now, parked up on the roadside, that's our CNN convoy with our satellite dish on the top of the first vehicle. So obviously at some stage I'll hopefully get live real-time pictures rather than video phone on this remarkable day. We are seeing, as this morning progresses, more vehicles coming along the road, empty, heading towards Tikrit, empty, heading away from Tikrit. So it doesn't suggest there's a wholesale looting spree going on. But our plan now is to really have a discussion with Will Scully, our security manager here, and just try and work out a plan. And perhaps if we can spin around, Will, what do you think we should do now? What's your assessment?
I've been listening to the local radio and talking to people exiting Tikrit and also our crew, and they've heard some explosions in the centre of Tikrit.
Explosions in the centre of Tikrit?
That's correct, yeah. So we assess that they're still attacking Tikrit. So at this moment, it's not a good time to move.
What are these people doing? They're leaving Tikrit, are they?
They're exiting Tikrit with their belongings.
Okay, so we have people not looting, taking their personal possessions away.
That's correct, yeah.
And they're reporting hearing explosions. Firefight or?
Our guys on the road here, whilst we've been going around the camp, have heard some explosions in the centre of Tikrit.
Right, can we get down to that Tikrit turn-off and perhaps flag someone down who's coming out of the city?
Yeah, I think
is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
But leave the main convoy where?
Well, we'll have to take the whole convoy down there, unfortunately. We can't leave them straight on the side of the road, so we'll find a base, park them up and creep forward a little.
Okay. All right, if you heard that, Anderson, I'll just give you the details, just to summarise on that. We're hearing reports of explosions. We've heard some explosions in the distance coming from the Tikrit direction. People who are leaving Tikrit appear to be leaving with their belongings away from Tikrit, heading north. So that would make sense. We're going to turn our convoy around, head back towards the Tikrit turn-off, and try and talk to some more people, try and get some more information about what's going on inside. So let's swing round Christian and head off. Anderson.
Well, we will continue to stay with you as you go to talk to more people, trying to gain a sense of what is going on on the ground and in the city center of Tikrit, and that, of course, is the focus of so much interest, so much attention. What is there? What is happening? You said there were some explosions, but the questions remain. What forces, if any, are still on the streets in Tikrit, and what positions have they taken? And what forces are they? Are they Republican Guard? Are they Fedayeen? Are they some form of Mujahideen? Those questions all, of course, remain unanswered. Questions we will continue to try to get answers to in the next couple of minutes here, and minutes and hours. And if you, as the viewer, have just been joining us, if you have ever wondered what it is like to be a reporter, you are seeing live a remarkable minute-by-minute progression of Brent Sadler through this area ahead of anyone else, really going solo here, he and the other CNN personnel he is with, just trying to gather information. Are you stopping, Brent?
No, we're carrying on, Anderson. We're just trying to pick up information as we're going along. You'll see there's a truck overtaking us, empty. This is now the road, the highway, the main highway from Mosul in the north of Iraq, heading towards Tikrit. So we've turned 360, and we're now heading back towards Tikrit. The turn-off to Tikrit will throw us left. So I think we'll stop off at that turn-off, at that road junction. That'll take us within less than 2 miles of the center of Tikrit. Now, our drivers, I now understand, our drivers heard what they thought were explosions. Now, that's all we've got to go on at the moment. Not a lot. All we've got to go on, apart from that, is what we see with our eyes and what we hear with our ears. That's incidentally, that truck we just passed. If you saw that, I saw the red triangle of the Republican Guard on the back of that. So that was Saddam Hussein's top level of his so-called elite fighting force, the Republican Guard. But that barracks we just went to, that compound, deserted of all fighting machines, unlike other units, non-Republican Guard, which still had vehicles in them abandoned. That would suggest to me that the Republican Guard remained loyal, whereas the conscripts fled. That's my assessment on the basis of what I see on the ground here. And stay with us as we move along on this frontline battlefield journey, really into the unknown around Tikrit and getting closer to Tikrit, and trying to find out whether or not there is going to be, if you like, an Alamo, a last stand inside Tikrit that will require coalition ground forces to move against it, or whether or not it will implode of its own account after the collapse of Baghdad and the collapse of most, if not all, of the major cities in Iraq, at the same time as in parallel there continues to be coalition airstrikes against targets in this area. So stay with us as we probe into Tikrit, into these barracks, into these frontline defenses that Saddam Hussein had relied on to maintain his power internally and to have been part of the main battle against US-led coalition forces over the past few weeks. The overall impression, as we've seen over this last couple of hours, is there has been a wholesale abandonment of positions, that the Tikrit, the battle, an expected battle for Tikrit, may already have passed, that there may already be no significant conventional military defenses intact in position in Tikrit. Until we can get eyes on the ground in there, we won't know. And you know, we're telling you this story in the absence of any coalition advance units. We are out here on our own, gingerly moving around from one location to another after 24 hours of being in this area, very, very far ahead of what the coalition has in terms of eyes and ears on the ground that we know of, at least that we can see. Obviously, a lot of aerial intelligence going on in terms of surveillance flights and so on and so forth. But in terms of eyes and ears on the ground, I'm not aware that the US, in this vicinity at least, has eyes and ears at this moment on the ground. Anderson.
And Brent, I think it bears repeating over the last 20 or so days of this conflict. I think many of us have become almost blasé in seeing these remarkable images, frontline combat images. We saw weeks ago Walter Rogers charging with the tip of the spear, as they call themselves, the 7th Cavalry charging through the desert. But this is ahead of the tip of the spear. This is beyond the front lines. This is in uncharted territory. And you, the viewer, are seeing what Brent Sadler is seeing, and he is seeing it for the first time, CNN exclusive footage. Brent, just to get a bearing, the road you are traveling down to Crete, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is roughly 2 miles or so to your left, to the left of this road. Is that correct?
That's correct, Anderson. Tikrit, we're gathering speed now along this highway south towards Tikrit. Tikrit will be on our left. You're looking through the windscreen as we move along at some speed now, and Tikrit should be coming up in a few minutes. In fact, I can already see with my binoculars the gates that indicate the beginning of Tikrit, the city area, the outskirts of the city, about 300 yards in front of us. We have that Toyota pickup truck there with a family inside, heading south the same way as we are. No Iraqi forces, no armed Iraqi opposition extremists, no sign of Saddam Fedayeen at this level. Maybe they're to our left, maybe they're in Tikrit itself, holed up in there, I don't know. But what you see ahead of us there is that checkpoint we came through about an hour ago before we showed you those extraordinary pictures of those abandoned military complexes, vast complexes. So we're going back towards Tikrit, and Tikrit will be on our left. Again, just to remind our viewers that this is the entrance, the gateway to Tikrit. Saddam Hussein's portrait here, as in most places in this heartland of tribal support for Saddam Hussein. There's the picture there of the deposed Iraqi dictator intact, going through the gates there, no checkpoints, no soldiers, wide open territory, but unpredictable and uncertain territory in terms of who might be holding out in the center of Tikrit. Anderson.
And Brent, your plan right now is to drive down a little bit farther to the turnoff and then try to do a reconnoiter, try to talk to some people?
That's right, we're going to go down here. You'll see maybe in the distance there, signposts, two green signposts. The one on the left, one on the right. One of those will point to Tikrit, the turnoff to Tikrit. Tikrit is now on my left. I can see it perfectly clearly. There's a family in the taxi there going past us. No back windshield looking at us, perhaps in as shocked dismay as we are looking at them. Tikrit I can see on my left in the far distance at the end of my binocular range, and Tikrit pointing off to the right you'll see there. So let me just check with Will Scully, our security expert. Will, do you want to stop off here or go to the next turn off? Right, we could do with asking that family, couldn't we? Why don't we go and catch up to that family? All right, we're going to park up here, Anderson. That car that went ahead of us is now on the Tikrit turnoff. That takes you on a flyover past, or rather over the main highway. And there are a few cars around here, obviously some civilians. No sign of anybody doing anything in this location, at least in a hostile fashion. People looking at our convoy, clearly we're a sight to see in this area, I can tell you. But Iraqis moving over that flyover towards Tikrit. So we'll stop some cars. In fact, we're going to stop one now. Christy, if you swing round, Ahmed, our translator, is now talking, if you can see that. Cars passing through us here, and I'll try and get some information about what's going on. I'm going to go off my earpiece, Anderson, so please carry on without me while I go over there.
All right, we're staying with you, Brent.
Marhaba. Kifak?
We don't know anything about Tikrit. Because you are going.
They're going to Tikrit? Right. Masalama. Masalama.
You're watching Brent Sadler trying to gather a little bit of information about what is happening on the ground inside the city of Tikrit, some 2 miles or so from this point on the road where he now finds himself, he and the rest of his CNN team. There with him you see one of the security personnel as well as a translator who is attempting to flag down some vehicles just to find out some information, just talking to people who have been to Tikrit about what is going on in the city center. That, of course, now the big question.
Tikrit Madbud? Tikrit Madbud? Problem? Halas? Saddam Halas? Tikrit Saddam Halas? Any Americans in there? Marhaba. Tikrit Madbud? Saddam? Halas? Saddam Fadayin? Last? Go for it. Halas. Saddam Halas. Maria, let's get back in the car. We're live. Everything we're doing here is live. So stay with us. Let's get back in the car. They're saying that Saddam Hussein is halas in Tikrit. Halas, which means finished. So I'm going to hook back into my IFC.
Brent Sadler.
Right, Anderson, I'm back on if you can hear me.
Brent, we've been with you all along. What have you found out?
Okay, those drivers have just come out of Tikrit, and they're saying that Saddam Hussein is halas, which means finished in Arabic, finished in Tikrit. So a lot more cars now taking this Tikrit turnoff. So maybe, just maybe, we can get in there and follow some other cars in there. We won't go with our whole convoy. We'll leave part of it here, and we'll go and take a look. I think this is looking quite possible. They're saying that there's no Saddam Fadayin, no fighting, and they're saying Saddam Hussein is halas, is finished in Tikrit. That's the information we have. We won't know for sure until we see it with our own eyes and we feel it, but the signs may be encouraging. Cars going to Tikrit, cars coming out of Tikrit, telling us Saddam Hussein is finished in there. So bear with us. while we still get some more information, okay?
Absolutely, Brent, we're staying with you. Just remarkable, remarkable. The very idea that Saddam Hussein finished in Tikrit, this is what one of the locals telling Brent Sadler in a vehicle he just stopped. This, of course, significant. Tikrit, the homeland of Saddam Hussein.
2.5 hours.
Referred to as the not only his birthplace, but as his ancestral homeland, his power base, the place where so many officials came from, selected from, the city that has been rewarded heavily by the regime of Saddam Hussein, not only with money and attention, favors, political favors. The notion that Saddam Hussein finished in Tikrit, significant indeed. Colonel Mike Turner with us. We haven't talked to you in a little while. Remarkable pictures as we continue this coverage.
Oh, absolutely, Anderson. History, I think, at least as far as Operation Iraqi Freedom is concerned, is probably being made before our eyes here, courtesy of Brent, Will, and Christian, and the rest of the CNN convoy. It's time at this point, I think, that we begin to consider the possibility that if Brent and his team can move into downtown Tikrit and actually verify that there are apparently limited opposition forces in Tikrit, that we have very probably, if actually created a functional end of Operation Iraqi Freedom, given the fact that I don't think, if I've been following the coverage correctly, that there's any significant opposition that's been noted around the country in any kind of cohesive force throughout the day, or perhaps in the last day or two. If Tikrit is now no more, as far as an opposition force is concerned, as a serious threat to coalition forces, then indeed Operation Iraqi Freedom probably has come to a functional end of sorts, I would think.
A functional end in the sense of overt military hostilities that in a large-scale sense, in a large-scale, perhaps organized sense, still obviously battles to be fought, perhaps pockets of resistance, perhaps suicide attacks. As we just saw several hours ago, we received word, of course, of a U.S. Marine being killed in Baghdad at a checkpoint near a hospital by a man who apparently, at least early indications, was that he had some sort of Syrian identity. So there are still battles to be waged. I suppose you're saying just battles of a different sort.
I think so. We moved down off the large conventional set-piece battle framework and spectrum and further into the unconventional warfare, perhaps terrorist acts and that sort of thing realm. And, you know, there are a lot of very substantial, dangerous obstacles, no doubt ahead, but insofar as the coalition forces were apparently gearing up towards a potential serious battle in Tikrit, if Brent's information begins to become rather conclusive, or at least circumstantially so, that there is no major resistance left in Tikrit, then that would indicate that far spectrum of the large conventional battles of the war is probably over, and we're moving down into more isolated operations.
I think we have contact with Brent Sadler. If we don't right now, we will very shortly. He's adjusting his earpiece there. Brent, if you can hear me, what's the latest?
Okay, Anderson, we're still not satisfied it's safe to go there. We understand that on one of the roads from Tikrit to Kirkuk in the north, that Saddam Hussein, extremists, loyalists to the old regime, are still active. We're not 100% confirmed on that, but it is a concern. I've just heard a very far distant crump. Didn't sound like a heavy artillery at all, just a crump. Can't tell you what that was. Certainly a distance away. Could have been 3 or 4 kilometers, a couple of miles. That would figure with Tikrit. There are people certainly leaving Tikrit, and there are certainly people going in. Some cars have stopped us, thinking that we perhaps were coalition forces. So that gives you an idea of the predicament that everybody's in, not just us as a news team, but civilians who perhaps want to go back home. So the plan now is to hold our position here and really try and get some more information from people coming out of Tikrit. better to talk to them because they'll be able to give us some more information about what's actually going on in there. My biggest concern is, and you'll understand this, Colonel Mike Turner, is that we do not want to face a checkpoint on the outskirts of the inner part of Tikrit and find ourselves in trouble. So here we know is okay, no checkpoint. We go to the next layer, it could be a layer too far. So we're going to hold firm for the time being and see what evolves over the next half hour or so. Anderson.
Brent, we're sticking with you. It is it's remarkable to watch you operating as we have been for the last, 2 hours and almost 30 minutes, I believe. Obviously, you'll be checking more people as they come through the area. Kathleen Koch is standing by at the Pentagon. Kathleen, I assume you have been as transfixed as we all have to these images that Brent has been bringing us.
Yes, Anderson, and I think as you watch, it certainly begs the question, if Brent Sadler is roaming so freely here on the outskirts of Tikrit, then where is the U.S. military, and when will they be arriving on the scene? Now, CNN does know, and this has been widely reported, that an armored column of Marines did leave the city of Baghdad sometime on Saturday, heading north in the direction of Tikrit. Now, that's a 90-mile drive that they would have to make, but we are not clear if they were headed directly toward Tikrit. Obviously, the military not sharing that sort of operational detail. But in talking with officials here at the Pentagon to get a feel for just how surprised they are, if at all, by these images, it is clear, and it has been known, that there were special operations forces in the area of Tikrit checking out the situation, making some forays perhaps into the city, and then also obviously these surveillance drones, predator drones in the skies. So clearly the U.S. military did have some sort of a sense that this kind of a thing would be encountered if and when they got there, that they would find empty vehicles. But it's compelling to watch, and certainly the officials here at the Pentagon have been very riveted by these images, as have we today.
Yeah, it's hard not to be, I mean, talk about flying blind. Brent Sadler out there basically operating on his own with the rest of his CNN team, but not embedded with coalition forces, not with any other forces, simply on his own as the entire CNN team is there. Kathleen Koch going to continue monitoring events from the Pentagon. Let's check in with Colonel Mike Turner. He's been with us for the last 2.5 hours or so. Colonel Turner, your thoughts?
Well, Anderson, I think what Kathleen said pretty much sums up and confirms what I suspected, and I imagine a number of other military analysts that are watching this probably suspected also, is that generally speaking, before we engage conventionally on the ground in any substantive way, coalition special forces have done substantial groundwork and preparation of the battlefield in highly secretive ways for probably days, if not weeks in advance. So it's entirely possible that while this is very compelling for us and potentially very dangerous for Brent, that our intelligence sources and our forces already have a pretty good idea of what to expect when they come into Tikrit. That said, I can tell you that I remember during Desert Storm, periodically CNN would broadcast something that in the war room that all of us, the generals and the staff, would stop and watch CNN and be surprised by what we saw on television. And I think there's a very good, probably better than 50-50 probability that's precisely what's going on right now. The kind of visual intelligence that these images provide for military planners is extraordinarily valuable, even if you expect it, and even if all your intelligence sources indicate that this is what they're going to expect. To actually see it firsthand can pick up things, and certainly I'm not an intelligence specialist, so there are intelligence specialists right now watching these images and are probably seeing far more than I am, or any of us are for that matter, as to ways to approach the city and some tells and giveaways about what might be going on in the center of the town.
Well, just, Colonel Turner, just from a fascination standpoint, I'm sure it is one thing to see images from a drone or from aerial surveillance of one sort or another, and another thing entirely to see images from the ground level that are moving, that are real time, and, you know, I mean, just from a pure spectator standpoint, to see Brent Sadler climbing up on an Iraqi armored personnel carrier that still has the bullets in the machine gun is remarkable. We're going to go check in back with Brent Sadler, who's back on IFB. Brent, what can you tell us?
Okay, a little bit of confusion, but we're straightening it out here, Anderson. We've just spoken to a teacher from Tikrit who is coming out, and hopefully he's up ahead. And is he up ahead, Will? He's up ahead. He's going to lead us in. He tells us an extraordinary story that the coalition is right now trying to negotiate a peaceful handover of Tikrit to coalition forces through tribal chiefs. That tribal chiefs, those who I've been talking about for the last couple of hours, loyal to Saddam Hussein, are being coaxed, coerced, whichever way you like, to hand over to Tikrit peacefully, for the city to be exchanged, to be handed over with no fight. Now, we also understand that the Saddam Hussein, the extremists, have left the city. This is what we're told. So this is now the road to Tikrit. We're going to take you into Tikrit now. We're satisfied that this is sufficiently safe. We're following a teacher and a couple of members of his family over the main highway now. We're seeing other cars coming out of Tikrit. We are now going to go into Tikrit and hopefully see for our own eyes what is happening in there. Tikrit now a couple of miles away. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open as I'm talking to you through here. No checkpoints on the road so far. I'll get my binoculars up so that you can see, so rather I can see a little bit further ahead of what you're seeing in the camera.
Well, Brent,
through my binoculars I see both sides of the carriageway moving with traffic. Anderson.
Brent, this teacher you are following, is he in another vehicle ahead of you, or is he traveling with you?
No, he's in a vehicle ahead of us, and we're going to try and catch up with him. He's in, I think it's that vehicle on the left-hand side. His name is Fayez.
And he says he has seen this happening, or he has heard this happening?
He says he's aware that there is a coalition. He tells us, can't confirm it, of course. This is hearsay from him, that the coalition are trying through tribal chiefs to negotiate the handover of Tikrit without a battle. Now, that would suggest that there were still people to battle in there. I'd be surprised if there are, but maybe there are armed elements. We don't know. But certainly it's sufficiently, I wouldn't say safe, but sufficiently open for us to make a move here. Okay, there's a kind of a checkpoint there. No, it's not a checkpoint, just people. Okay, so far so good. And this is the first time that we have been able to get this close to Tikrit today. Now just less than a couple of miles down the road. We'll be on the outskirts of it, well, not the outskirts, we'll be in the city in a couple of minutes. So we're following a school teacher called Fayez in that car in front of me. Fayez has just told us that Saddam Hussein are no longer in Tikrit, that the city is stable, and that he judges it's safe enough for him to lead us, a Western TV crew, into Tikrit, perhaps hours after, effectively, the war's over. Not officially, but if this is true, it would suggest to me at least that the war, if there's no fight for Tikrit, the war is over. What do you say, Colonel Mike Turner?
Oh, Brent, I think that's probably a reasonable assessment. There can still be some fairly vicious, close-in fighting in isolated pockets around the country, but if Tikrit has simply evaporated before coalition forces, I'm not aware of any other major areas of resistance around anywhere around Iraq. We had the surrender of Mosul, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, that the 5th Corps commander surrendered. The Kurds appear to be in control of the north and the northeastern sections of the country. Coalition forces are in control of all the cities south of Baghdad and are rapidly suppressing any resistance in Baghdad proper, and I'm not aware of any other major areas of conventional resistance at this point.
Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon. Amazing to watch Brent Sadler on the move, on the road into Tikrit.
Well, Anderson, and if the information that he has is correct, then just as we were suggesting a few minutes earlier, I guess U.S. military perhaps has already arrived, or at least members of the coalition there, into Crete. I think it's important to point out right now, though, that despite appearances, despite what Brent is suggesting there, that the U.S. military, the Pentagon, CENTCOM insists that even if Tikrit falls or is handed over peacefully, that does not mean that the war in Iraq is over, that there are still a long ways to go, that there are indeed numerous other pockets of resistance, maybe not in cities as big as Tikrit, but a lot more work that lies ahead, and so they don't like to see this as an end point.
Perhaps a new phase, a new chapter, certainly.
Correct.
Comes to mind the term, you can't go home again. Saddam Hussein, if he is still alive, and if Tikrit has fallen, certainly cannot go home again.
And Anderson, this is Mike Turner again. Kathleen's absolutely correct, and obviously the CENTCOM planners are as cautious as they can possibly be. The problem is when you declare the war over or you begin to talk as if the war is over, it becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult to back that up.
Brent, it looks like some sort of a roadblock. What is that?
Okay, let me just cut in here. Right, this is a roadblock. We don't know who they are. Go in. A little bit uncertain here. Their waving is on. Let's see who they are. It seems to be okay. Certainly gunmen, obviously. They had uniforms on. They're probably part of the old regime. It's a checkpoint. They waved us through. Didn't want to have the camera up at their faces. So if the camera dips down at the next checkpoint, you'll understand why. But we are now in Tikrit. We are now inside Saddam Hussein's stronghold of Tikrit. Having spent 2 hours encircling the city, we may not stay here for very long. We may just do a quick dart in and a quick dart out. But certainly, let's get some speed up here. But we can certainly confirm entry into Tikrit. No reports or obvious signs of any fighting here. I have seen some destruction on the left-hand side, some destruction, coalition airstrike destruction as I came in. Our driver fires is just stopping us, and we're going to try and get some information.
I'm going to go check on this hole.
Fires are just going to come over. Can you jump out, please, Ahmed, and ask them to get some information? But Anderson, if you're still with me,
we're
just
here,
to reconfirm.
Seem to have lost contact with Brent. We're going to maintain on this picture, obviously try to reestablish contact as quickly as possible. Could just be a little satellite glitch. Brent Sadler entered the city of Tikrit just moments ago, went through a checkpoint. The guards in uniform asked the CNN crew not to film them at the checkpoint, common practice at any checkpoint anywhere you go. They made it through. They are now talking to a man named Fayed, a man described as a school teacher who they met just about 5 minutes or so ago on the road outside Tikrit, who said to them that the Fedayeen, the well-known name by now, Fedayeen fighters, no longer in the city of Tikrit. He said it was safe enough to go inside. He actually led them inside the city of Tikrit. According to this man, this school teacher, Fayed, there attempt to be some sort of a deal brokered by coalition forces with what he described as tribal chiefs in the city of Tikrit. The status of that, if it in fact is happening, is simply unknown at this point. That is one of the main things, of course, Brent Sadler will be trying to find out. You're looking at pictures taken just moments ago of that road of Brent Sadler's journey as he entered the city of Tikrit. Just extraordinary when you consider Tikrit, the ancestral homeland of Saddam Hussein, often described as the bastion of his power, the last place where the Iraqi regime was said to be in full control. That, of course, all now an open question. We're joined, Kathleen Koch is at the Pentagon, but we're also joined by Colonel Mike Turner, who has been with us for the last 2.5 hours or so. Colonel Turner, based on what you saw so far, your thoughts?
Well, as we were talking just briefly, you arrive at a point when it becomes obvious that the large conventional operation is probably over. Just functionally, it's just over. there you will find that the coalition forces and the commanders will not say that the war is over for quite some time yet. There is a substantial and significantly dangerous military operation ahead for days, weeks, possibly months, as the U.S. military begins to push the threat level down to a threshold whereby they feel it is acceptable to simply say the operation is now essentially at an end, and that could be a long way away. But you can see now from Brent's very compelling footage that the likelihood of any large set-piece battles anymore of the kind that we saw in the first 3 weeks as we approached Baghdad and as we entered the southern towns and as we might have expected in Mosul, have probably, if in fact this turns out to be the case, that Tikrit is not heavily defended, those are probably finished, and we will now move into a lower level of more unconventional warfare, the dangerous sort of half peace, half war sort of state, which is very dangerous to troops on the ground, and we'll have to establish levels of security that our commanders are comfortable with in the field, and that will take some time yet.
Colonel Turner, should just let you know, live pictures have been reestablished. These pictures you are now seeing are live again. Brent's camera is back up. We are still working to reestablish audio contact with Brent. As soon as we have that, we're going to try to find out exactly what is happening on the ground where he is. Colonel Turner, if it is true what this school teacher Fayed has told Brent and his crew, that there is some sort of, or was some sort of negotiation going on, negotiating a handover. Well, let's just look at these pictures right now.
Christian, I wouldn't show pictures of these guys. Oh, really? Okay. I think we should go.
What you are looking at is uncertainty. The situation on the ground extraordinarily fluid. We're trying to be in contact with Brent. Obviously, this is an extraordinarily dangerous situation. Brent Sadler is not embedded. He is not traveling with coalition forces. He and his CNN personnel are on their own, and they are basically flying blind, going on the advice of a school teacher named Fayed, and who has said that it seems safe enough to go into the city of Tikrit. What we have seen thus far in the last several minutes and in these sort of ominous pictures right now, Brent Sadler made it through a checkpoint. They then stopped on the side of the road. It appears this other vehicle has come alongside them. We saw one man with a gun. We saw another man in the back of some sort of a pickup truck. What we heard from his crew was that it was not a good idea to shoot those men, to shoot video of those men. So the picture you're seeing now is obviously the camera has been put down, probably in the front seat of the vehicle that Brent Sadler is driving in. That's why it's sort of out of focus, a static camera. You cannot hear audio of what is going on, but there must be some sort of a discussion going on between Brent's crew and whoever those people were. Appears to be some sort of movement now. This is a very volatile, extraordinarily dangerous situation. And we are going to be sticking with it. Colonel Turner, as we continue to watch these developments, from what we heard the last sort of intelligence we had from Brent was that there was some sort of negotiation going on between coalition forces and tribal chiefs in Tikrit. How would that work? And I may interrupt you as soon as we get contact with Brent again, but how would that work from the standpoint of coalition forces?
I can only surmise what may have happened, but my bet would be that special forces have made contact with the tribal leaders and proposed some sort of an arrangement. Communications have found someone to act as a go-between between the tribal leaders and the approaching forces. The special forces guys are trained in this and do it extremely well, and may have laid the groundwork for this all day yesterday and the day before. Obviously, it is better for everyone to move into Tikrit under those circumstances, and that would be my supposition, is that we have already established those kinds of contacts. It might be CIA contacts. It could be any number of sort of black world
Brent,
contacts.
this is Brent Sadler. Do you hear me?
Brent, Brent, you're back on the air. What can you tell us?
All right, we're basically turning around now, as you can see. Obviously, we sparked a lot of interest just there. We're going to follow Fayaz, the teacher who brought us in here. I can tell you that the men we spoke to said, look, you can't film here without the permission of the governor of Iraq, the governor of Tikrit, rather. So we've gathered a lot of interest, and we think it's prudent. This city is still in the control of Saddam Hussein loyalists. They told us to go to the governor's office of the local Baath Party to get permission to film. Can you believe that? Anderson.
I take it you are not following that advice, Brent.
No, we're now going back out of the town. That was a gunshot. Back out of town and getting out of here.
I think a wise move.
We have some gunfire. I don't know if it's warning shots. But stay with us as we move our way following fires here out of Tikrit. So let's just recap as we go through here that Tikrit, no coalition forces. Tikrit, no fighting. Checkpoint. Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay. We're okay. Under fire. That confirms our worst fears. If you're with us.
We're here, Brent.
Are you with us, Anderson?
We're here, Brent.
Okay, we've just run a checkpoint. We have come under automatic machine gun fire. We've blown to the checkpoint. They tried to stop us. And our armed guard pulled his machine gun, his automatic machine gun, and opened fire to get us through there. I think that's as far as we're going to push it today.
Brent, what's your status now?
Okay, our status is all 4 or 5. Will Scully at the wheel in one piece, no problem. Christian Stryber, our cameraman, who kept rolling through that remarkable sequence. Our translator, Ahmed, in the back. Brent Sadler also here. Our guard, for the first time in my entire 25-year career as a frontline war reporter, it's the first time I have ever come under such close, deliberate fire. And we're not out of it yet. Close, deliberate fire. And we have, for the first time, our guard returned fire against those who were trying to stop us leaving Tikrit. So just to recap, Tikrit, hostile forces are still in Tikrit. Tikrit still under the control of the Baath Party. Unconfirmed reports that there are attempts by coalition forces to negotiate a peaceful surrender of Tikrit. But Tikrit, Saddam's heartland, we can now confirm is still in the hands of Saddam Hussein's loyalists, armed loyalists and Baath Party officials. And we have just had to shoot our way out of that location, and we're not out of it yet.
We're going.
Who are they? Who are those people? Who are they?
They're bad.
They're baddies. Okay, we have some more guys with us. Anderson, are you still with us?
We are, Brent. Are you being followed?
We have another vehicle alongside of us, which we believe is a hostile. And we are beating along this road, as you can see, at great pace. So our plan is to get back to the main highway where we were, radio ahead to our convoy, and head back north to Mosul.
So you're traveling alone, the other 6 vehicles are ahead?
Yeah, okay, we're going.
We're still trying to sort out. There's one vehicle with us here, Anderson. One vehicle tagging along with us here.
What do you want?
We'll try and find out what he wants. He's signaling at us.
How many people are in those vehicles, and are they armed?
Two people in the vehicle. Another vehicle coming up behind.
What is he doing? What? What?
We're still moving along. Under fire again. A lot of fire here. A lot of fire. Pistol fire. That's pistol fire coming at us.
Vehicle that has moved.
Still with us, Anderson?
We are, Brent. That vehicle that's moved ahead of you, is that part of the forces who have been firing on you?
That's part. These are our vehicles. These are our vehicles.
These are fucking vehicles. Come on. Come on. Come on, kid.
Move it.
Go.
Is the vehicle still alongside you, Brent, that was firing on you?
No. It stopped back there. Our guard has returned fire. Pistol shots have stopped. One of our vehicles has taken some shots and is ahead of us. That's our satellite truck in front of us. No hostiles behind us now. No hostiles behind us. That was a pretty ugly moment. Just to recap what happened there, we turned in, they invited us into Tikrit, we went in, and then things, as you saw, not surprisingly perhaps, got out of hand. So we're moving out of Tikrit now. Vehicle following, Will. Stay with us, please, and we'll let you know what's happening.
We're with you, Brent. We're watching.
Vehicle behind us. Okay, we're out of the gate of Tikrit. We're heading north now. We've gone north of Tikrit. We don't know what's behind us. Will, what's that? Is that friendly or hostile?
I think it looks like the guys that took a hit, shake and fire.
Ahmed, is that the teacher? Is that fired? That's not fired. Are you sure? Is it friendly or hostile?
Have a look in your binoculars.
I can't see because of the netting.
Not fired. I have fired. 90 for the 9 number 2.
Doesn't seem to be being hostile. Hostile, Will, or not?
I can't see, but
all right, we're now putting some distance between Tikrit and ourselves, Anderson. Cooper in Atlanta.
Get your head down. Get your head down.
Head down, Ahmed, so we can see the rear view mirror. We have got our convoy together, and we are moving north away from Tikrit, having just had a very uncomfortable few moments at a checkpoint back there. Just to confirm to you as we move away that Saddam Hussein's loyalists clearly still in control of Tikrit, and no coalition forces on the ground, but certainly reports of continued airstrikes from the air. Anderson, go ahead.
Brent, are all your vehicles accounted for?
Stand by, I'll check. Will, are our vehicles accounted for?
Yeah, we're all accounted for. present correct.
The vehicle that's been hit, are the people in there okay?
They're fine.
Okay. All present and correct. All vehicles okay, all personnel okay.
But you say your vehicle, some of your vehicles were hit by fire?
I can see the vehicle that normally follows us with guards, that the back windows have been shot out of that vehicle.
And that vehicle that pulled up to the side of you, they shot at you as well with pistols?
They opened fire with pistols, correct. We're now stopping and just checking on the state of our convoy and our personnel. These are our two vehicles. You'll see the vehicle there has been the window shot out.
Slight wound, is that correct?
We'll just get the...
Okay, we'll be with it in a second. Just get out of this area.
Why did that second car come in, Will?
Say again, Brent?
How did that second car get in there? Our second car?
This one?
Yeah. Shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
Brent, about how fast are you traveling right now? What speed?
We're now doing 70 miles an hour, heading north, putting distance between ourselves and Sprit. I don't think you'll see us stopping now, and we're going to head north. We know one of the vehicles was hit in that hail of machine gun fire that came at us, and also close.
Seems we have momentarily lost connection with Brent Sadler. This is what we know thus far. Brent traveling northward some 70 miles an hour in a 7-vehicle convoy, CNN convoy. Some of those vehicles have been hit. At least one vehicle we saw a back window of one of those vehicles had been blown out. Not sure if that was from machine gun fire that the vehicle and the vehicle that Brent was traveling in first came under fire as they moved through a checkpoint as they were trying to leave the city of Tikrit. More likely that was some fire that came when another vehicle pulled alongside as they were driving down the road outside of Tikrit, came under some pistol fire there. When Brent was in the city of Tikrit, he was traveling with a much reduced convoy, I think really only his own vehicle. So that the vehicle Brent was in came under fire as they tried to leave, as they went through that checkpoint that we saw them coming through when they first entered the city. These are the video you're watching right now. It just occurred moments ago. We briefly lost contact with Brent. Again, he is traveling north, having come under fire. They entered the city of Tikrit when they had been assured by a school teacher, that coalition forces were in Tikrit, that Fedayeen fighters had left Tikrit, and that school teacher having told them that it was safe to go into the city. They followed him into the city through one checkpoint. They drove a few, maybe half a mile or so further down the road. They pulled over to the side of the road, and then in Brent Sadler's understated words, he said they attracted some attention, some interest from locals there. We lost video contact with him for a moment, but with the last we had seen, we saw a man with a machine gun approaching the vehicle. The camera went down. They stopped filming. When the camera came back up, they were driving out of the city, and as they went through that checkpoint that they had already passed through going into the city, they came under machine gun fire from that checkpoint. They returned fire. A guard traveling with CNN returned fire. Let's listen in to what happened moments ago.
Move our way following fires here out of Tikrit. So let's just recap as we go through here that Tikrit, no coalition forces. Tikrit, no fighting. Checkpoint. Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay, we're okay. Under fire. That confirms our worst fears. If you're with us, Are you with us, Anderson? Okay, we've just run a checkpoint. We have come under automatic machine gun fire. We blew to the checkpoint. They tried to stop us. And our armed guard pulled his machine gun, his automatic machine gun, and opened fire to get us through there. I think that's as far as we're going to push it today. Okay, our status is all 4 fire. Will Scully at the wheel in one piece, no problem. Christian Strybe, our cameraman, who kept rolling through that remarkable sequence. Our translator, Ahmed, in the back.
That happening just moments ago, remarkable. Colonel Mike Turner, you were watching as well. Your thoughts?
Well, Brent needs an award of some kind for understatement. That was amazing. For him to maintain his presence under those conditions is just astounding. And I thought the crew handled themselves terrific, or very well. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I've never seen anything like that. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it was remarkable. I guess what we had been talking about before certainly not seeming to be the case. And again, this is one of those times where this is what reporting is all about. You hear some information. In this case, Brent Sadler having heard from various civilians that the Fedayeen had left Tikrit, that it was over, game over for Saddam Hussein, the ancestral homeland, his city no longer in the hands of forces still loyal to the Ba'ath Party, that Brent Sadler went in to check it out himself and came away being fired upon by Saddam supporters. Just remarkable. Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon, your thoughts?
Well, Anderson, we've been watching all this unfold here, as have Pentagon officials. And one of them we spoke with just a few minutes ago said, quote, "It remains incredibly dangerous to be out there as a unilateral journalist." The official stating the obvious, Anderson. But here at the Pentagon, they will not yet confirm what the school teacher reported to Brent, that there may be some sort of negotiation going on as we speak between coalition forces and local officials there for this complete surrender of Tikrit without a shot being fired. But clearly, as we can see right now, nothing has been settled in that city. It's still quite a dangerous place.
Yeah, if there is some sort of negotiation going on, either it has not gotten to the point where it has changed the facts on the ground, or if it has, perhaps word of it has not spread to individual checkpoints in the city of Tikrit, because what we witnessed just moments ago, Brent Sadler and his crew coming under attack as they went through a checkpoint leaving the city of Tikrit, an attack so severe they felt they had to return fire, and did in fact return fire on that military checkpoint. And then just a few seconds, if perhaps maybe a minute or two later, a vehicle pulling up alongside, more shots fired coming from that vehicle, small arms fire directed at Brent's vehicle as well as perhaps some other CNN vehicles. We saw at least one window blown out, shot out, we can assume, in the back of a CNN vehicle. Right now, Brent Sadler and his 7-vehicle convoy moving fast, moving north, away from the city of Tikrit. For the last 3 hours, if you have been watching us for what has been a remarkable 3 hours of live television, Brent Sadler not just on the tip of the spear, but out way in front of the tip of the spear, way in front of any facts on the ground, at least are in flux. At this point, it would seem Tikrit still in the hands of loyalists to former Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein.
Well, it sure does, Anderson. It's fascinating to watch. One of the things that's interesting is that unless this teacher that Brent was speaking with was some sort of bizarre lure, I got the impression that he clearly believed that the CNN news team could move in and around Tikrit with relative safety. And so that suggests that whoever is in control of Tikrit is certainly allowing the civilian populations to move in and out of the city pretty much at will and maintain some semblance of normality. And whatever that bodes for coalition forces, I don't know, but it would just seemed odd that there would be that free movement of civilians and then to have that reception of a TV crew.
Well, also some indication that they at least have access to vehicles, and that often you go through a military checkpoint and the guys at the checkpoint have no way of moving, but these ones apparently had some sort of vehicle that they could get to because Brent Sadler's vehicle is followed and shot upon again.
Right, absolutely. Again, a fluid situation. We'll have to see what develops, and it'll be interesting if the coalition forces do in fact affect a ceasefire without having to take the city. It would be interesting.
We, of course, are continuing our coverage here, trying to reestablish with Brent Sadler, reestablish a connection with Brent Sadler. We're going to take a short break, and when we do, we're going to come right back. And again, we are trying to reestablish connection with Brent Sadler, who last we left him traveling fast, some 70 miles an hour northward, away from the scene of a gunfight. No other way to describe it. Shots fired upon Brent Sadler and his crew, shots returned from security personnel traveling with Brent Sadler. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back. Our coverage continues.
Maria, you okay?
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait.
I just call 1-800-PET-MEDS, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door.
Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office.
And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
Easy. Oh, no more biking for you.
Oh, I know.
Boy.
It's the moment of choice. Tylenol or Advil? What will the doctor give you? Truth is, doctors have made their choice. Doctors nationwide choose Advil most for muscle aches, strains, and sprains. It's simply a better choice. Advil gives you longer-lasting relief than Tylenol on tough muscle pain.
I'll drive.
Make the doctor's choice your choice. For longer-lasting relief, advance to Advil.
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
The power of trust. America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news. CNN tomorrow, the man in charge of U.S. troops in Iraq. Wolf Blitzer sits down with General Tony Franks, commander of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Candid talk about the war's successes, setbacks, and what comes next. Late edition, CNN tomorrow, noon Eastern.
And a warm welcome to viewers in the United States who join CNN's live coverage of the continuing war in Iraq after Saddam. And let me update you on the latest developments. We've been watching for the last 3 hours or so some extraordinary pictures, live pictures that came to us from Brent Sadler and his CNN crew as they went inside Tikrit. Sadler and his crew took small arms fire from Iraqis as they've moved through the Saddam Hussein's hometown after being told by a resident that the city is now safe. For the first couple of hours, it appeared Tikrit had indeed been abandoned by Iraqi fighters. Then suddenly gunfire.
Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay, we're okay. Under fire. That confirms our worst fears. If you're with us, are you with us, Anderson? Okay, we've just run a checkpoint. We have come under automatic machine gun fire. We've blown through the checkpoint. They tried to stop us. And our armed guard pulled his machine gun, his automatic machine gun, and opened fire to get us through there.
Saw then from that vehicle just ahead of where the camera was, at least one of the cars got its rear windows shot out. Earlier, a local resident had told the CNN team that coalition forces were negotiating with tribal leaders for the peaceful handover of the city, and that paramilitaries had abandoned the city. Now, we don't know whether it was the paramilitaries or armed Iraqi civilians who fired at the CNN crew. Obviously, in the fog of the moment, that is pretty much impossible to determine. Iraqi religious and civic leaders have given US Marines administrative control of the central city of Kut. It follows days of negotiations. We're told the Marines will serve as the temporary administrators, and that will allow locals to perform many governmental functions as possible. The Marines say they were welcomed like liberators, their words, when they rolled into Kut on Saturday. In the Iraqi capital, let's catch up with events there where there have been explosions in the last few hours. Michael Holmes is standing by with more on the weekend developments and the latest. Michael, bring us up to date, please.
Hi, Richard. Yes, we have had a couple of explosions here. We've been hearing explosions for several days. Most of them are controlled demolitions of either munitions or bringing down, as we witnessed yesterday, Marines putting C4 on a giant sign of Saddam Hussein and blowing that and knocking it over. But just about 10-15 minutes ago, I suppose, over in that direction, sort of west Baghdad, right near Saddam Hussein's main palace, there was an enormous explosion. Obviously a bomb, I would say, dropped from an aircraft. It was too big an explosion to be anything else. And an enormous plume of smoke rising, still rising over there now. It was followed by a second explosion. What the target is, we don't know, but it's certainly near the compound of Saddam Hussein's palace. There has been continuing activity in Baghdad, certainly nothing as dramatic as Brent Sadler's just endured, but there has been firefights here. Last evening there was a pretty fierce firefight which erupted not 200 meters from where I stand now. Two Iraqis with AK-47s opened fire, and the Marines, in their parlance, lit them up, is how the Marines put it, unleashing 50 caliber machine guns, M16s, a couple of mortars I thought I heard go off as well. It was a fairly dramatic 20 minutes or so. And just yesterday we were on a bridge about 2 miles from here filming at a checkpoint, and there was small arms fire, and then two longbow attack helicopters came in firing rockets and heavy machine gun fire along the banks of the Tigris at the source of that small arms fire. So there are still pockets of resistance very much in Baghdad. A colleague I was talking to earlier came under fire from Iraqi irregulars yesterday in the suburbs of Baghdad. Still not a secure place, although the Marines have obviously taken a large portion of the city, have it under control. The looting has died down markedly. There's far less of it. But there's still a lot of anger that it was allowed to continue as long as it was. The Marines saying they're not a police force, they can't be pulled away from their combat duties, as it were, to be policemen, but Iraqis saying, well, that's your job once you come into the city and law and order breaks down. That's not yet been resolved, but I can tell you that US command here in Baghdad are talking to senior retired police officials and still active police officials to try to get a local police force up and running so that a lot of those checkpoints can be manned by Iraqis. Also today, and it should be underway by now, there's a meeting of the Iraqi constitutional monarchy movement and exile movement who are pulling together leaders from various areas, police, civil engineers, doctors, teachers, lawyers, to try to get some semblance of a civic authority back underway here. The big problem is getting people to go to work. They're frightened to. Many were told that they would be killed by the Americans, and so they haven't gone to work for fear of that. And others because of the looting. They don't want to leave their own homes for fear of what they might come back to or not come back to, as the case may be. But as I say, the looting is dying down somewhat, but there's still a lot of tension here, despite the square behind me where Saddam Hussein's statue toppled the other day and has been deserted for a couple of days. There's a traffic jam there now, so some semblance of normality, almost a bizarre semblance, if you like, given the still continuing pockets of resistance, Richard.
Michael Holmes in Baghdad, back with you in a moment or two. I want to focus, if we may, for the next couple of minutes on the events that we've been seeing in Tikrit, where our CNN's Brent Sadler came under fire along with the CNN convoy. All CNN personnel are safe, although the vehicle was damaged in the small arms and machine gun fire that was leveled against it. Colonel Mike Turner is with us to give us some analysis on what Michael Holmes was also talking about, Colonel Turner, this idea of the irregulars. The coalition forces may have predominant control, but the continuing ability of irregulars and guerrilla warfare to cause mayhem.
Absolutely. In fact, earlier tonight we were talking about the Marines have been trained in 3-block tactics. What that means is 1 block is humanitarian, 1 block is out-and-out warfare, and 1 block is this unconventional warfare. There's multiple levels on the battlefield right now. In 1 block we can be delivering humanitarian aid, and across town, maybe not even across town, maybe a half a mile away, we can be in a full firefight, conventional firefight. Obviously, what Brent just went through demonstrates the extraordinary danger of the situation. If, in fact, Tikrit falls, and if, in fact, this story proves to be true, that coalition forces and special operations forces have negotiated or are in the process of negotiating some sort of a settlement, if, in fact, that's possible, it still illustrates the fact that there will continue to be very significant militarily threatening forces moving in and around the landscape of Iraq, probably for days, weeks, and possibly months ahead. And this is why Central Command is so reluctant and cautious in suddenly declaring an end to the war. It's quite clear that there are still forces in Tikrit which will have to be dealt with one way or another. And despite the eerily calm approach for almost 2 hours in and around the city, into the center of the city, there are still forces clearly in Tikrit who are in control and who could potentially be hostile and quite dangerous.
Because, Mike, doesn't it show what we saw as Brent Sadler was going into Tikrit? I mean, there was just the one checkpoint where the guards asked them not to film them, but otherwise there was no indication that there would suddenly be an outburst of firing in this manner. And this is something that obviously our correspondents, but certainly the Iraqi people have to be vigilant about constantly.
Absolutely, and up to the incident, leading up to the incident, Brent was very careful, and his team was very careful to question at length several of the motorists and civilians that were moving in and out of Tikrit freely, and they seemed to be under no sense of duress or urgency, and that went on for quite some time before Brent ventured his way into the city. It illustrates why the coalition forces are trained in this manner and are so cautious and so deliberate in their approach to these kinds of centers of possible hostile forces, and will continue to be so. It can, and we mentioned this to Brent several times, he was very aware of it leading into this, that moving as he was, that the situation could go from completely passive and benign to extremely dangerous and hostile in literally the blink of an eye, and that's just about how long it took, because he passed that same checkpoint. I'm saying we, because we were all right there with him. He passed that checkpoint going in and was simply waved on, and when he passed it going back out again, was fired upon, and they simply had to, and then was chased by hostile vehicles, and they simply had to outrun them, and they eventually gave up the chase, but there were shots fired again. So it can elevate very quickly, and all the Marines in country are very, very aware of how dangerous this is, and you just can't let your guard down, and it's a very dangerous situation.
The pictures that we're looking at now, Mike, they are of, putting it bluntly, abandoned Iraqi military hardware, APCs, aged tanks, all put into defensive positions, and seemingly abandoned relatively recently. This suggests that although we've got irregulars that are fighting a battle or a guerrilla-type battle in Tikrit, there is no sustained military battle likely for Tikrit. Or am I being a bit previous?
No, I think that's reasonable. I don't know that U.S. Central Command would think it's reasonable, but I think it's reasonable. I think a number of people who have watched this would surmise, based on, if nothing else, on the way the battle for Baghdad didn't go, over the last week to week and a half, that it's very reasonable to assume that a sustained conventional resistance in Tikrit is probably unlikely. I think that's reasonable. It was interesting, the juxtaposition of the two bases. First, they went into the largely abandoned base that had a number of berms and revetments built up, but with outdated hardware in those berms, almost as a ruse or a decoy. And then we moved further along into the Republican Guard base, which was far more modern and well-equipped, but stripped of all military equipment. It clearly had moved out at some time prior to that. Interesting, and that they would be positioned like that in and around the city, and there was obviously some destruction in both bases, probably from weeks earlier. But every indication as Brent moved into the city it was dangerous. He was aware of the danger, but every indication was that it was probably a reasonable gamble to do what he did as he moved into the city. And fortunately, it looks like the entire crew was able to get away unharmed.
Did you see anything in the hardware that we are now looking at, Mike, that would lead you to assume this rump of the Republican Guard or the regular troops would have caused the coalition any disturbance or any distress? I mean, it looks, putting it bluntly, aged, out-of-date equipment. Would this have caused concern?
Yeah, I think it would. It was interesting, the relative lack of damage in the first base that had the older equipment on it would suggest, and this is just supposition on my part, that either special forces or imagery or some sort of intelligence had indicated that in fact this was not a serious threat. The fact that the Republican Guard base was empty would suggest that those forces which would be a threat had moved elsewhere to engage elsewhere in the battle. And so nothing I saw at all in and around the city that Brent was looking at would pose any significant threat whatsoever to coalition forces.
A simple question: why does Tikrit matter at this point?
Well, the war is being fought on a number of different levels. As we moved into Baghdad, for example, there was a need to communicate to the civilian population, and they were reluctant to act liberated for quite some time. And so we needed to cross a psychological threshold with the civilian population until they were convinced that that there was no gun behind their head anymore. They were not going to let their guard down and begin to accept liberation troops. At the same time, we needed to cause the defending forces to cross over a psychological barrier to recognize that the threat in front of them was greater than the threat behind them. Well, Tikrit is a huge icon for the Saddam Hussein's regime. And for Tikrit to fall, I mean, his birthplace, his ancestral heritage, for that to come under coalition control is certainly a symbolic Rubicon that we would cross at that point that would clearly begin to signal the closing phases of the most violent and most conventional aspects of the war, and we would probably move down then into much more sporadic but nevertheless very dangerous operations all around the Iraqi theater of operations as the larger operations began to wind down.
Now, we'll turn back to Tikrit in a moment or two, but let's just get your assessment, if we can, please, Mike, on what Michael Holmes has just been telling us from Baghdad, that the level of looting has considerably subsided. Now, the cynics might argue, well, there's nothing left to loot, but from a military point of view, do you believe that the coalition has decided it's time to get the bit between the teeth and really, enforce some form of law and order? This couldn't be allowed to continue.
Well, it certainly may be that. It may also be an element of, once the civilian population has vented, remember they've just been freed of a 30-year-old regime that was very repressive. Once the civilian population has begun to feel that they've been liberated and has vented that extreme emotion, and they're convinced that yes, the water will come back on, the lights will come back on, food will be delivered, there will be, I would think, by any large urban population, a desire to return to some semblance of normalcy. And as you begin to see today, the beginning signs that the civilian population itself is tiring of it with armed guards and militias that are being established among the civilian population to stop this kind of looting, that they are beginning to come under control themselves, and that eases the problem for the coalition forces. So it's probably a combination of all of those things as they begin to drop into some level of normalcy, and that will get better as the 4th Infantry Division troops begin to move north and add to the coalition firepower in the city.
And staying with Baghdad, Mike, because Michael Holmes has just been telling us about the very large plume of smoke now over Baghdad. And if I read you, it's believed to have been caused by coalition airstrikes. I'm surprised, bearing in mind that you know, the coalition forces are there, that substantial airstrikes are still taking place. Help me understand.
There could be pockets of command and control that our intelligence sources indicate still exist and are still operating in and around Baghdad. We have seen instances of schools and various types of buildings that have been weapons caches. I saw in the earlier report they uncovered, I believe it was 50 martyrdom vests, human bomb vests that they uncovered, those kinds of things. As those are found, they'll be destroyed in place by ground forces. As our intelligence sources, remember the hunt for Saddam and the remnants of his regime are still on. So as those kinds of information, those elements of information become available, they'll begin to act on those and strike those. Again, precision-guided weapons, they're fairly careful and cautious about where and how they use those. There are any number of reasons that I could think of why they might continue to do that in ways that they felt and deemed were necessary to secure the safety of the downtown area. And again, as CENTCOM has said for quite some time, this war is still going on. It's still very violent. And even if the conventional battle is largely over with the fall of Tikrit in the days ahead, we're still just one level below that large conventional set-piece type of battle, which is still very dangerous and still very fluid, and will require these kinds of strikes, I think, probably for some time to come.
Colonel Mike Turner, helping us understand the fog of war and the current military position. Back with you again later, Mike. We thank you for that. Turning our attention further north again to Tikrit and the events of the last couple of hours, where our correspondent Brent Sadler came under fire after a very brief visit to Tikrit. It followed a 2-hour journey along the road to the city. Now, before we show you much of what Brent Sadler actually saw on that road from Mosul to Tikrit, the Pentagon has put out a statement on the firing on the CNN convoy. Let me just tell you, of course, the convoy was carrying our correspondent and his team, and they were unhurt, although one of the vehicles was damaged. And the Pentagon says it's still incredibly dangerous to be out there as a unilateral journalist. The reference there to unilateral journalist as opposed to embedded journalist, which of course are those journalists and correspondents that we had who were actually part of military brigades and battalions in the south of Iraq coming up from Kuwait. That was earlier in the war. But from the north, most of the journalists are unilateral. Brent Sadler is one of them. He and his team took the road from Mosul to Tikrit to see whether Saddam's stronghold still was under Saddam control.
Come behind an APC vehicle there, intact, in a dugout, by the road, one of a line of them, machine gun on turret, I believe. Yeah, machine gun on turret. Abandoned, walked away. They didn't even bother moving it. They just clearly ran away from it.
And that an APC?
Quite extraordinary.
That APC was not one that had been...
Yeah, we're going to come up to this one.
Go ahead.
What I'm going to do, Anderson, as we pull up to this vehicle, I'm going to keep my radio mic on, and I'm going to get out of my vehicle. So you won't be able to talk to me until I get back to the vehicle. Let me just get out of the vehicle. Look around, obviously, for any... Well, if you'd like to come with me. I'm going to go off my earpiece and go in front of the camera. You should still be able to hear me. So I'm leaving the vehicle now, our vehicle, and just going to take a look over here and see what I can find. What about that door? You didn't open that door? Quite remarkable. The gun is intact, in position. There's ammunition around the front here. The gun obviously in working order. Bullets in the breech. Let me climb up. Climb up. Extraordinary. The hatch is open. The machine gun obviously working. Bullets in the breech. The hatch open here. Let me just peek inside and see if there's anything in here. Just total abandonment. Total abandonment. Absolutely incredible. How long ago this was manned? It's obviously impossible to say. But really, this is quite remarkable revelations. It seems that Tikrit's armed forces, the so-called last stand, has simply gone away, where 3-4 miles, I guess, from the center of Tikrit, this would have been a well-defended position, dugouts, APCs, all the way along this area. No troops, they've gone. So I'm going to climb back in my vehicle now, Anderson. I hope you can still hear me. And I'm going to come back onto my earpiece, and in a second, you'll be able to talk to me. Let me just put the plug back in. Anderson, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Brent. This is just extraordinary. You mentioned this line. How many APCs can you see in the area? We just saw 2 that seem to be dug in, and as you said, they are intact. The bullets were in the machine gun, and yet completely abandoned. Are there just those 2, or do they extend onward?
No, they're all over the place. There are mounds. Every mound you see in front of us now, here's another one in the foreground. Look, there are mounds in the background. I think Tikrit's fallen without a single shot being fired on the ground here. Look at this. Look, frontline equipment dug in, nobody here. The back of that APC open, look, gone. They fled, and they fled in a hurry. Look at this. Carry on, Will. Look, there's more over there. This whole area is full of dugouts and abandoned, active, loaded vehicles with turret entrances and rear doors open in some cases. Here's another one coming up. These aren't
Brent,
just 1 or 2 spots. These are dug-in defenses.
Colonel Turner, I want to bring you in here for a second. I mean, a military who cares about what they are fighting for, if they're going to abandon their vehicles, they would at least blow them up, would they not?
If they had time. It depends on how fast they had to move. The signs here are that they had to move pretty fast, as Brent alluded to. Brent, I'm curious.
Brent Sadler's report there as he made his way from Mosul to Tikrit. And before we take a break, let me bring you some news coming to us from the Reuters news agency. It comes about events in Najaf where armed radical groups have reportedly surrounded the home of Iraq's top Shiite Muslim cleric. It's all taking place in Najaf at the moment. According to Reuters, armed thugs and hooligans have the house of Ayatollah Sistani under siege since yesterday, and they have told Ayatollah Sistani to leave Iraq in 48 hours or they would attack. Now, this continues the tribal and factional violence amongst the Shiite Muslims that we have been seeing over the past couple of days. The violence, of course, where we saw the killing of Jemaat for the orchestrating Thursday's killing of the senior cleric Abdul Majid El-Kawi, which of course happened in Najaf's holiest mosque. So we are seeing more, not yet violence, but certainly threatening behavior as one of Iraq's leading Muslim Shiite clerics has been told to leave. And we will continue our coverage with that story and others in a moment. You're watching CNN.
Last night, I watched my daughter sleeping, smelling of soap and tangle-free shampoo, and suddenly the responsibility of preparing that little human being for the world was overwhelming. I'm 36 and single, and I'm strong. That's why I'm here.
If you're searching for something to believe in, or your children to believe in, our hearts, our minds, and our doors are always open. The people of the United Methodist Church.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN takes you into the whole story.
But how much fighting still remains? And is Saddam himself dead or alive?
No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Davis appears to have a good lie.
Yeah, the grounds crew's done a great job.
Serious about your landscape? Choose Lawn Doctor for a rich, healthy lawn. Our patented turf tamer applies a custom blend of granular fertilizer and weed and insect controls. We also offer tree and shrub care to ensure your entire landscape looks its best. Keep your course green for less than a round of golf. Leave it to Lawn Doctor so you have time to work on other things.
I could go out tonight, but staying at home's a lot more fun since I tried LiveLink's chat line. LiveLinks turns meeting new people into an adventure. It's confidential, easy, and fast. I can meet someone new in only 5 minutes. Call the number on your screen and check out who's on now.
Try 30 minutes free. Call 1-800-956-2999.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back, I'm Richard Quest. Let's check the latest developments for you, and it has been an extraordinary morning with some amazing pictures. Tikrit, the last large city in Iraq that is not under coalition control. CNN's Brent Sadler, on the road to the city, went with a video phone for a first-hand look at Saddam Hussein's hometown. Now, for the first couple of hours on the outskirts of the town, the team saw no Iraqi forces, even inspecting abandoned military base littered with armoured vehicles, and as you can see, also seeing an enormous amount of abandoned military hardware. Through the gates of Tikrit they went, following a local teacher who had told Brent Sadler that the paramilitaries had left. The city was safe, so Brent Sadler decided to drive in and found anything but.
Tikrit, no fighting. Checkpoint. Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay, we're okay. Under fire. That confirms our worst fears. If you're with us, are you with us, Anderson? Okay, we've just run a checkpoint. We have come under automatic machine gun fire. We blew through the checkpoint. They tried to stop us.
Tikrit, the crew's bodyguard returned fire at the checkpoint, and the convoy then sped out of Tikrit. As that happened, the occupants of another car followed them out of the city and fired small arms fire pistols at them. Again, that was returned. So that was the situation in Tikrit, a situation that had gone from relative appearance of peace and security to absolute danger for the CNN team, and you'll be seeing more of that in the hours ahead. On the wider issues, CNN has learned that after days of negotiations, religious and civic leaders of Kut have handed over administrative control of the city to the US Marines. The Marines will serve as temporary administrators. The agreement allows locals to perform as many governmental functions as possible. Iraqis trained by US forces will patrol the city to counter any paramilitaries that try to attack US forces. And to Baghdad, where US forces are working with returning Iraqi police to try to restore order. Chaos and looting have engulfed the capital and other major cities since the collapse of the Iraqi regime. Now, citizens groups are stepping up to fill the security void, and a coalition call has gone out for former police officers to return to duty. The man who was Iraq's top contact with the UN weapons inspector is now in coalition custody. General Amir al-Sadi surrendered to US forces on Saturday, and the general surrendered, still insisting Iraq does not have weapons of mass destruction.
Yes, as Richard mentioned earlier there's been an awful lot of looting in recent days. Not so much now. It is dying down a little. There's been vigilante groups in the streets, armed Iraqis fighting off looters and even confiscating some of their booty and putting it in mosques for safekeeping and eventual return, they hope, to the rightful owner. This comes at a time when US Marines, their commanders, are meeting with Iraqi police leaders and even retired police chiefs to try to get some sense of a local law enforcement in place here in Baghdad. Nick Robertson looks into that.
In a chaotic hotel lobby, US Marines meet the first Iraqi police officer answering the call to show up for work. Ahmed Zaki Abdul Razak describes himself as the former director of public police, pledging now to work under US Marine supervision.
There will be police patrols that will be designated to different neighborhoods of Baghdad, either tomorrow or the day after.
With Marines still primarily engaged in running down remnants of the former regime and wholesale looting still endemic in the capital, the deal to work with their former enemy is a necessity.
The same thing happened in 1945 in Berlin when the Nazis fell. I mean, you still had people who knew how to run things, who were forced to join the party for employment, but that had the sincere interest of the people at heart. So those are the people we're looking forward to working with.
In some neighborhoods, residents have set up their own checkpoints. And even if they don't agree with the Marines' assessment of good-hearted policemen, the desperation for security is such they'll accept their old force back. The old police weren't good, he says, but having them is better than this chaos.
A self-destruct button right here.
Worse, possibly, than the chaos, the discovery of a distribution outlet for suicide bombers. 50 ready-made vests packed with explosives, carefully wrapped like so much clean laundry. Several dozen empty hangars and no indication where those suicide vests might be. In their effort to end the chaos, Iraqi engineers inspecting one of the capital's primary power plants figure they can soon get Baghdad's lights back on. What they need, they say, a way to tell the employees to come back to work, a bus to get them there, and security to convince them it's safe. In the city's hospitals, now crowded with civilian war wounded, the restoration of power would help overwhelmed doctors. Like the engineers, the lack of law and order is keeping many medics at home at a time when they are needed the most. And for all, whether doctor, policeman or engineer, the hard personal dilemma many will face in the coming weeks, whether they can work with the Americans and not consider themselves collaborators. Likely, the policemen returning to the streets with US Marine support will prove a litmus test for others, an early indication of how the new regime will fare. Nick Robertson, CNN, Baghdad.
Well, as Richard mentioned earlier, the Americans now have in custody someone that they've been negotiating with through the weapons inspections program, the chief Iraqi scientist. His name is General Amir Hammoudi al-Sadi, and he has now surrendered to U.S. authorities. He is in custody, and there is much that the Americans would like to hear from him. Chris Plant has a report.
Lieutenant General Amir al-Sadi, Saddam Hussein's chief science advisor, turned himself into U.S. forces outside his home in Baghdad on Saturday. After arranging his surrender before a German television network, he denied knowing anything about Iraq's potential weapons of mass destruction.
I was knowledgeable about those programs, the past programs, and I was telling the truth, always telling the truth, never told anything but the truth.
Al-Sadi said he spent the war in his cellar and contacted officials after he saw a TV report that said he was being sought. He's among the 55 most wanted Iraqis identified on U.S. military playing cards.
As Dr. Blix
a day after Secretary of State Colin Powell presented to the United Nations in February what he said was evidence of Iraqi noncompliance, al-Sadi held his own news conference and said it proved nothing.
That the purpose of the show that went on in inside the Security Council was mainly for home consumption, for the uninformed.
Al-Sadi could be a gold mine to intelligence agencies searching for a smoking gun.
Because I know about the programs, the past programs. Together with my colleagues, we have always been working together. And nobody interfered in this. Nobody told me what to say. Never.
Pentagon officials have insisted that once Saddam Hussein's regime was gone and they had taken into custody the men in charge of the weapons programs, that they would lead the coalition forces to the secret sites.
I think al-Sadi will change his tune. I am absolutely convinced he will. There will be a patient interaction with him by the coalition intelligence agencies to work in their ways.
If General al-Sadi continues to insist that Iraq, in fact, has no weapons of mass destruction, then it may take further breaks from other Iraqi officials not yet in custody to make the case that the coalition so desperately needs to make. Chris Plant, CNN, the Pentagon.
The United Nations is trying to define its role in a post-war Iraq. The Under-Secretary General says anything beyond humanitarian aid will require a mandate from the Security Council.
Sort of parsing these adjectives at the moment, vital and central and so on. The fact is that as far as the Secretary General is concerned, he knows we will play the humanitarian role we need to play because we have a basic mandate to do that, whether it's supplying food, water, looking after refugees, protecting children, all of that will go on anyway. But anything beyond that requires a mandate from the Security Council. And what's essential for us and for the Secretary General, therefore, is to see what the Security Council members can agree upon. It's not going to be enough for the coalition to simply make a suggestion to us as to what we should or should not do. They're going to have to persuade the other members of the Security Council, and accordingly, we would be prepared to act.
Experts say that rebuilding Iraq, once hostilities end, will take a large amount of cash, and representatives of the G7 nations are meeting in Washington to discuss reconstruction. Our financial correspondent Tim O'Brien has that story.
As demonstrators gathered in Washington to protest the war in Iraq, finance ministers from the G7 countries and Russia were already charting Iraq's post-war reconstruction. They agreed the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the UN must be actively involved if Iraq is to recover.
And recover not just from the 25 days of conflict, but from the 25 years of misrule and economic mismanagement.
Discussions were said to be cordial, reflecting none of the divisions that preceded the war. U.S. Treasury Secretary John Snow, who hosted the meetings, said more than a dozen Treasury officials are in the region. Some are in Iraq itself, trying to assess the state of the Iraqi economy, which has been largely concealed from the international community during Saddam's 24-year reign.
We have no idea of what sort of economic information the government of Iraq has been keeping. We have no idea of what we're going to find in terms of records, in terms of archives, in terms of economic information.
Administration officials believe that Saddam, his family, and cronies enriched themselves at the expense of the Iraqi people, demanding kickbacks from foreign firms doing business in the country, imposing surcharges on the UN's oil for food program.
Treasury officials say more than $1 billion in such assets have been found just since the start of the war, assets that could now be used to help rebuild Iraq.
The finance ministers endorsed a call by the United States to consider forgiving at least some of Iraq's massive foreign debt built up during Saddam's rule.
Recognizing that the Iraqi people cannot and should not bear the burden of those current very large debt levels.
Much of that debt is owed to Russia, France, and Germany, who opposed the war and whose leaders also gathered today in a hastily arranged summit in St. Petersburg. Russia's Vladimir Putin said he was open to the idea of forgiving Iraqi debt, including some $8 billion owed his own country. Tim O'Brien, CNN Financial News, Washington.
Let's take a moment to consider what the newspapers around the world have been saying. And of course, we find both criticism and cautionary words for the coalition. The New York Times says that the Bush administration may be tempted to unleash American forces against the next fire-snorting dragon, but it is especially important now to show that the US has the confidence and wisdom to sheath its sword until it is really needed. Saudi Arabia's Arab News writes, how many jihads in how many secret cells in how many nations across the Arab world are saying the same thing today about the Americans and the British, that the war may be over, but the conflict has just begun. And, excuse me, to the Daily Star of Bangladesh, where we read, the war itself did not have the sanction of the UN behind it. Whatever follows cannot escape the scrutiny of standard international norm and practice. The world's morning papers. And stay with CNN. We will have more coverage on Iraq after Saddam in just a moment.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
CNN This Weekend. Christiane Amanpour and Nick Robertson, live from Baghdad. Plus, CNN brings you the latest stories throughout Iraq and the region. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
CNN Monday. Dan Rather, live from Baghdad for the hour and taking your calls. Dan Rather in Baghdad on Larry King Live. CNN Monday, 9 Eastern.
You've got good taste. You've got CNA. Presentation is everything. 4 great food shows, 4 great places for easy ideas and zesty meals.
This would go great with anything.
It all begins with Christina Cooks at 4. Then Flavors of America at 4:30. The Fret's Kitchen at 5. And Let's Cook with Paul Dillon at 5:30.
Absolutely great.
Expect more flavor. For TV that tastes great, watch CN8. Sponsored by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. World-class care in a heartbeat.
Music, dance, great entertainment. There's always something new at the Kimmel Center. Edward Villela's Miami City Ballet lights up the Academy of Music on April 26th and 27th, performing the Philadelphia premiere of George Balanchine's timeless Jewels trilogy. You'll experience dancing as brilliant as the gems they're named after. For tickets, call 215-893-1999 or visit kimmelcenter.org.
Discover something new at the Kimmel Center. The arts. Come be inspired.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. Let's recap for you the latest developments in Iraq.
Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay. We're okay. Under fire.
Extraordinary live pictures from our correspondent Brent Sadler and his CNN crew. who came under fire while they were leaving the northern city of Tikrit. Earlier, our crew found what appeared to be an abandoned military base on the outskirts of Tikrit. They were then escorted into the city by a local teacher. Residents had claimed Saddam was, in their words, finished, and Tikrit was safe. However, it's clear that soldiers loyal to Saddam Hussein remain in charge, whether they be irregulars, as they are known. CNN has also learned, after days of negotiations, religious and civic leaders of Kut have handed over administrative control of the city to the US Marines. The US Marines will serve as temporary administrators. Iraqis trained by US forces will patrol the city to counter any paramilitaries. And Reuters news agency is reporting armed radical groups in Najaf have surrounded the home of Iraq's top Shiite Muslim cleric, giving him 48 hours to leave the country. Now to some other news from around the world this Sunday, and some breaking news or events to bring to you from Jerusalem. It's reported the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has said in an interview published this morning that he would be willing to remove Jewish settlements for peace with the Palestinians. Now, this comes from the Haaretz newspaper, where Mr. Sharon said, our whole history is bound up with places like Bethlehem, Shiloh, Beit El. I know we will have to part with some of these places. So what some perhaps on the right will see as a concession, maybe an undesirable concession, happening in Israel from the Prime Minister, and we'll obviously follow that story in the hours ahead. Other news to bring you, and several countries in Asia are expanding efforts to contain the flu-like virus that's become known as SARS. Its full title is Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. The move comes as the Associated Press now says another 9 fatalities have taken the worldwide death toll to at least 125. So these are the latest developments for you on SARS. Authorities in Singapore are issuing electronic wrist tags to track the whereabouts of around 558 people who are under quarantine. The tags sound an alarm and alert if a person leaves home or breaks the tag. In Canada, officials say a laboratory in British Columbia became the first to complete a genetic sequencing of the virus, the symptoms of whom include shortness of breath, fever, coughing, and body aches. And in China, widely regarded as being where the outbreak started, 2 more people died, and that takes China's total death toll from SARS to 60. It was among 10 cases that were reported in Inner Mongolia. A major trade fair in the southern provincial capital, Guangzhou, says foreign buyers are cancelling because of the disease. A short while ago, to get some analysis and perspective on this, I spoke to Dr. John Nichols, who is with the Department of Pathology at the University of Hong Kong, and he told us more about the virus and its treatment.
What I can say is that at the hospitals where I'm working, is that we have all been using a treatment protocol using the steroids and the antiviral drug ribavirin. And that seems to be doing quite well. Most patients are surviving, and only about 10% of them will require the ventilator support or the intensive care. The problem has been that this virus has really caught us unaware, and so we haven't had a chance to carry out proper randomized controlled trials to see the efficacy of these treatments. But certainly what we're using so far seems to be working.
Why has it proved so difficult to treat and or eradicate? Is there something different, special, unique that you haven't come across with SARS?
It's interesting is that when we first found the virus about 3 or so weeks ago, initially we were really quite happy. We thought it's a coronavirus and it'd be easy to treat. But over the past 3 weeks, it's been shown, and we've found that basically this virus is far more resistant to what we would like to expect. And so it's been far more difficult to get rid of it. And as a result, the patients who we thought should be getting better, is that there've been more and more patients coming down with the disease, and finding that the virus is now present in the feces has been an added complication, because normally coronaviruses, if they were in the humans, should not be present in the feces. But now we're finding it there, has meant that we've had to change some of the procedures which we've used in the web to try and avoid the transmission from person to person.
Now, let's be clear about this. The transmission of SARS is by air, by touch, by being in the presence of. What is the most common form of transmission? Simply being in the same room, sitting next to you?
I don't think so. Certainly within the hospital setting in which we've been working, it's been the people who've been in close contact. And the first few cases were with patients in whom the doctors were using a machine called a nebulizer. And so there was all this spray which was going around the ward, and in this spray was the viral particles. So the ordinary person, close contact, seems to be not that much effective, but certainly it is the droplet transmission which has accounted for most of the transmission within the hospitals. Then when we had this outbreak in the Amoy Gardens a few weeks ago, this has now looks like being due to transmission in the sewerage. And so this was an added route of transmission which people weren't really expecting. And it's just meant that we have to change some of the methods and the sanitary procedures which we had previously been using.
And a final thought, is this a virus that we are probably just going to have to live with? We won't eradicate it, it will just become another on the list of things to be wary about.
This is a very difficult question, and it is the $64,000 question which we're spending day and night trying to research. A few weeks ago, we might have said, okay, this is going to be a nice, simple virus. But now we're finding that it's far more complex than we originally thought it was. And I think it's probably going to be with us right now for a longer period of time than we had expected. We thought maybe with a change in the weather, such as the ordinary cold viruses, that it would disappear. But I have a feeling that it's probably going to be around a bit longer, and certainly for maybe a few months, maybe even just become part of the environment. And so we're going to have to develop additional methods to try and combat it.
John Nichols in Hong Kong, thank you. And now we're talking about the SARS virus. John Nichols with the Department of Pathology at the University of Hong Kong. Now let's return to matters in Iraq, a country that is, of course, far more than the regime of Saddam Hussein. The Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and the Euphrates is a cradle of civilization, home to some of the oldest and most treasured artifacts in the world. But as our Beth Nissen reports, they too fell victim to the war.
The museum was home to a priceless treasury of some of the world's most ancient art and artifacts. Was home. After 2 days of looting, the great halls have been pillaged of everything except the heaviest stone works and columns. Display cases that held examples of ancient Babylonian artistry are empty. On the floors, the broken shards of Assyrian and Sumerian pottery that had survived intact for thousands of years until this week. Museum curators and guards said they were powerless to stop the crowds of looters who carried away treasures in carts and wheelbarrows. This is the property of this nation, the treasure of 7,000 years of civilization, said this museum employee. What does this country think it is doing? It will be difficult to determine the full listing of what has been stolen from the museum's collections. Museum offices and records were also trashed. According to the museum's deputy director, looters took at least 170,000 ancient artifacts worth billions of dollars. Many were items like these, seen in a recent traveling exhibit of treasures from the royal tombs of Ur, majestic bas-reliefs, elegant carvings, exquisite jewelry, works in semi-precious stones, and works wrought in gold. Also among the museum's holdings, thousands of inscribed clay tablets, including those containing Hammurabi's Code, one of the earliest codes of law. The Iraq Museum in Baghdad only reopened 6 months ago. It was closed at the beginning of the Gulf War in 1991. There were reports that museum officials recently removed antiquities from their display cases and placed them in storage vaults. But museum workers said looters had smashed the vaults or been let into them and had cleared the vaults too. Archaeologists worldwide were stunned by the destruction. John Russell of the Massachusetts College of Art saw scenes of the devastated museum for the first time as he was doing a live interview with CNN.
It may be that some of the most unique or rare objects never went back on display. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at pictures of things I can't believe here.
International dismay at the looting quickly gave way to anger. Before the war, concerned art historians and archaeologists met with officials at the State Department and the Pentagon and were promised that the museum would be protected by the U.S. military. It was not. And in a matter of hours, the priceless remnants of thousands of years of human civilization disappeared. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
Now, just ahead, another 60 minutes of coverage when we will hopefully be checking in with Brent Sadler. Now back on the road up to Mosul after the extraordinary events of the last couple of hours. We'll be checking in with Brent to find out exactly what the current position is and, of course, the health and safety of our team on that journey. But that's our report for this hour. I'm Richard Quest in London. Michael Holmes is in Baghdad. Hala Garani will be with us all on the other side of this break. Around the world, around the clock. This is CNN.
Three people are staying at the same three-star hotel in identical rooms. But one of them is paying 40% less. Can you guess who? Now Priceline has the guaranteed best prices at top-of-the-line hotels. You choose the price, neighborhood, and a 2-, 3-, or 4-star hotel, and they'll find it. You'll save up to 40% off Expedia and Travelocity. Top of the line, guaranteed best price. Priceline Hotel.
Miles O'Brien takes you inside the war in Iraq.
A zone of control around Baghdad.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping, to sharing videos, downloading music, to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
Don't miss Kenny Chesney, one of today's hottest country stars.
She's a big star.
Kenny Chesney in concert. No shoes, no shirt, no problems. Premiering on in-demand pay-per-view Saturday, April 19th.
Hey everybody, I'm Kenny Chesney. Catch us live on In Demand.
See Kenny Chesney in this special taped concert April 19th on Comcast.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Miles O'Brien takes you inside the war in Iraq.
A zone of control around Baghdad.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
This is CNN.
Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay, we're okay.
Unwelcome in Tikrit, a CNN crew comes under fire as they move through Saddam's hometown. And resistance and explosions in Baghdad. We'll give you the full story from the Iraqi capital. Hello and welcome to CNN's coverage of the war on Iraq. We welcome our viewers in the United States. I'm Hala Garani in London.
And I'm Michael Holmes in Baghdad. I'll be bringing you an update on a very important meeting that took place here this day. Also, more bombing in Baghdad and a firefight last evening. There is much more to tell from this city as the war continues in pockets.
All right, we'll catch up with Michael shortly. Now the latest developments a little more than an hour ago. As we were watching live, our correspondent Brent Sadler and his CNN crew came under Iraqi fire while driving through Saddam Hussein's hometown of Tikrit.
But Tikrit, no coalition forces. Tikrit, no fighting. Checkpoint. Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay, we're okay.
Well, before the CNN crew came under fire, they had been told by a resident of Tikrit that the city was now safe and that paramilitaries had left. Indeed, for a good 2 hours or more, we were watching live pictures taken by our crew that appeared to show much of the city's outskirts to be deserted, including a military base littered with abandoned armored vehicles. Obviously, given what the CNN crew experienced, Tikrit is far from safe. They did end up coming under fire. We understand Brent Sadler and crew are uninjured, thankfully, and they're safely out of that city. At least one of the several vehicles in their caravan was hit, though.
This means finished.
Meantime, Iraqi religious and civic leaders have given U.S. Marines administrative control of the central city of Kut. This following days of negotiations, we're told the Marines will serve as the temporary administrators, allowing locals to perform as many governmental functions as possible. The Marines say they were, quote, welcomed like liberators, unquote, when they rolled into Kut on Saturday. Civil order is said to be slowly starting to return to Baghdad, with citizen groups stepping in to fill the security void. U.S. troops are also getting help from returning Iraqi police officers and setting up patrols to try to rein in the lawlessness gripping the Iraqi capital in the last several days. The city, thought to be the last stronghold for forces loyal to Saddam Hussein, appears to be just that. CNN's Brent Sadler and his news crew entered Tikrit, as we mentioned at the top of this hour, the ancestral home of Saddam Hussein in northern Iraq a short time ago. They came under fire, but they escaped the city. Earlier, he came upon abandoned Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles on the approach to the city.
Come behind an APC vehicle there, intact, in a dugout, by the road, one of a line of them. Machine gun on turret, I believe. Yeah, machine gun on turret. Abandoned, walked away. They didn't even bother moving it. They just clearly ran away from it.
And that an APC?
Quite extraordinary.
That APC was not one that had been...
Yeah, we're going to come up to this one.
Go ahead.
What I'm going to do, Anderson, as we pull up to this vehicle, I'm going to keep my radio mic on, and I'm going to get out of my vehicle, so you won't be able to talk to me until I get back to the vehicle. Let me just get out of the vehicle, look around, obviously, for any... Well, if you'd like to come with me, I'm going to go off my earpiece and go in front of the camera. You should still be able to hear me. So I'm leaving the vehicle now, our vehicle, and just going to take a look over here and see what I can find. What about that door? You think we can open that door? Quite remarkable. The gun is intact, in position. There's ammunition around the front here. The gun obviously in working order. Bullets in the breech. Let me climb up. Climb up. Extraordinary. The hatch is open. The machine gun obviously working. Bullets in the breech. The hatch open here. Let me just peek inside and see if there's anything in here. Just total abandonment. Total abandonment. Absolutely incredible. How long ago this was manned? It's obviously impossible to say. But really, this is quite remarkable revelations. It seems that Tikrit's armed forces, the so-called last stand, has simply gone away. We're 3-4 miles, I guess, from the center of Tikrit. This would have been a well-defended position, dugouts, APCs, all the way along this area. No troops, they've gone. So I'm going to climb back in my vehicle now, Anderson. I hope you can still hear me. And I'm going to come back onto my earpiece. And in a second, you'll be able to talk to me. Let me just put the plug back in. Anderson, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Brent. This is just extraordinary. You mentioned this line. How many APCs can you see in the area? We just saw 2 that seem to be dug in, and as you said, they are intact. The bullets were in the machine gun, and yet completely abandoned. Are there just those 2, or do they extend onward?
No, they're all over the place. There are mounds. Every mound you see in front of us now, here's another one in the foreground. Look, there are mounds in the background. I think Tikrit's fallen without a single shot being fired on the ground here. Look at this. Look, frontline equipment dug in, nobody here. The back of that APC open, look, gone. They fled, and they fled in a hurry. Look at this. Carry on, Will. Look, there's more over there. This whole area is full of dugouts and abandoned, active, loaded vehicles with turret entrances and rear doors open in some cases. Here's another one coming up. These aren't
Brent,
just 1 or 2 spots. These are dug-in defenses.
And that was Brent Sadler taking us through a tour of Tikrit, the hometown of Saddam Hussein, where his crew and himself entered the city, but ended up coming under fire at a checkpoint. The crew is now safely out of the city of Tikrit. And that was Brent Sadler talking to Anderson Cooper just a bit earlier. To Baghdad now, Michael Holmes is in the Iraqi capital to update us on the current situation. Michael.
Paula, thanks very much. Yes, there have been quite a few developments today. The first we should tell you about is a meeting that has taken place, something that coalition forces have long wanted to see. This was a meeting of senior civil servants, civil engineers, doctors, lawyers, teachers, other professionals. They met and tried to discuss how to get the civil authority in Baghdad back on its feet, in particular how to get people back to work. We heard Mohammed Mohsen al-Zubaydi, he's an exiled opposition leader, address the crowd. He urged policemen to return to work. He told electricians to go back to the power station and get it running. This is still a city without electricity, and asked the people to, in his words, work together to rebuild Baghdad. That's something that the U.S. Marines have been telling us for some days as the looting has continued, that they want Iraqi police to return to their posts and take over some of the duties that Marines are having to find themselves doing. Also some activity here in Baghdad not a couple of hours ago. A massive explosion just to the west of Baghdad. A huge plume of smoke coming up after what appeared to be a bomb dropped from a coalition aircraft. The target we're unsure of. It is in the general area of one of Saddam Hussein's major palaces. Certainly a large explosion, only, excuse me, a mile or 2 from where we are now. Also last evening, and that was merely a couple of 100 meters from where we are now, an example of how this city is not yet fully secure. We're told by Marines that 2 men with AK-47s opened up on US Marine positions here, and the Marines responded, and they responded, excuse me again, with great force. We listened as 50 caliber machine gun bullets raked across the area nearby here. We heard the sound of mortars, M16s, as Marines rushed to the area and basically, in the words of one Marine, lit the area up. It went on for about 20 minutes or so. And again, an example that this is not a city that is yet secure. And we've seen several examples of similar things taking place around the city. We watched as 2 longbow attack helicopters raked the banks of the Tigris yesterday with rockets and machine gun fire. Now, in the meantime, this meeting, going back to that, the idea that people get back to work, that particularly police officers get back, emergency medical technicians and the like. Nick Robertson has been following this story. Here's his report.
In a chaotic hotel lobby, US Marines meet the first Iraqi police officer answering the call to show up for work. Ahmed Zaki Abdul Razak describes himself as the former director of public police, pledging now to work under U.S. Marine supervision.
There will be police patrols that will be designated to different neighborhoods of Baghdad, either tomorrow or the day after.
With Marines still primarily engaged in running down remnants of the former regime and wholesale looting still endemic in the capital, the deal to work with their former enemy is a necessity.
The same thing happened in 1945 in Berlin when the Nazis fell. I mean, you still had people who knew how to run things, who were forced to join the party for employment, but that had the sincere interest of the people at heart. So those are the people we're looking forward to working with.
In some neighborhoods, residents have set up their own checkpoints. And even if they don't agree with the Marines' assessment of good-hearted policemen, the desperation for security is such they'll accept their old force back. The old police weren't good, he says, but having them is better than this chaos.
A self-destruct button right here.
Worse, possibly, than the chaos, the discovery of a distribution outlet for suicide bombers. 50 ready-made vests packed with explosives, carefully wrapped like so much clean laundry. Several dozen empty hangars and no indication where those suicide vests might be. In their effort to end the chaos, Iraqi engineers inspecting one of the capital's primary power plants figure they can soon get Baghdad's lights back on. What they need, they say, a way to tell the employees to come back to work, a bus to get them there, and security to convince them it's safe. In the city's hospitals, now crowded with civilian war wounded, the restoration of power would help overwhelmed doctors. Like the engineers, the lack of law and order is keeping many medics at home at a time when they are needed the most. And for all, whether doctor, policeman or engineer, the hard personal dilemma many will face in the coming weeks, whether they can work with the Americans and not consider themselves collaborators. Likely, the policemen returning to the streets with US Marine support will prove a litmus test for others, an early indication of how the new regime will fare. Nick Robertson, CNN, Baghdad.
And from conversations with ordinary Iraqis around this city, what they tell me is this, that they would like to go back to work, that they need to go back to work, but the looting has been stopping them. They're worried about leaving their own homes. There have been armed vigilante groups trying to stop the looters because the Marines generally have not. And these people are saying that they don't want to leave their homes because if they went to work, they don't know what they'd come back to. Ruler Amin takes a look at the looters, the vigilantes, and the current situation.
They looted almost everything: ministries, banks, government buildings, hospitals, and even the Iraqi museum, spreading fear and panic among residents of Baghdad.
In Al-Qarada neighborhood in Baghdad, residents decided to take matters into their own hands. They erected barricades, carried guns, and stopped the looters from coming into their own neighborhoods. And then they went even one step further.
This retired soldier, along with other neighbors, started stopping the looters and confiscating their spoils, like this public bus that was loaded with goodies. Everything is being stored here: medicine and medical equipment, cigarettes, tires, furniture, and loot from the home of Saddam Hussein's personal secretary, Abed Lahmoud. We are sure, the guard here says, the looters told us that's where they got it from. He used the best perfumes. The guard here tells me, you need dollars to get this, and they were the only ones who had it while we were starving. On the door, a note that was sent to the highest religious authority for Iraqi Shiites, asking if looting was okay. The answer came, no way. So people started bringing stuff back to this mosque, from chandeliers to bathroom sinks, and everything has to be registered. No one is to touch it. It will be returned to the new authority in Iraq. But there is none yet, and these Iraqis are trying to figure out how to bring law and order back to Iraq. The Americans can't do it, says this old man. They just don't know how things work here. Yesterday, the Marines came and took our guns away, says one Qarada resident. We tried to explain to them we needed the guns to stop the looters, but they had their guns pointed at us, and our pleas fell on muffed ears. On the streets, there is anger and frustration. Many don't understand why the U.S. Marines won't stop the looters. They're always there watching, but won't do anything about it, says this store owner. They're encouraging the looters. Everyone is fed up. They removed Saddam Hussein, but what is the result? The U.S. Marines say, for now, their priority is to protect the power and water plants and the UN headquarters, but they can't do much more. It really hurts me to see my whole country being looted, says this Iraqi, his pain shared by many here. Rula Amin, CNN, Baghdad.
And it is very difficult to tell why, but the looting has subsided. It could be because of those vigilantes. It could be because the mood is settling somewhat here from the exuberance of the first few days. It could also be that there is very little left to loot. Hala?
All right, Michael. Well, the situation in Iraq's third largest city is much the same as in the capital, even though, as you just said, Michael, the looting has subsided. In Mosul, U.S. forces have had more success in toppling Saddam's government than in reining in the anarchy that followed. Ben Wiedemann has the story from Mosul.
Child looters make off with their prize, blankets and toilet paper from a Mosul hotel. The plunder has tapered off here, the population wondering who is in control.
What is it? You can't see anybody protecting the city? You can't see?
Residents of this predominantly Sunni Arab city have taken matters into their own hands, standing guard over homes and neighborhoods. A few key squares and intersections are patrolled by Kurdish fighters and a very modest contingent of American troops. The Kurds, however, are the object of deep mistrust among Mosul's Arabs. Where the Americans see a vital partner in the war against Saddam, the Arabs see an ancient foe suddenly in a position to settle old scores. The few Americans in evidence, objects of curiosity and resentment. Since the Americans came, all they've done is drive through the streets, says this man. They've done nothing to stop the looting. For some American troops, the task at hand appears daunting.
We're doing as much as we can get it done. Rome wasn't built in a day, you know.
Destroyed in a day of anarchy, however, was much of Mosul's civil structure. The new order, to the extent that one even exists yet, is hardly celebrated.
There's scant evidence of euphoria here. Mosul's self-styled liberators have hardly settled in, and they're already being seen as unwanted occupiers.
Mosul's Arabs are bitter.
This is chaos. Actually, this is a very terrible situation here.
A few in Mosul still savor the novelty of unbridled anarchic freedom, the thrill of hacking away at yesterday's tyrant. But for others, peering through the heat and smoke of their battered city, Saddam doesn't look so bad. Brutal though he was, they say, at least he kept the peace. Ben Wiedemann, CNN, Mosul, northern Iraq.
Well, the International Committee of the Red Cross is demanding that coalition forces act to protect hospitals and restore water and electricity in Iraq. They say the chaos is threatening aid efforts.
The looting is still going on, and as far as my colleague has just told me half an hour ago, the situation is still as chaotic. It is very, very difficult. He himself has just witnessed one boy almost bleeding to death in front of a surgeon who is saying that he has absolutely no surgical equipment to treat the boy. So the situation is still very, very bad. Is the coalition forces are the only forces present on the ground right now, so it is really up to them to impose protection to the basic infrastructure. It's part of their obligation to ensure that the civilian population has access to at least the bare necessities, and water, electricity and medical treatment is the bare necessity.
Well, U.S. forces are now guarding one of Baghdad's major hospitals and a water plant as well. Coming up, we'll have more coverage on the events in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein. And anti-war demonstrators turn out in the U.S. Capitol as central bank chiefs and finance ministers from the world's richest countries meet to discuss the rebuilding of Iraq. Stay with us.
Discover the value.
Coral calcium, only $7.50. Discover the selection. Glucosamine chondroitin, only $7.35.
Discover the quality.
Natural vitamin E, only $2.95.
Discover the convenience.
Natural vitamin C, only $1.15.
Discover the best way to buy the finest quality vitamins, minerals, and herbs right from home at incredible 70% savings.
CoQ10, only $4.80.
Discover Puritan's Pride, America's #1 shop-at-home vitamin catalog.
Saw palmetto, only $2.90.
Over 4 million people nationwide trust the Puritan's Pride catalog for all their vitamin needs.
Noni juice, only $8.95.
Call now.
Call now.
Call now for your free 70% off Puritan's Pride catalog and discover the smart way to buy vitamins.
Ester C, only $4.65.
All Puritan's Pride products have a 100% one-year money-back guarantee.
What are you waiting for?
Call now for your free Puritan's Pride catalog and receive a coupon for $5 off your first order. Call 1-800-475-6644.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN. Here are the latest developments in Iraq. A little more than an hour ago, CNN's Brent Sadler and his crew came under fire while driving through Saddam Hussein's hometown of Tikrit. They escaped and are now safe. Well, before that, we watched live pictures taken by Sadler's crew that appeared to show that much of the city's outskirts were deserted, including a military base littered with abandoned armored vehicles. There were remnants of air attacks shown by destroyed bunkers and abandoned artillery pieces. Meantime, Iraqi religious and civic leaders have given U.S. Marine administrative control of the central city of Quds. You see there on the map. We're told the Marines will serve as the temporary administrators, allowing locals to perform as many governmental functions as possible. The Marines say they were, quote, welcomed like liberators when they rolled into Quds on Saturday. Nevertheless, demonstrators around the world are still calling for an immediate end to the war. In Germany, a crowd estimated at more than 10,000 gathered at Berlin's Brandenburg Gate. They called for peace and an end to what some called the occupation of Iraq. Thousands marched through the streets of Rome. One demonstrator said the war in Iraq will have terrible consequences for the Middle East and maybe the whole world. Several thousand demonstrators took to the streets of London. Matthew Chance has this report.
The war in Iraq may be as good as won, but in the British capital, protesters who believe it should never have happened are pounding the streets.
I'm here because I want to say that the war was still wrong and that there are lots of things that still need to go right. So we need to make sure that there's democracy in Iraq.
I'm very concerned about the ongoing occupation in Iraq, and I'm worried mostly about what's going to happen next as well, whether this is just the beginning.
The anti-war movement here still believes there is strong public opposition to the Iraq campaign. It cites 200,000 protesters at the rally in Hyde Park. The police say the crowd was more like 20,000, far lower than at previous rallies. Still, those who came were no less convinced of their cause.
Personally, I'm completely gutted. I'm not someone who's gone on demonstrations, but with this, I am devastated with the way the world's behaving, and we've got to absolutely have to put a stop to it.
Outside the British Prime Minister's office, marchers laid memorials for those killed so far in the conflict. There was a 2-minute silence for the dead. For many at the rally, Tony Blair is to blame for his unstinting support for Washington in a war they say has cost too many civilian lives.
I voted for him and I'll never will again. Just won't, you know, I don't know who I will vote for yet, but it won't be him.
The tide of opposition to war may have in large part been overtaken by events in Iraq, but those incensed by the bloodshed are still trying to make their voices heard. Matthew Chance, CNN, London.
Well, 3 protesters were arrested in Washington as hundreds demonstrated outside a meeting of the G7 countries. Finance ministers from the group of 7 industrialized nations gathered to discuss the financing of reconstructing Iraq. Tim O'Brien has our story from Washington.
As demonstrators gathered in Washington to protest the war in Iraq, finance ministers from the G7 countries and Russia were already charting Iraq's post-war reconstruction. They agreed the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the UN must be actively involved if Iraq is to recover.
And recover not just from the 25 days of conflict, but from the 25 years of misrule and economic mismanagement.
Discussions were said to be cordial, reflecting none of the divisions that preceded the war. U.S. Treasury Secretary John Snow, who hosted the meetings, said more than a dozen Treasury officials are in the region. Some are in Iraq itself, trying to assess the state of the Iraqi economy, which has been largely concealed from the international community during Saddam's 24-year reign.
We have no idea of what sort of economic information the government of Iraq has been keeping. We have no idea of what we're going to find in terms of records, in terms of archives, in terms of economic information.
Administration officials believe that Saddam, his family, and cronies enriched themselves at the expense of the Iraqi people, demanding kickbacks from foreign firms doing business in the country, imposing surcharges on the UN's Oil for Food program. Treasury officials say more than $1 billion in such assets have been found just since the start of the war, assets that could now be used to help rebuild Iraq. The finance ministers endorsed a call by the United States to consider forgiving at least some of Iraq's massive foreign debt built up during Saddam's rule.
Recognizing that the Iraqi people cannot and should not bear the burden of those current very large debt levels.
Much of that debt is owed to Russia, France, and Germany, who opposed the war and whose leaders also gathered today in a hastily arranged summit in St. Petersburg. Russia's Vladimir Putin said he was open to the idea of forgiving Iraqi debt, including some $8 billion owed his own country. Tim O'Brien, CNN Financial News, Washington.
Well, also meeting in Washington was the policy-setting panel of the International Monetary Fund. It issued a communique Saturday endorsing a new UN resolution to govern reconstruction in Iraq.
I'm much more optimistic now than I had been 2-3 weeks before, not only because we can now assume the war will be short, but in particular because of this confirmation that the spirit of cooperation in this membership of 184 members of the IMF is strong and intact. This gives me a lot of confidence and optimism for the future.
Well, the panel also pledged IMF resources would be made available not only to Iraq, but other countries whose economies have been harmed by the military conflict. And just ahead on CNN, more on Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein's regime. We'll have full analysis. Stay with us.
CNN Tomorrow. Dan Rather, live from Baghdad for the hour and taking your calls. Dan Rather in Baghdad on Larry King Live. CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
For 3 months, I'm the invisible man. I'm an accountant. From January to April, can't see me, can't talk to me. I don't have time to talk on my cell phone. I don't even have time to talk to myself.
You need Singular's rollover. Unused anytime minutes rollover from month to month. Plus get 50% more anytime minutes and nationwide long distance. And get a free phone with a $20 donation to Special Olympics.
I call it the Kevin McCorkle Taxes Should Be This Fair plan.
Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. Let's get an update on the latest developments in Iraq after Saddam Hussein. Our Brent Sadler traveled to the outskirts of Tikrit, the last major city which is not under coalition control right now. He inspected an abandoned military base littered with armored vehicles and saw no Iraqi fighters. But when residents assured Sadler paramilitaries had left and the city was safe, he decided to enter. They were fired on as they passed a checkpoint in Tikrit, that's Brent Sadler and his crew, apparently by Saddam loyalists. Sadler reports one vehicle was hit and one person received a head wound from flying glass. As it sped from the city, Sadler's vehicle came under fire again from a vehicle that followed them. Well, black smoke rose over Baghdad earlier on Sunday. The large plume was seen over the western section of the Iraqi capital, and massive explosions were also heard. It's believed there was a coalition airstrike near one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. CNN has learned that after days of negotiations, religious and civic leaders of Kut have handed over administrative control of the city to the U.S. Marines. Kut is south of Baghdad. The Marines will serve as temporary administrators. The agreement allows locals to perform as many governmental functions as possible. Iraqis trained by U.S. forces will patrol the city to counter any paramilitaries that try to attack U.S. forces. And the Reuters news agency reports armed radical groups have surrounded the home of Iraq's top Shiite Muslim cleric and are giving him 48 hours to leave the country. We'll have more on that story as well and the significance of that story. Now, Saddam Hussein's ancestral hometown of Tikrit is still apparently in the hands of his armed loyalists and Ba'ath Party officials. So what is Washington's strategy for the town looking ahead? Kathleen Koch has been following events from the Pentagon and joins me now live. Kathleen, they're not going to give you precise future military strategy, I'm sure, but what is the Pentagon and officials there, what are they saying about Tikrit specifically? And now we've had that CNN crew go in there and report that at least in the areas they've been in, there doesn't seem to be soldiers at their posts.
Well, and that information is not entirely surprising to the Pentagon. It has had its sights set on Tikrit for some period of time. There had been Predator unmanned surveillance drones that were checking out the area from the skies, and apparently we're not detecting any sorts of masses of troops or defensive preparations being made. There you see video shot by our Brent Sadler as he was heading into Tikrit. Also, special operations forces by the U.S. military were known to be operating in the area, probing the situation in Tikrit. So talk was growing here that perhaps that single Republican Guard division that was believed to be centered in the city had simply given up and simply walked away. As there you see Brent Sadler on top of a tank. His video certainly seemed to confirm that perhaps the resistance had simply just dissolved. However, then as he went on into the city and that gunfire erupted, it did become very clear that at least within the center of Tikrit that there are some pro-Saddam Hussein forces who are still in control. Now, the Pentagon would not confirm the report that Brent got from a school teacher who he was following the vehicle of into the city, the one who had confirmed the city was safe. That teacher saying that there were some negotiations underway currently between coalition forces and those forces, regime forces controlling the city, to arrange a surrender. The Pentagon will not confirm that any such negotiations are underway, but one official here commenting on what Brent Sadler learned today, and that's, quote, "It remains incredibly dangerous to be out there as a unilateral journalist." Hala.
Kathleen, moving on to other cities, Baghdad, further up to the north, Mosul, lawlessness, anarchy, looting continues, even if it has subsided in some parts. Is the Pentagon dealing with the criticism now, or responding to the criticism that perhaps the U.S. military was not prepared to install a civil administration quickly enough in some of those parts to ensure the peace?
Well, the Pentagon is facing this criticism and is saying, well, it did indeed expect this sort of lawlessness, and that the American public, the entire world, should have expected it as well, that in countries in the past where a totalitarian regime had collapsed, this sort of thing happened, and it will eventually dissipate. That's the contention, at least, of the Pentagon. That at this point, you just sort of have to let things, to a certain extent, run their course. However, just a couple of days ago, Secretary Rumsfeld said, starting now, that U.S. forces will be doing more to stop the looting. Where they see it, they will try to intercede. However, they're also really working very hard to encourage the Iraqi citizens themselves to take control. They were making a Mosul Saturday morning in the CENTCOM briefing an example, saying, look what the citizens are doing there. They're forming their own neighborhood watch. and they'd like to see more of that. Iraqi citizens deciding we ourselves can maintain order in our cities. We can do it best ourselves. Hala.
Kathleen Koch live at the Pentagon, joining us now to talk about the latest military developments and to provide us with his analysis is Dr. Martin Nevaez. He's from the Center for Strategic Studies at King's College London. Many thanks for being with us. Okay, you've seen the pictures. You've seen our Brent Sadler's shots on a video phone of what's going on in Tikrit. Is it significant that some of these soldiers seem to have just fled very quickly from their tank positions?
Some of those pictures are quite bizarre. I mean, there you have rows of tanks and armored personnel carriers standing in the open, completely visible to any predator aircraft or American spy plane flying above, and yet untouched. So either this has happened very quickly, or the Americans have decided with the Iraqis, for the Iraqis to leave that equipment there, or the Americans have not located it. So it is quite interesting. But whether this is reflective of the whole position around Tikrit remains to be seen. I would imagine that some of these forces have either decided to go home or have retreated into Tikrit, where possibly they could make a last stand. But the Pentagon doesn't seem, from my understanding, to be too perturbed. They don't seem to be worrying that what we are facing as a climactic battle. What appears to be happening is that there are ongoing negotiations, which the Pentagon won't confirm or deny, with the Iraqi loyalists inside Tikrit, for the Iraqis to hand over their weapons and to surrender and to allow coalition forces to move in. The argument must surely be to the Iraqis that they have no hope of withstanding Allied forces. The 4th Infantry Division, the most modern infantry division in the American Army, is now moved clearly up from Kuwait and must be in the vicinity. Bombing has continued for some time now, and I expect that the Americans expect that the Iraqis will decline to fight. But obviously there will be those who see it as a matter of honor and as a matter of no option.
Perhaps
that
as a matter
must
of
fight.
survival as well.
Well, they will not survive.
They're too linked to the Saddam regime to be able to hand themselves over.
Well, their two options are no good. They fight and they will not survive, or they take their chances in a post-Saddam regime. I think this is what the Americans will argue, that it's best to take your chances and avoid a city fight which they cannot win given their past performance.
What has happened to all those Republican Guard divisions? I remember 10 days ago, military analysts and on the ground as well, people were expecting some of those Republican Guard divisions at least to put up some sort of a fight. That didn't happen at all, and it's not even happening, it seems like, in Tikrit.
Well, there were estimates that there were approximately about 60,000 to 80,000 Republican Guards. Some of them may well have been killed in the bombing campaign. The bombing campaign seems to be ineffective. Some of them may have gone home, and some of them did fight. They didn't fight in a coordinated, consistent fashion that was very effective. They didn't manage to halt the American advance. Some of them did fight on an individual basis, but you're correct, we haven't seen thousands of Republican Guard prisoners, which leads one to the view that either the numbers of the estimate order of battle was too great, that they were actually far less than were believed, or they've gone home.
One of the things Brent said in his report was Tikrit has fallen without a single shot being fired, it seems. Do you think that's likely? Do you think that in the next few days, U.S. forces, U.S.-led forces, will roll into Tikrit, take the town pretty much peacefully or relatively peacefully?
Well, if Tikrit goes as the other cities have gone, then it will follow that pattern. Nevertheless, it won't just be a walkover. There will continue to be areas of opposition. But obviously, from what the Pentagon sounds like, there doesn't seem to be a great fear that what we are going to witness is a major battle.
Okay, but Martin, one quick last question, and that's on what happens when the coalition troops enter the city and in the days following the coalition troops entering the city. There is anarchy, there is lawlessness, there are citizens taking the law into their own hands, frightened families and business owners, and everybody has a gun in those cities. What happens next? What can coalition forces do to try to solve a situation like that?
Turning primarily to Baghdad, where the main problem is. There aren't enough forces at the moment to police the city. The American forces don't want to police the city. They're not trained to do it. They don't like doing it. But what they're going to have to do, and I think what they're already starting to do, is to identify certain facilities in the city in order to protect. The most important of those facilities are hospitals. These facilities have to function, and I think already American forces are moving towards defending those areas. But in order to police these cities properly, they are either going to have to move in significant and substantial amounts of further troops to bolster those already there, or to collaborate with Iraqi police forces, which they already appear to be doing.
And also criticism that perhaps the UN wasn't involved soon enough.
Well, I don't think the UN is in any position to help at this stage. The UN would not have been able to police it. The UN's role, as far as the Americans are concerned, will be to help with the humanitarian functions on a specific project level. The UN is complaining about the situation in Baghdad, but I don't think the UN has the capability beyond what the Americans have to police those cities.
All right, Dr. Martin Nevares, many thanks for being with us, as always, with your analysis. Opinions on the events in Iraq in the international press are varied now. The New York Times asks if the fall of Saddam's government has started a precedent for how Washington now deals with other countries. Quote, the Bush administration may be tempted to unleash American forces against the next fire-snorting dragon down the line. It is especially important now to show that the United States also has the confidence and wisdom to sheath its sword until it is really needed. India's The Statesman focuses on the issue of friendly fire and says the confusion of war has been the excuse trotted out whenever military commanders have been queried on their host of misfires. Bangladesh's Daily Star writes, for its part, the war itself lacked legitimacy as it did not have the sanction of the UN behind it, and whatever follows cannot escape the scrutiny of standard international norm and practice, unquote. Here's a look at some of the other stories hitting the headlines around the world. Several Asian countries are stepping up their efforts to contain the deadly flu-like virus known as SARS. That's severe acute respiratory syndrome. The virus has claimed at least 119 lives in some 20 countries. As of Saturday, the World Health Organization had reported nearly 3,000 cases worldwide. Here are the latest developments. Authorities in Singapore are issuing electronic wrist tags to track the whereabouts of an estimated 558 people under quarantine. The tags sound an alarm and alert a monitoring station if a person leaves the home or breaks the tag. In Canada, officials said a laboratory in British Columbia became the first to complete a genetic sequencing of the virus, whose symptoms include shortness of breath, fever, coughing, as well as body aches. The Associated Press says China's government is reporting 2 more fatalities from SARS, raising the country's official death toll to 60. China's official Xinhua news agency said the 2 deaths were among 10 cases reported in Inner Mongolia. A major trade fair in the southern provincial capital, Guangzhou, says foreign buyers are canceling their trip because of the disease. Airline officials are urgently trying to find passengers who flew with a Hong Kong man now diagnosed with SARS. CNN's Andrew Brown reports the man was in close proximity to hundreds of people on 7 separate flights.
On March 28th, the 48-year-old Hong Kong resident boarded a Lufthansa flight and flew to Europe, where he crisscrossed the continent and authorities fear possibly passed on SARS to other passengers. According to the government, his journey began with a flight from Hong Kong to Munich, then on to Barcelona, where on March 31st, health officials say he began showing SARS symptoms. Then on April 2nd, he flew to Frankfurt and on to London. On April 3rd, back to Munich. On the 4th, to Frankfurt again, and then returning to Hong Kong, where on April 8th, he was hospitalized. By the 10th, he was diagnosed with SARS. All the flights on his trip were with the German flag carrier Lufthansa. The airline and the Hong Kong government are trying to contact the passengers he shared an aircraft cabin with. The World Health Organization insists there's no evidence SARS has led to mass contamination of aircraft. But the agency advises travelers the disease has been spread to some people sitting within 3 rows of an infected person. Many travelers don't find that advice particularly reassuring. Here at Hong Kong's Chek Lap Kok Airport, the concourse is normally bustling with travelers. Now it's eerily quiet. Many travelers are cancelling trips because they're afraid of catching SARS on a plane. Others are turning up at the airport in suits fit for chemical warfare. This man said he was going to dump his protective clothing as soon as he gets home.
In the Manila, I will put into the garbage.
Other countries are worried travelers from Hong Kong are spreading SARS around the world. Starting Monday, the Hong Kong government will begin health screenings that will include taking a passenger's temperature so that signs of fever can be detected. That sounds like an extra hassle, but some experts note the panic over SARS is reducing congestion at airports and forcing airlines to offer deep discounts. And with modern filtration systems, the air may be cleaner than ever.
The air in the plane is extremely good. Compared to an office building, the air inside an airplane is probably 100% cleaner and higher quality.
Still, many people will continue to stay at home as long as fears about SARS linger. Andrew Brown, CNN, Hong Kong.
Well, in an interview with the Haaretz newspaper, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon says the war with Iraq could have a far-reaching impact on relations with the Arab world and the Palestinians. He says, quote, "There is an opportunity here to forge a different relationship between us and the Arab states and between us and the Palestinians. That opportunity must not be neglected," according to the Israeli Prime Minister. When asked about the possibility, and this may be a significant development right now, the possibility of evacuating settlements in the West Bank and Gaza, Mr. Sharon replied, "If we reach a situation of true peace, real peace, and peace for generations, we will have to make painful concessions, not in exchange for promises, but rather in exchange for peace." So those are words printed and relayed by the Haaretz newspaper by the Israeli Prime Minister Sharon. Just ahead on CNN, the surrender of Iraq's top scientist. Will he offer any useful information? We'll bring you the story next.
If you were born between 1918 and 1963, call the number on your screen now to find out more about the Silver Care Plan. The average funeral now costs over $6,000. But did you know your survivors may only be able to receive government death benefits up to $300 if they qualify? The Silver Care Plan is a way to help protect your loved ones. To get free information about the plan, just call the number on your screen.
CNN takes you into the whole story.
CNN has confirmed that attack a missile or a rocket.
No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news. Phillies Flashback on CN8. Relive the magic, the glory, the legends of the game. Catch Phillies Flashback on Lou Tilley's Sports Connection, only on CN8. Call the Phillies or check out Phillies.com for ticket information.
Have you had your mammogram this year? Early detection makes all the difference in beating breast cancer. I should know. My name is Rhonda Berry, and I am a 2-time breast cancer survivor. If you're 40 or older and need a mammogram, call the New Jersey C hotline to see if you qualify for a free mammogram. Remember, early detection is your best protection. Call today.
Brought to you by the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, North Jersey affiliate.
Whether you're seeking a first job, a better job, or an entirely new career, let Job Search help you take command of your future. Philly Burb's Job Search. Your career starts here.
The most trusted name in news.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
With a lot of precaution, I will say, because the reconstruction does not appear like an economic interest for the countries who will participate, like America or England or France. And for the people for the Iraqi people, it will be they will need a big help from all the countries. But to be careful not to impose our democracy in their country and to respect their their mind.
Somewhere you can think that it should be the responsibility of the United States. On the other hand, it's sure that there is a human consideration to bring on the table, and I think France should be responsible for this human problem also. Yeah, I think it could be a good position to defend, to be against the war, and then to help the people to recover from the problem.
Views don't necessarily reflect those of CNN, but are opinions expressed by those who choose to participate in this open forum.
Welcome back. Here is an update of the latest developments in Iraq. CNN's Brent Sadler and his crew came under fire on Sunday while driving through Saddam Hussein's hometown of Tikrit, north of Baghdad. They escaped and are safe. Sadler found abandoned Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles on the road into Tikrit, the largest city not under coalition control. He inspected an abandoned military base littered with armored vehicles and saw no Iraqi fighters. There you see Brent on an abandoned Iraqi tank. But when residents assured Sadler that paramilitaries had left and the city was safe, he did decide to enter. In Baghdad, that's south of Tikrit, black smoke rose over the city earlier on Sunday. The large plume was seen over the western section of the capital, and massive explosions were heard. It is believed there was a coalition airstrike near one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. One of the main reasons given by the U.S. and Great Britain for invading Iraq was to disarm Baghdad of weapons of mass destruction. Today, the question remains, where are the weapons of mass destruction? One of Iraq's key players is now in U.S. custody and may be able to answer that question. Our Pentagon correspondent Chris Plant has the story.
Lieutenant General Amir al-Sadi, Saddam Hussein's chief science advisor, turned himself into U.S. forces outside his home in Baghdad on Saturday. After arranging his surrender before a German television network, he denied knowing anything about Iraq's potential weapons of mass destruction.
I was knowledgeable about those programs, the past programs, and I was telling the truth, always telling the truth, never told anything but the truth.
Al-Sadi said he spent the war in his cellar and contacted officials after he saw a TV report that said he was being sought. He's among the 55 most wanted Iraqis identified on U.S. military playing cards.
As Dr. Blix reported,
a day after Secretary of State Colin Powell presented to the United Nations in February what he said was evidence of Iraqi noncompliance, al-Sadi held his own news conference and said it proved nothing.
That the purpose of the show that went on in inside the Security Council was mainly for home consumption, for the uninformed.
Al-Sadi could be a gold mine to intelligence agencies searching for a smoking gun.
Because I know about the programs, the past programs. Together with my colleagues, we have always been working together. And nobody interfered in this. Nobody told me what to say. Never.
Pentagon officials have insisted that once Saddam Hussein's regime was gone and they had taken into custody the men in charge of the weapons programs, that they would lead the coalition forces to the secret sites.
I think al-Sadi will change his tune. I am absolutely convinced he will. There will be a patient interaction with him by the coalition intelligence agencies to work in their ways.
If General al-Sadi continues to insist that Iraq, in fact, has no weapons of mass destruction, then it may take further breaks from other Iraqi officials not yet in custody to make the case that the coalition so desperately needs to make. Chris Plant, CNN, The Pentagon.
Now for a look at the humanitarian situation in Iraq. A large convoy carrying supplies from the UN's Children's Fund is on its way to northern Iraq. The trucks left Turkey and are heading to Dohuk. A UNICEF spokesman says staff are assessing the security situation in Kirkuk and Mosul. He adds that UNICEF hopes to send more aid in the coming days. In Iraq's second largest city, the need for aid is rapidly outpacing its delivery. Basra's hospitals are operating with inadequate supplies, and local aid officials say lack of fresh water remains the key concern, as well as lack of some medical equipment and medicine. U.S. officials say the first humanitarian flights have arrived at Baghdad's international airport since the takeover. They say the two C-130 transport planes contained almost 11,000 kilograms of medical supplies from the Kuwaiti government. As residents of Baghdad search for the basic necessities of life, some have ventured onto the streets for the first time in days. Photojournalist David Turnley took a look at life in post-Saddam Baghdad.
As one walks through the streets, as I did photographing, there's a whole mix of different kinds of scenes and certainly different moods. On the one hand, you encounter people who are literally struggling these days to survive. There is very little water, there is very little food. In the marketplace you see essentially potatoes, tomatoes. Electricity in most of these homes is not working. They seem to think that they were promised better lives, and for them, for the time being, it's unclear what that actually means. What they do know is that they have very little food to eat. At any point of what had been a government institution, people looting anything they can get their hands on, walking down the street, pushing chairs that they've taken from somebody's office, light fixtures, a chest of drawers, a cabinet, anything that they could find. They are struggling to find water to drink. We see oftentimes in the street people who are washing themselves at open spigots from fire hydrants because they have no running water in their homes. On the other hand, from time to time you would see families who would come out on their balconies and they would seem to be in a state of a newfound freedom that they had apparently spent the last 20 days inside during what had been effectively the siege of Baghdad while this bombing was happening, and they suddenly now find themselves feeling a sense of safety to come out and experience once again their neighborhood, to shout across at their neighbors, to see what's happening in the street. A great deal of curiosity here. That seems to be a general theme. David Turnley, CNN, Baghdad.
You're watching CNN. Join Michael Holmes and me for more coverage on Iraq after Saddam after a short break. Stay with us.
Last night, I watched my daughter sleeping, smelling of soap and tangle-free shampoo, and suddenly the responsibility of preparing that little human being for the world was overwhelming. I'm 36 and single, and I'm strong. That's why I'm here.
If you're searching for something to believe in, or your children to believe in, our hearts, our minds, and our doors are always open. The people of the United Methodist Church.
CNN Today, the man in charge of U.S. troops in Iraq, Wolf Blitzer sits down with General Tommy Franks, commander of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Candid talk about the war's success, setbacks, and what comes next. Late edition, CNN Today, noon Eastern.
CNN Tomorrow. Dan Rather, live from Baghdad for the hour and taking your calls. Dan Rather in Baghdad on Larry King Live. CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
Frank took the day off from work to plant some bushes around the house. Every time Frank touches something, he breaks it. Frank called us because when he stuck a shovel into the ground, he cut the cable wire.
Frank! I had no picture on my TV, and I wanted to watch the game that night.
Frank needs his sports. We sent a technician out that afternoon.
They did it. The guy came out and fixed it, but my team still lost.
Sorry about your team, Frank, but we were happy to help. At Comcast, we're just people serving people.
Upgrading to a new HD TV? Connect with Comcast Digital Cable. Comcast makes it easy to enjoy some of the best high-def premium and local broadcast programs available with up to 1080i resolution and sound formats including Dolby 5.1. And once Comcast installs HD TV equipment, there's no equipment to buy or replace. So when you're ready for the wider format and perfect picture of HD TV, Comcast is ready for you. HD TV with Comcast Digital Cable.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good morning. I'm Carol Costello at the CNN Center in Atlanta with this hour's latest developments. It is now 5 o'clock Eastern Time. The remnants of Saddam Hussein's army appear to have abandoned parts of Tikrit, their last reported stronghold. A U.S. Marine Expeditionary Force heading toward Tikrit on Saturday But our Brent Sadler got there first. He found Iraqi military bases had been abandoned on the outskirts of town. But Brent and the CNN crew did come under attack when they entered Tikrit, and they managed to get away. Baghdad does remain dangerous as well. A U.S. Marine was shot and killed at a checkpoint on Saturday. CENTCOM says 2 men attacked the checkpoint, killing the Marine. One of the attackers, a man with Syrian identification, was killed by Marines. The other escaped. Also in Baghdad, Iraq's top scientist has surrendered to coalition forces. Lieutenant General Amir al-Sadi was Iraq's point man in the last UN weapons inspections. At the time, he repeatedly denied Iraq possessed banned weapons, and he insists he was always telling the truth, adding, "Time will bail me out." The search for banned weapons has taken the coalition to an airfield in Kirkuk, where an abandoned warhead initially tested positive for nerve agents. But a second test came up negative, so chemical weapons experts are being called in for a more definitive answer. She is back in the United States. Army Private Jessica Lynch is resting today at the Walter Reed Army Hospital near Washington. Doctors say the rescued POW is in satisfactory condition with multiple injuries. She arrived Saturday with 49 other wounded military personnel on a medevac flight from Germany.
Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack.
A dangerous trek to Tikrit. Our Brent Sadler ventures into the ancestral home of Saddam Hussein. He finds abandoned military bases on the outskirts of town, but he got a scary demonstration that the city is still controlled by Hussein's loyalists. Good morning. It's Sunday. Welcome to the CNN Center in Atlanta. I'm Carol Costello. Thanks for joining us this morning. More now on Brent Sadler's daring trip to Tikrit. He found military bases on the outskirts of town were abandoned, and there was an eerie calm, but that changed quickly when Brent and the CNN crew headed into the ancestral home of Saddam Hussein.
We're just approaching the southern gate, that archway in front of you, that square with the dome on the top. That is the southern entrance to Tikrit. And I can tell you this is a very different place to places like Kirkuk, Mosul, and obviously Baghdad. This is a tribal heartland. They have prospered well under the years of Saddam Hussein's rule. They basically were paid off for their support. You're seeing people moving and not knowing who's in control and what's going on. The fact we're so close to Tikrit and we're seeing, you know, destroyed or abandoned military equipment leads me to perhaps believe that Tikrit can't be that heavily defended. Maybe remnants, maybe elements, maybe danger, but no real substantial organizational defense. Well, this is where you'd see a checkpoint if there was going to be one for Tikrit. These are the two arches to the northern entrance. You'll see here the two arches there. You've got the Saddam Hussein ubiquitous poster unmarked in the center, two guard posts side to side, and obviously nobody here. This, under normal circumstances, would have been checking cars, would have had people here 7 by 24. I always had a great sense of relief as a journalist leaving those kind of gateways. I would always cast a look over my shoulder, be thankful that I was leaving Iraq and looking at Saddam Hussein as I was going down the road away, and to drive through one of those unmanned gateways right now in Tikrit, the very, very heart of Saddam Hussein's loyalist stronghold, to me is a personally dramatic moment. It seems that Tikrit's armed forces, the so-called last stand, has simply gone away. We're 3-4 miles, I guess, from the center of Tikrit. This would have been a well-defended position, dugouts, APCs, all the way along this area. No troops, they've gone. Now this is a new entrance, a new base, right slap bang next door to the other one. You only have to go maybe a half a mile, and then there's this entrance further down. This one may have more importance, given that it's got a very huge bronze statue there of Saddam Hussein. And this now seems to be another level of security. So I think you can tell by the buildings. Look at the Republican Guard triangle on the top. Look at that, 100%. So where, I don't know which section it is, of the Republican Guard, but where are they? Where are the men who were part of this unit, and where are their machines? I get the sense that this unit, or this brigade, or section of a regiment left here intact, went with its vehicles. There are in contrast to the other barracks, no artillery here, no tanks, no armored personnel carriers. Everything has moved, but destruction certainly at this Republican Guard headquarters. So we'll stop some cars, and I'll try and get some information about what's going on. Takrit Madbud? Takrit Madbud? Problem? Halas? Saddam Halas? They're saying that Saddam Hussein is Halas in Tikrit. Halas, which means finished. Right, this is a roadblock. We don't know who they are. Go in. A little bit uncertain here. They're waving us on. Let's see who they are. It seems to be okay. I can tell you that the men we spoke to said, look, you can't film here without the permission of the governor of Iraq, the governor of Tikrit, rather. So we've gathered a lot of interest, and we think it's prudent to leave here. They're telling us there's still coalition bombing, but certainly this city is still in the control of Saddam Hussein loyalists. They told us to go to the governor's office of the local Baath party to get permission to film. Can you believe that? So let's just recap as we go through here that Tikrit, no coalition forces. Tikrit, no fighting. Checkpoint. Okay, that's gunfire. Okay, we've just come under attack. Under attack. We're okay, we're okay. Under fire. That confirms our worst fears. If you're with us, okay, we've just run a checkpoint. We have come under automatic machine gun fire. We've blown to the checkpoint. They tried to stop us. And our armed guard pulled his machine gun, his automatic machine gun, and opened fire to get us through there. I think that's as far as we're going to push it today. Another vehicle coming up behind.
What is he doing? What? What?
We're still moving along. Under fire again. A lot of fire here. A lot of fire. Pistol fire. That's pistol fire coming at us. To recap what happened there,
Brent Sadler's okay, but the gunfire shattered the back window of an SUV. One of the CNN crew was injured by flying glass. We believe he has a head wound, but he's also okay. Now the entire crew is headed north again to safety. Hopefully we'll hear from them again at some point. We want to talk more about what's happening in Tikrit as far as the coalition forces are concerned. So let's head live now to the Pentagon to check in with Kathleen Koch. What do you know about that, Kathleen?
Well, Carol, the Pentagon had long had its sights set on Tikrit. As you reported earlier in the newscast, an armored column of Marines from the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force left Baghdad, headed north to Tikrit on Saturday. It includes several regimental combat teams and light armor reconnaissance battalions. So the coalition is ready for anything, but it did have some idea in departing of what to expect. Reports are that there had been several unmanned reconnaissance drones flying over the city, checking it out, and not noting any signs of troops massing or of defensive preparations being made. Also, special operations forces were said to be working in the area, probing into Tikrit. So talk was growing here at the Pentagon that perhaps that Republican Guard division that was believed to be based in Tikrit had simply walked away, laid down their arms. And of course, Brent Sadler's initial images of those bases that seemed deserted certainly seemed to confirm that. But clearly some pro-Saddam forces remain in control of the city of Tikrit itself. And the Pentagon here is not confirming, not commenting on that report from Brent that there may be some sort of surrender negotiations underway between coalition forces and tribal chiefs in the city of Tikrit. One official here, though, was pointing out to what Brent Sadler certainly learned himself today that, quote, it remains incredibly dangerous to be out there as a unilateral journalist. Carol.
I think that's the understatement of the morning, Kathleen. Tikrit is not really a very large city. It only has, what, 30,000 people in it. But they fear it's such a stronghold because it was Saddam's birthplace, and the Ba'ath Party and the clan members inside that town actually helped Saddam come to power.
Certainly, and it was also a city where the Saddam Hussein regime had invested quite heavily in fortifying it militarily, building things like radar units throughout the city, observation posts in key areas, anti-aircraft guns, surface-to-air missile batteries were positioned strategically. So it was certainly set up so that if Saddam Hussein, if his sons, if any members of his regime wanted to go there and mount a last stand, it was certainly the sort of city that was prepared for it, that was set up for it. But again, the hope, at least at this point, is that militarily there really won't be that sort of concerted resistance.
It's kind of ironic, too. This is the last major city not in coalition hands, yet the military is now sending some warplanes home, some aircraft carriers home. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, that's something that the Pentagon is beginning to consider, as at least this is the last remaining city, as you pointed out, that is not under coalition control. And as the aerial bombardments drop day by day, there isn't going to be the need for all this firepower to be centered in the region. But the Pentagon is not going to be hasty, doesn't want to move anything out preemptively. So they're taking their time, but they're certainly beginning to look at that, scaling back a little bit.
This chemical warhead that they found in Kirkuk, do you have any more information on that so we can update our viewers?
Still don't have a final reading on it. The plan right now was for a chemical weapons evaluation team to come in and check out that warhead very carefully, because when the teams came upon it in Kirkuk, they performed tests in the field. The first test was positive for the presence of some sort of a chemical nerve agent, and then the second test was negative, Carol, so they're still waiting for that team to come in and do a final and definitive test.
Understand. We'll get back to you. Kathleen Koch reporting live from the Pentagon this morning. Want to update you now on the casualty count from the war. 114 U.S. service members have been killed. There are 6 Americans missing in action and 7 American POWs. 31 British service members have been killed, and there have been thousands of Iraqi military deaths. No reliable count on the number of civilians killed, and coalition forces hold more than 7,300 Iraqi POWs. Now, to some, the war may seem in its waning days, but to others, it is still a war to be protested. Tens of thousands of people marched through the streets of London on Saturday. Protesters spoke against what they see as a military occupation of Iraq without UN approval. In Washington, demonstrators carried anti-war signs and also condemned the way the U.S. media is covering the war. At one point, police fought with a few protesters, and there were people arrested. In Mexico City, protesters led by children and senators marched through the streets. Turnout was smaller than previous demonstrations in the Mexican capital. When our coverage of the war in Iraq continues, she is back in the United States. America's newest war hero is at the Army's Walter Reed Hospital. We'll tell you how Private Jessica Lynch is doing.
Getting pumped before your next meeting? I like that strategy, but your game phase could use a little work. You have to go for everything. That gives you an advantage over the competition.
Thanks.
Good job.
Want to be on top of your game? Count on Marriott for everything from business services to room service.
Grinch up that nose. You just gotta feel the face. You just gotta feel it.
Now make 5 stays and earn a free weekend. Call 1-888-MARRIOTT today. Marriott Hotels and Resorts. Your Marriott awaits.
We should change before we pick up the girls. Okay.
Chevy Avalanche.
It changes from a pickup to an SUV.
What are you doing?
Avalanche like a rock.
You can't get lost. Slow down, enjoy the ride.
It's not just a drive. It's a 120-mile detour from the rest of the world. The Florida Keys and Key West. Come as you are.
The power of trust. America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news. You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. 5:17 Eastern Time. There was a major development a few hours ago in Coot. Religious and civic leaders there handed over administrative control of the southern city to the U.S. Marines. Art Harris is embedded with the Marines. He joins us now live by phone. Good morning, Art. Just to give people a clear indication of where Coot is. It's about 105 miles southeast of Baghdad. Now tell us what's been happening there.
Well, I'm in the back of a light armored vehicle. I'm popped up riding along a major highway just outside Al-Qut, and the Marines have taken control of the city after delicate negotiations between the Marines and civic and religious leaders. They turned over control of the city to the Marines, and they're now working out details of government. The Marines have ringed the city, and we are on the way. The unit I'm with, light armored reconnaissance, to check out routes into the city. I just passed a blown-up T-55 Iraqi tank, a blown-up petroleum refueling truck pulling an Iraqi artillery piece, and we are now passing fields outside Al-Qut. Traffic is moving freely and peacefully, and people are waving to us, thumbs up. The military says the city is peaceful, but they are still prepared. Back to you.
And now that the U.S. Marines have taken administrative control in the city, does this mean that they'll work with the Iraqis, that they'll eventually arm these Iraqis to help them patrol the city?
Well, I can tell you this, that right now they're trained, U.S.-trained Iraqis who are inside the city using weapons that the military has seized from the Iraqis, and they are patrolling inside the city with AK-47s, rocket-propelled grenades. These are the so-called Iraqi freedom fighters trained by the U.S. It's unclear how soon a police force will be trained. It will take some time. Unclear how peaceful things are inside the city. If there was a lot of looting, I have not heard that yet, like other places. But the Marines are inside the city, and they are prepared to work with the locals who want to take care of things themselves. That's why the Marines have not gone in with a huge force as they have in other cities. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, because a big concern was that Coot was sort of the center for suicide bombers, for people coming in from other countries and gathering here to launch suicide attacks. Have the Marines seen that?
Absolutely. That was the earlier report a couple of days ago, and there are 2,000 to 3,000 Jordanians, Syrians, people from Sudan, and that was the concern, that they would pop up, launch suicide attacks either individually on motorcycles or in vans and trucks. That has not happened yet. They're going to set up very careful checkpoints around the city and make sure they can try to avoid that. That is the only concern they have right now. But the locals have tried to put out a message to these so-called paramilitaries and outsiders. In the words of John Wayne, as one Marine put it, You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Back to you.
Art Harris, many thanks to you, and you stay safe out there. Again, the city of Al-Qut now under the administrative control of the U.S. Marines, and they are working with the Iraqis to maintain control of that city. Let's go 100 miles up the road to Baghdad now. There have been several explosions this morning. CNN's Michael Holmes is there to update us on what's going on right now. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Carol. Yes, another explosion just a couple of seconds ago, actually. It sounded like a tank. I want to bring you up to date on a very important meeting that has taken place today. It was a meeting attended by just the kinds of people that Baghdad needs to get back to work. Civil engineers, civil servants, doctors, lawyers, teachers, policemen, senior policemen too. It was addressed by Mohammed Mohsen al-Zubadi, who is a former exiled opposition leader, now back obviously in his homeland. He was urging people to get back to work, particularly police, to get back to work and stop some of the looting that's gone on and that Marines have been unable or unwilling to get involved in preventing. Also, he's particularly urging electricians to go back to the power station. This is still a city without power. And that is something that's been concerning relief and humanitarian officials too. Power's been out for days now. Now, there has still been a lot of activity around Baghdad, not as much as in recent days, but still significant. I mentioned the tank firing just a short time ago, and a few hours ago, a massive explosion about a mile or two from here, west of Baghdad, in the area of Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace. It wasn't the palace itself, but it was in the compound. It appeared to be an airstrike, and the plume of smoke reached into the sky. It was an enormous explosion. There have been rumors for some time that there is a bunker in that area, and we're yet to get confirmation. Perhaps it was a bunker-busting bomb, who knows. There was action also nearby here just last evening, an incredible firefight breaking out. We're told 2 men with AK-47s fired on Marines, and Marines responded with withering fire. 50 caliber machine guns raking the area about 200 or 300 meters from where I stand now. Marines scrambling down to the area, their M16s chattering for about 20 minutes this went on. We're told the 2 men with AK-47s are no more. So certainly an air of tension remaining in Baghdad, Carol. This meeting's certainly a sign of what U.S. Marines have been wanting for a while, and that's to have the security responsibility, if you like, pushed away from them and onto Iraqis. Carol.
And it seems like they're headed in that direction, but we'll just have to see. Can you update us on this U.S. Marine that was killed at a checkpoint to a hospital?
Yeah, Carol, that was another tragedy at a checkpoint, and the tragedies have been on both sides. We've seen suicide attacks at checkpoints where Marines have been killed and soldiers have been killed. We've also seen Marines, obviously very nervous, opening fire on civilian vehicles, and children have been killed in those unfortunate incidents. This one you're referring to was a U.S. Marine at a checkpoint. What happened was 2 men came up to that checkpoint. One pulled out a firearm and shot dead the Marine. Other Marines opened fire. They killed one of the 2 men. The other one managed to escape. Now, the dead gunman was carrying identification papers that were Syrian. Whether he was Syrian or not, we don't know for sure, but certainly an indicator that perhaps he was. So, yes, yet another checkpoint tragedy, and they're very nervous on checkpoints. I spent a large part of yesterday driving around various checkpoints, reporting just this very nervousness, and within hours of returning here, we heard of this latest incident, Carol.
Yeah, and no release of the identification of the Marine who was killed. Michael Holmes, many thanks to you. Reporting live from Baghdad this morning. We'll get back to you. Still to come, stealing Iraq's history, looters in Baghdad walk off with ancient artifacts. We'll be right back.
Road game, huh? I just love road games. No distractions, just you against the world. It's an opportunity to prove yourself, to show everyone out there you can win no matter what.
It's just a sales call.
Son, there's no such thing as just a sales call.
When you're on the road, count on Fairfield Inn's inviting affordable rooms.
Son, you need a fight song. Bum, bum,
yeah,
bum,
fight
bum,
song.
bum.
Break out your break.
Road game, huh?
Now make 5 stays and earn a free weekend. Call 1-888-MARRIOT today. Fairfield Inn. Your Marriott awaits.
Hey, I'll get this. Besides, I get airline miles. With your business card? Huh.
What is your credit card doing for your small business?
You earn miles on everything you buy? Yeah, from supplies to travel expenses.
The Citi Platinum Select Advantage Business Card. Call now and you could get 1 mile for every dollar you spend. Miles that may never expire. Plus 10,000 bonus miles.
I use my miles for car rentals, hotels, on over 25 top airlines, even a well-earned vacation.
Plus, get benefits like account summaries, business discounts, online fraud protection, and more. Call now to request your card.
I'd like the Citi Advantage business card and 10,000 bonus miles.
And soon, your miles could take you almost anywhere.
Oh, Paris is great. And flying free? Makes it even better. Smart business decision.
The Citi Advantage Business Card.
Call now to request your card and 10,000 bonus miles.
CNN takes you into the whole story.
But how much fighting still remains? And is Saddam himself dead or alive?
No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Dual power sliding doors, power lift gates, available rear DVD player, Chrysler Town & Country, instant upgrade. Now we'll match your down payment up to $750 for up to $5,000 down on select Town & Country models.
You think about what people want in a sports sedan. A sport-tuned suspension, a coupe-like design. But you also think about what people need in a sports sedan, like an available turbocharged engine. You think about that, then you build the Volvo S60. Performance when you want it, a Volvo when you need it.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I want to see the back.
5:28 Eastern Time. Welcome back. We've seen pictures of looting from Baghdad. Government offices, shops, even hospitals were ransacked. These items can be replaced, though. But our Beth Nissen says the sacking of Iraq's museums is a far different story.
The museum was home to a priceless treasury of some of the world's most ancient art and artifacts. Was home. After 2 days of looting, the great halls have been pillaged of everything except the heaviest stone works and columns. Display cases that held examples of ancient Babylonian artistry are empty. On the floors, the broken shards of Assyrian and Sumerian pottery that had survived intact for thousands of years until this week. Museum curators and guards said they were powerless to stop the crowds of looters who carried away treasures in carts and wheelbarrows. This is the property of this nation, the treasure of 7,000 years of civilization, said this museum employee. What does this country think it is doing? It will be difficult to determine the full listing of what has been stolen from the museum's collections. Museum offices and records were also trashed. According to the museum's deputy director, looters took at least 170,000 ancient artifacts worth billions of dollars. Many were items like these, seen in a recent traveling exhibit of treasures from the royal tombs of Ur. Majestic bas-reliefs, elegant carvings, exquisite jewelry, works in semi-precious stones, and works wrought in gold. Also among the museum's holdings, thousands of inscribed clay tablets, including those containing Hammurabi's Code, one of the earliest codes of law. The Iraq Museum in Baghdad only reopened 6 months ago. It was closed at the beginning of the Gulf War in 1991. There were reports that museum officials recently removed antiquities from their display cases and placed them in storage vaults. But museum workers said looters had smashed the vaults or been let into them and had cleared the vaults too. Archaeologists worldwide were stunned by the destruction. John Russell of the Massachusetts College of Art saw scenes of the devastated museum for the first time as he was doing a live interview with CNN.
It may be that some of the most
unique or rare objects never went back on display. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at pictures of things I can't believe here.
International dismay at the looting quickly gave way to anger. Before the war, concerned art historians and archaeologists met with officials at the State Department and the Pentagon and were promised that the museum would be protected by the U.S. military. It was not. And in a matter of hours, the priceless remnants of thousands of years of human civilization disappeared. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
Baghdad remains a dangerous city despite the collapse of Saddam Hussein's regime. We just heard from Michael Holmes. Well, we'll have more on the unfinished business in Iraq when our coverage continues.
Discover the value.
Coral calcium, only $7.50. Discover the selection. Glucosamine chondroitin, only $7.35.
Discover the quality.
Natural vitamin E, only $2.95. Discover the convenience. Natural vitamin C, only $1.15.
Discover the best way to buy the finest quality vitamins, minerals, and herbs right from home at incredible 70% savings.
CoQ10, only $4.80.
Discover Puritan's Pride, America's #1 shop-at-home vitamin catalog.
Saw palmetto, only $2.90.
Over 4 million people nationwide trust the Puritan's Pride catalog for all their vitamin needs.
Noni juice, only $8.95.
Call now.
Call now.
Call now for your free 70% off Puritan's Pride catalog and discover the smart way to buy vitamins. Ester C, only $4.65.
All Puritan's Pride products have a 100% one-year money-back guarantee.
What are you waiting for?
Call now for your free Puritan's Pride catalog and receive a coupon for $5 off your first order. Call 1-800-475-6644.
If you were born between 1918 and 1963, call 1-800-306-5400 now to find out more about the Silver Care Plan. The average funeral now costs over $6,000. But did you know your survivors may only be able to receive government death benefits up to $300 if they qualify, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance? You must be age 40 to 85 to qualify. No physical examination is necessary, and coverage starts as soon as you're accepted. The Silver Care Plan is a way for you to help protect your loved ones at a time they'll need it most. To get free information about the Silver Care Plan and its benefits, call 1-800-306-5400. You have no obligation, so call now.
34 minutes past the hour. Time for an update on the latest developments. Tikrit was supposed to be the last stand for the remnants of Saddam Hussein's army, but that may not be the case. Our Brent Sadler got there ahead of a U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit. He found military bases and equipment abandoned and saw no sign of the Iraqi military. However, after these pictures were taken, Sadler and his crew were shot at by Saddam loyalists. A member of Sadler's crew was injured slightly by flying glass. In the meantime, the Marines are now in control of the town of Al-Quds, south of Baghdad. After days of negotiations, religious and civic leaders handed over administrative control of the city of 300,000 residents to coalition forces. But Baghdad remains dangerous this morning. A U.S. Marine was shot and killed at a checkpoint on Saturday. CENTCOM says 2 men attacked the checkpoint, killing the Marine. One of the attackers, a man with Syrian identification, was killed by Marines. The other escaped. The search for banned weapons took coalition forces to an airfield in Kirkuk, where an abandoned warhead initially tested positive for nerve agents, but a second test was negative, and chemical weapons experts are being called in for a more definitive answer. Back in the United States, a small and brief gathering in Augusta to protest the lack of women in the Augusta National Golf Club. There was some heckling but no incidents, and the third round of the Masters Golf Tournament continued without interruption. The U.S. called the fall of Baghdad a turning point in the war, but as CNN's Barbara Starr reports, Iraq is still a dangerous place and much needs to be done.
U.S. troops are in Baghdad. Saddam Hussein is gone from power, but Iraq remains a dangerous battlefield. The military not ready to declare victory.
What I would tell you is we know that we still have work to be done by way of the objectives that were laid out at the beginning of the campaign.
That work to be done every bit as dangerous as the last weeks of combat. there is still looting and unrest. Additional U.S. troops are flowing in to help with security. Local police may return. But U.S. troops could be patrolling for months before a new government is elected and society fully functions again without massive humanitarian assistance. And while the Iraqi military is largely destroyed, finding out what happened to the country's now vanished leaders remains a priority, if only to reassure a still nervous Iraqi public that they are gone from power.
We still must capture, account for, or otherwise deal with Saddam Hussein and his sons and the senior Iraqi leadership.
Marines may find clues in the next few days as they move north to Tikrit to confront the final remnants of the regime. It could be the final major battle. Still on the to-do list, the main reason for going to war, finding weapons of mass destruction. So far, none has turned up. And an administration that appeared certain of the evidence before the war now has a new strategy for getting information about weapons and the so-called death squads.
Rewards are available to those who help us prevent the disappearance of personnel, documentation, and materials. Good lives and a better future are possible for those who turn themselves in and choose to cooperate with coalition forces.
And there is one more job before the war will be done, finding the 7 Americans still being held prisoner of war. Barbara Starr, CNN, The Pentagon.
And our Cristiano Amanpour says the ousting of Saddam Hussein had a steep price. We want to warn you. This report contains some graphic images and graphic language.
Baghdad wallows in the wreckage of war. Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles blown up on the city streets, cars and trucks still waving the white flag lest they be mistaken for the enemy. And here, right in the middle of a residential neighborhood, a missile. We're told a SAM-2. Marines are here to make sure it's safely towed away, and the people complain loudly about the fallen regime placing such targets in their midst. They said they were afraid of U.S. bombs dropped in this neighborhood, perhaps aiming for the missile. This is a deep crater caused by a bomb, and around what seems to be the remnants of some kind of vehicle. But just 20 yards away, there are private homes. And the doctors here tell us that they've received many more civilian casualties during this war than they did during the first Gulf War of 1991.
This is a shell to the abdomen. We open the abdomen and have injury to the bowel.
At this one hospital alone, doctors tell us they have received 500 civilians with everything from slight to critical injuries, and they conducted 170 major operations in just 21 days of war.
In the first war, we didn't see such a huge number. This is number one. And secondly, the type of injuries here is more serious, as I noticed, than before.
And now, with the looting, Dr. Hakim says he simply can't get the staff to come to work. Today, no anesthetist, no radiologist.
But thanks God, we cope. Yeah, what to do?
That's because they brought their own guns to keep the bandits at bay. U.S. Marines have set up a position near another hospital. Children bring them flowers, and the Marines say they're trying to calm the fears of the past few chaotic days.
Let them know we're not here to harm them. We're here for peace now. That's our mission. It's to give them security.
Inside the hospital, filled with more war wounded, including this 5-year-old boy with a shrapnel wound to the head, the doctor says he's got mixed feelings, relief that Saddam Hussein is gone, but a deep desire for more security.
When Mr. Bush and Blair and others decide to bomb and to change the regime, should be planned immediately.
Down by the main Marine base, a group of Iraqis decided to make that demand more clear, waving a banner calling for a new order and yelling for peace. At one point, it got ugly.
We're here for your fucking freedom, so back up right now!
In the end, though, calm prevailed, with both the Iraqis and the Marines deciding that discretion is the better part of valor. Christiana Manpour, CNN, Baghdad.
And still to come, from winning the war to keeping the peace, U.S. Marines now have a different mission in Baghdad. We'll take you along.
Whether you're on a straightaway or a twisted road, Kumho's always ready for the unexpected. Design technology, Kumho.
Looks like you're going out of town for a while.
Yeah, 2-week training seminar in Arizona.
Training camp. A chance to bond with your teammates. To learn the newest tricks of the trade. Get ready for another winning year. Geez, I really miss it.
Going away for a while, Residence Inn has everything you need to make life on the road feel more like home.
Here, this always works for me.
Now make 5 stays and earn a free weekend. Call 1-888-MARRIOTT today. Residence Inn. Your Marriott awaits.
Because things are changing so fast, trust CNN. With more frontline reporters, experts who have been there, and the most experienced journalists. Because you need all the facts. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Miles O'Brien takes you inside the war in Iraq.
A zone of control around Baghdad.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Have you had your mammogram this year? Early detection makes all the difference in beating breast cancer. I should know. My name is Rhonda Berry, and I am a 2-time breast cancer survivor. If you're 40 or older and need a mammogram, call the New Jersey C hotline to see if you qualify for a free mammogram. Remember, early detection is your best protection. Call today.
Brought to you by the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, North Jersey affiliate.
Expect more flavor. Expect more ideas. Weekdays 5 Eastern on CN8. The nation's top chefs
They're sweet, they have really good flavor. You just don't want to overcook them.
are cooking up more ways to make zesty foods and healthy meals.
That's why your food is so fabulous.
Yes.
It's always twisted.
More scrumptious dinners and tempting desserts.
The combination of flavors is really, really incredible.
Whatever you can imagine, expect the Fret's Kitchen to take you there. Weekdays 5 Eastern. The Fret's Kitchen is brought to you by 2 Days Bath.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
5:44 Eastern Time. Welcome back. You want to take a moment now for a check at some of the latest developments on the war. CNN's Miles O'Brien has the highlights for you.
1:30 p.m. in Damascus, Syria, CNN's Sheila McVicker reports Syrian Foreign Minister Farouk al-Shara denied U.S. allegations that Syria is helping Saddam's fallen regime. The Bush administration has alleged Syria is allowing Iraqi military goods to cross the border and is providing shelter to leaders from Saddam's regime. 2 p.m. U.S. Treasury Secretary John Snow says international purse strings will open to help Iraq cover from both the 25 days of war and the 25 years of misrule and economic mismanagement of the Saddam Hussein regime. 3:17 p.m. CNN's Ben Wiedemann reports the situation in Erbil is still very unstable. Today, the looting has slowed a bit as locals have begun taking security matters into their own hands. Many people have set up checkpoints and are policing their own homes. 5:11 p.m. CNN's Ryan Chilcote reports members of the 101st Airborne 1st Brigade find and identify remains of a U.S. soldier in an empty lot in Baghdad. The soldiers held a small ceremony before evacuating the body. 5:15 p.m. Rescued Army Private Jessica Lynch returns to the U.S. nearly 3 weeks after her unit was ambushed in Nasiriyah and she was taken prisoner. A C-17 transport plane carried Lynch and 49 other wounded troops from Ramstein Air Base in Germany to Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland.
Miles O'Brien with an update. 2 U.S. aircraft carriers may be heading home soon. Navy officials say the USS Kitty Hawk could leave in a matter of a few days, and the USS Constellation would follow shortly. The decision comes as the need for air sorties into Iraq has diminished.
Carrier landing. And he got a most enthusiastic welcome from the Lincoln's crew, who are returning, most to the ship's home port of Everett, Washington, after an extended 10-month deployment that climaxed with the war in Iraq. Tonight, President Bush is expected to announce that, quote, major combat operations in Iraq have ended. The president, we've been told, will not declare the whole war itself over, partly because that might require U.S. forces to free Iraqi war prisoners, to end the search for Saddam Hussein and any weapons of mass destruction, and perhaps to leave Iraq prematurely. So he won't do that. About 2,000 members of the Lincoln's more than 5,000 sailors, aviators, and Marines are assembled for the president's speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Now, the plans for this production are that the president will walk from the carrier superstructure to the cameras and microphones.
Be seated, please.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Admiral Kelly, Captain Card, officers and sailors of the USS Abraham Lincoln, my fellow Americans, major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed. And now our coalition is engaged in securing and reconstructing that country. In this battle, we have fought for the cause of liberty and for the peace of the world. Our nation and our coalition are proud of this accomplishment. Yet it is you, the members of the United States military, who achieved it. Your courage, your willingness to face danger for your country and for each other made this day possible. Because of you, our nation is more secure. Because of you, the tyrant has fallen and Iraq is free. Operation Iraqi Freedom was carried out with a combination of precision and speed and boldness the enemy did not expect and the world had not seen before. From distant bases or ships at sea, we sent planes and missiles that could destroy an enemy division or strike a single bunker. Marines and soldiers charged to Baghdad across 350 miles of hostile ground. In one of the swiftest advances of heavy arms in history, you have shown the world the skill and the might of the American Armed Forces. This nation thanks all the members of our coalition who joined in a noble cause. We thank the Armed Forces of the United Kingdom, Australia, and Poland, who shared in the hardships of war. We thank all the citizens of Iraq who welcomed our troops and joined in the liberation of their own country. And tonight, I have a special word for Secretary Rumsfeld, for General Franks, and for all the men and women who wear the uniform of the United States. America is grateful for a job well done. The character of our military through history, the daring of Normandy, the fierce courage of Iwo Jima, the decency and idealism that turned enemies into allies is fully present in this generation. When Iraqi civilians looked into the faces of our servicemen and women, they saw strength and kindness and goodwill. When I look at the members of the United States military, I see the best of our country, and I'm honored to be your commander-in-chief. In the images of fallen statues, we have witnessed the arrival of a new era. For 100 years of war, culminating in the nuclear age, military technology was designed and deployed to inflict casualties on an ever-growing scale. In defeating Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, Allied forces destroyed entire cities, while enemy leaders who started the conflict were safe until the final days. Military power was used to end a regime by breaking a nation. Today, we have the greater power to free a nation by breaking a dangerous and aggressive regime. With new tactics and precision weapons, we can achieve military objectives without directing violence against civilians. No device of man can remove the tragedy from war. Yet it is a great advance when the guilty have far more to fear from war than the innocent. In the images of celebrating Iraqis, we have also seen the ageless appeal of human freedom. Decades of lies and intimidation could not make the Iraqi people love their oppressors or desire their own enslavement. Men and women in every culture need liberty like they need food and water and air. Everywhere that freedom arrives, humanity rejoices. And everywhere that freedom stirs, let tyrants fear. We have difficult work to do in Iraq. We're bringing order to parts of that country that remain dangerous. We're pursuing and finding leaders of the old regime who will be held to account for their crimes. We've begun the search for hidden chemical and biological weapons and already know of hundreds of sites that will be investigated. We're helping to rebuild Iraq, where the dictator built palaces for himself instead of hospitals and schools. And we will stand with the new leaders of Iraq as they establish a government of, by, and for the Iraqi people. The transition from dictatorship to democracy will take time, but it is worth every effort. Our coalition will stay until our work is done, and then we will leave, and we will leave behind a free Iraq. The Battle of Iraq is one victory in a war on terror that began on September the 11th, 2001, and still goes on. That terrible morning, 19 evil men, the shock troops of a hateful ideology, gave America and the civilized world a glimpse of their ambitions. They imagined, in the words of one terrorist, that September the 11th would be the beginning of the end of America. By seeking to turn our cities into killing fields, terrorists and their allies believed they could destroy this nation's resolve and force our retreat from the world. They have failed. In the Battle of Afghanistan, we destroyed the Taliban, many terrorists, and the camps where they trained. We continue to help the Afghan people lay roads, restore hospitals, and educate all of their children. Yet we also have dangerous work to complete. As I speak, a Special Operations Task Force, led by the 82nd Airborne, is on the trail of the terrorists and those who seek to undermine the free government of Afghanistan. America and our coalition will finish what we have begun. From Pakistan to the Philippines to the Horn of Africa, we are hunting down al-Qaeda killers. 19 months ago, I pledged that the terrorists would not escape the patient justice of the United States. And as of tonight, nearly one-half of al-Qaeda's senior operatives have been captured or killed. The liberation of Iraq is a crucial advance in the campaign against terror. We've removed an ally of al-Qaeda and cut off a source of terrorist funding. And this much is certain. No terrorist network will gain weapons of mass destruction from the Iraqi regime, because the regime is no more. In these 19 months that changed the world, our actions have been focused and deliberate and proportionate to the offense. We have not forgotten the victims of September the 11th, the last phone calls, the cold murder of children, the searches in the rubble. With those attacks, the terrorists and their supporters declared war on the United States. And war is what they got. Our war against terror is proceeding according to the principles that I have made clear to all. Any person involved in committing or planning terrorist attacks against the American people becomes an enemy of this country and a target of American justice. Any person, organization, or government that supports, protects, or harbors terrorists is complicit in the murder of the innocent and equally guilty of terrorist crimes. Any outlaw regime that has ties to terrorist groups and seeks or possesses weapons of mass destruction is a grave danger to the civilized world and will be confronted. And anyone in the world, including the Arab world, who works and sacrifices for freedom, has a loyal friend in the United States of America. Our commitment to liberty is America's tradition, declared at our founding, affirmed in Franklin Roosevelt's Four Freedoms, asserted in the Truman Doctrine and in Ronald Reagan's challenge to an evil empire. We are committed to freedom in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in a peaceful Palestine. The advance of freedom is the surest strategy to undermine the appeal of terror in the world. Where freedom takes hold, hatred gives way to hope. When freedom takes hold, men and women turn to the peaceful pursuit of a better life. American values and American interests lead in the same direction. We stand for human liberty. The United States upholds these principles of security and freedom in many ways, with all the tools of diplomacy, law enforcement, intelligence, and finance. We are working with a broad coalition of nations that understand the threat and our shared responsibility to meet it. The use of force has been and remains our last resort. Yet all can know, friend and foe alike, that our nation has a mission. We will answer threats to our security, and we will defend the peace. Our mission continues. Al-Qaeda is wounded, not destroyed. The scattered cells of the terrorist network still operate in many nations, and we know from daily intelligence that they continue to plot against free people. The proliferation of deadly weapons remains a serious danger. The enemies of freedom are not idle, and neither are we. Our government has taken unprecedented measures to defend the homeland, and we will continue to hunt down the enemy before he can strike. The war on terror is not over, yet it is not endless. We do not know the day of final victory, but we have seen the turning of the tide. No act of the terrorists will change our purpose or weaken our resolve or alter their fate. Their cause is lost. Free nations will press on to victory. Other nations in history have fought in foreign lands and remain to occupy and exploit. Americans, following a battle, want nothing more than to return home. And that is your direction tonight. After service in the Afghan and Iraqi theaters of war, after 100,000 miles on the longest carrier deployment in recent history, you are homeward bound. Some of you will see new family members for the first time. 150 babies were born while their fathers were on the Lincoln. Your families are proud of you, and your nation will welcome you. We are mindful as well that some good men and women are not making the journey home. One of those who fell, Corporal Jason Malio, spoke to his parents 5 days before his death. Jason's father said he called us from the center of Baghdad, not to brag, but to tell us he loved us. Our son was a soldier. Every name, every life is a loss to our military, to our nation, and to the loved ones who grieve. There's no homecoming for these families. Yet we pray in God's time their reunion will come. Those we lost were last seen on duty. Their final act on this earth was to fight a great evil and bring liberty to others. All of you, all in this generation of our military, have taken up the highest calling of history. You are defending your country and protecting the innocent from harm. And wherever you go, you carry a message of hope, a message that is ancient and ever new. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, to the captives come out, and to those in darkness be free. Thank you for serving our country and our cause. May God bless you all, and may God continue to bless America.
President Bush speaking live from the deck of the carrier USS Abraham. From the carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. The president says that major combat operations in what he called the Battle of Iraq had ended. making clear that, in his view, the Battle of Afghanistan and the Battle of Iraq were battles and remain battles in the war against terrorism, but that major combat operations are over. He added the work of transferring Iraq into a democracy will take time, and the U.S. and its coalition partners will, quote, stay until that work is done. As the band plays and the president shakes the hands of the men and women, some of whom helped bring victory in the Battle of Iraq, we say that for most of you, CSI is coming right up. From CBS News World Headquarters in New York, Dan Rather reporting.
What will the next survivor cast-off reveal? Discover the difference tomorrow on The Earth.
Drove on back to get to you.
Introducing the new Kodak EasyShare digital camera and printer dock. Just press a button to get real Kodak photos at home without a PC.
Truce, truce.
It's very easy for my hair to snap off and break off. And to protect it is to treat it with a very rich, a very creamy conditioner that restores the moisture.
Pantene Daily Moisture Renewal.
It's terrific. You can feel the difference in your hand.
The creamiest Pantene Pro Vitamin formula ever to protect against breakage and split ends.
This is like, what I've been waiting for.
Pro V Daily Moisture Renewal. Pantene Protection. That's the beauty of health.
What's the party for? We just finished our Active Directory rollout. We created a single AD forest and consolidated 70 domains to 4. With group policy, new Salesforce apps deploy in a day instead of weeks. It's gonna save us over $2 million a year.
With new Windows Server 2003, you can do more with less.
And slide. This is a water-grabbing, sun-stealing, grass-killing machine. Okay, it's a dandelion, but it can wreck your lawn. Hi, I'm Ashton Ritchie with the Scotts Company. Wow, isn't this better? Scotts Turf Builder with +2 weed control is twice as effective as any other brand. Why? Scotts small particles stick to weeds better than larger ones. So Scotts works better. No wonder it's America's #1 weed and feed. Lose this and get this with Scotts Turf Builder +2.
Look out! Here comes new Skippy Squeeze It, the cool new way to eat peanut butter.
Squeeze the Skippy, it's a Skippy, a squeeze.
Creamy, licious, real peanut butter that lets you do way more.
Squeeze the Skippy, it's a Skippy, a squeeze.
New Skippy Squeeze It.
Squeeze on!
When I say the magic words, new stock appears. Magic words.
Please. I just saw him put that out.
No, it's magic. Voila!
Come on, this place changes all the time.
Believe.
Pier 1 Imports. CBS Friday. The main events are on CSI Miami.
Rescue! Get me rescued right now!
With a special night of TV's most watched new drama. Excellent. Don't miss a special CSI Miami CBS Friday. Dictator.
We will disinfect our country!
Tyrant.
He's learned to manipulate us with fear.
Madman.
They're getting stronger all the time.
His obsession
Sometimes primitive force is the only way.
wasn't just political.
Your uncle is a good man.
It was personal.
He's a monster. Can't imagine what he asks of me. Please,
No, please, please.
Compromise is not possible!
Hitler, The Rise of Evil, the television event of the year. CBS Sunday, May 18th.
house.
The time has come.
This facility is a school.
Sure it is. Those who are different
Somebody's angry.
will stand united. Tomorrow, the wait is over. X2, X-Men United.
What exactly are you professor of?
Art. Rated PG-13. Worldwide tomorrow.
Hi, Jay Bush here at the Old Bush Family Farm to talk about our country-style baked beans. Roll that beautiful bean footage. They're slow-cooked with extra brown sugar and hickory smoked bacon, so the sauce is thicker and the flavor is richer. This secret family recipe is known only to me and my dog, Duke. And I know I can trust him.
Okay, let's start the bidding on the secret family recipe. Have a bit of a you in the corners, a bit of a lady in the back, sort of a man with a hand.
Duke.
Uh-oh.
Try Bush's country-style baked beans.
Your home, your ideas, and the freedom to express them. At Lowe's, we make it easy. Introducing the new Firdos Signature line, only at Lowe's. Laminate flooring has never looked and felt so much like real wood. Lowe's stocks more laminate floors like Firgo and Armstrong than anybody else. And at Lowe's, we have low prices every day, guaranteed. That's our promise. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Use your Lowe's card and pay nothing until January 2004 on purchases of $2.99 or more.
Roundup knocks out weeds in 24 hours. The leading imitator doesn't. Roundup Fast Act Foam knocks out weeds in 24 hours.
Look out! Here comes new Skippy Squeeze It, the cool new way to eat peanut butter.
Squeeze the Skippy, it's a Skippy, it's
Creamy, licious, real peanut butter that lets you do way more.
Squeeze the Skippy, it's a Skippy, it's
New Skippy Squeeze It.
Lucille Ball struggled to make it in Hollywood. But no matter what she tried, she was a failure.
She's done 25 pictures here at RKO. Her career is over.
Until...
How about TV?
Pat would put the last nail in my coffin.
I can produce a show like this. I just need a chance.
Let's do it.
An original motion picture event.
This is the girl's last shot.
200 people liked it.
All we need is a few million more.
Lucy, CBS Sunday, right after 60 Minutes.
It's Mother's Day Monday on CBS. First, the King of Queens' mom reveals some family secrets.
Oh my God, I'm Canadian!
Then, this Yes Dear mom becomes a sorority girl.
You? Did the Hells Angels open a chapter up on campus?
Next, Ray and Deborah have the mother of all arguments. And what happens when you misplace your mom?
Oh, good, a recent picture. In case we need to make flyers.
Still Standing, part of an all-new CBS Mother's Day Monday. And catch Dave on an all-new Late Show.
Do we know?
You know, I would like to be more helpful, but I am at a headquarters, so it was not this headquarters that found them. Word just got through here, and I checked it to confirm it. The Marine Expeditionary Force is going to release the specifics apparently quite shortly, and I think I better leave it for them because I don't want to put out any erroneous information. I did run by the information I gave you with them, and that was confirmed.
I understand perfectly. Well, look, can you talk at all about their physical condition?
I can only tell you that the word that was reported, they were all alive, and I don't know more information than that. But clearly, everyone here stood up and cheered when it happened. It's a piece of very good news that they've been waiting for the last week or so here. So I wanted to pass it along. But again, it's very sketchy now. Wouldn't want to go with the first report, but I did get confirmation that what I was reporting to you was reliable. And I think I probably had better leave it at that and wait for a little more substantial firsthand information to get out.
Can you tell us a little more about the ongoing mission to find the POWs and whether this band of Marines, if that was their mission or they just happened to come across the POWs?
Again, I don't know that. I know there has been, from both the Marine side and from the Army side, very strenuous operations going on, most of them obviously secret for obvious reasons. And this one looks like it hit pay dirt. You know, this was not in Baghdad, where there were some indications of the prisoners had been here at one point. This was north of Baghdad, so maybe some of the people who were scared out of Baghdad and went north had these POWs. But again, that is speculation. Honestly, what I am comfortable reporting on this, I've given you on the 6 U.S. POWs who have been found alive.
Yeah, and we know there are 7 POWs that were missing, but you say 6 of them have been found alive. And of course, you don't know the answer to this question about which have been found and the one who has not.
No, I don't, and trust me, I have as many and as urgent questions as you do, and I'm going to try to track them down. But we have embeds, and I'm sure you do too, with the Marines, and that's probably where the story's going to break after this. But it's a piece of good news that was I wanted to get out there because I think it's important.
Well, stay with me. I'm going to run through the names now of the POWs that we know of. Army Specialist Joseph Hudson from the 507th Maintenance Company, Private First Class Patrick Miller, also from the 507th, Chief Warrant Officer David S. Williams, he was an Apache helicopter pilot, Army Specialist Shoshana Johnson with the 507th, Army Support Specialist Edgar Hernandez from the 507th, and Sergeant James Riley of the 507th. And let me see, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Chief Warrant Officer Ronald Young, who was also an Apache helicopter pilot, and we all can remember those images of that Apache helicopter down on the ground being broadcast by Iraqi television with no sign of the 2 pilots until later. They showed on Iraqi television pictures of their driver's licenses. And of course, those frightening pictures we saw of the POWs from the 507th Maintenance Company giving their rank, telling their names and where they're from. James, can you tell me again the reaction when the word came in that 6 of these POWs have apparently been found alive?
Well, we were every day in the tactical headquarters. They get a briefing on what happened the last 12 hours. And we're going through that briefing, and an officer stood up with this information and stopped the whole briefing and said, it's just been reported to me, in reliable channels that 6 U.S. POWs have been found and they're all alive, and the place just went up in cheers. Stopped the whole briefing, and as you can imagine, led to quite a joyous scene here.
We know that they found some bloody uniforms in a prison in Baghdad, and of course that put a lot of fear into many people here. Is there a sense that the Iraqis have been moving the POWs from place to place constantly since coalition forces moved into Baghdad?
Again, it's speculation on my part. I mean, clearly that none of them were captured in Baghdad, so certainly that was one of the things that people were thinking. But again, the operations to actually track these people down have been very secret, so I have not had any visibility into whether they had a line on them being moved. But I think clearly the assumption was that might be the case, and if this indeed, and this does seem to be reliable information, which means they were north of Baghdad, so clearly they were being moved. Good to the Marines, they actually got them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you're with the 5th Army Corps, is that correct?
5th Army Corps Tactical Headquarters.
Okay, and what is their normal mission?
Well, the 5th Army Corps Headquarters is managing all Army maneuver forces and the Battle of Baghdad, so that's been their responsibility since the war began. Clearly, that responsibility, when it came to Baghdad, brought in the Marines under the commander here, who is General William Wallace. But the Marines who are moving north are under the Marine Expeditionary Force Command and Control, and we just got word from them of what happened.
Having said that, how big of a priority was it for them to find these POWs?
Oh, if you spend any time with the military, you know that is, they don't leave anyone behind that they can possibly help. So it was a huge priority, and this is something that the Marines, as well as the Army, they take very, very seriously, and I would say a top priority.
And again, can you confirm the number found at 6? Because we know 7 are in the custody of the Iraqis, but you're saying 6, and that is confirmed, have been found alive.
I'm saying 6 was confirmed to me by a reliable source that I have found reliable throughout the whole war. So I believe that.
Yeah, you said cheering went up when they found these POWs, and you have to wonder, did they always have a high dose of optimism that they were going to find the American POWs alive?
I don't know that there is, you could say, optimism. Everyone obviously is concerned for the worst, so I would say determination. They were going to try as hard as they could, and it looks like that paid off. But That's how I would characterize it.
Yeah, and I know I'm asking you a lot of questions you don't know the answer to because you're just getting the information yourself, but as you know, many American families here in the United States are just thrilled with this news and wanting to know as much as they can. When do you think more information will be coming your way as to the names of these 6 POWs who've been found?
I think that'll happen fairly shortly. I know everyone here obviously is as sensitive to this good news as the people back home, and realize that people back home are as worried as they can be. So I think that'll be coming forthwith, and that is the impression I got.
Oh, we certainly hope so. James, we'd like you to hold on. We want to go live to the Pentagon and check in with Kathleen Koch. Any word yet from the Pentagon, Kathleen?
Well, Carol, we called Central Command directly when we got this news, and right now they can't say much. I talked to Lieutenant Herb Josie. He's a spokesman at CENTCOM, and he said, quote, "We have heard these reports. We cannot confirm them at this time. It's something we're running down right now. We're trying to make sure our information is absolutely 100%. As soon as we have it, we'll get it out." Carol, they're obviously being very, very careful. Clearly, this discrepancy of 6 POWs when we have 7 who are missing is one point of concern. One family obviously is not going to be getting the news that they're hoping for. So they want to, before they release these names, they want to contact the families and give them the good news, or if there is bad news, directly to the families themselves before passing all that on to the media.
And one of the things we don't know is whether they found all 7 people. Let's ask James this question, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but you said they found 6 POWs alive. Did they find 7 people altogether, or we don't know that right now?
I do not know that information, so I cannot comment on
that. I'm just getting word, and I'm sorry I'm not paying close attention, but we're just getting word that General Tommy Franks said that he will make public the fact that 7 POWs will be released. News on 7 prisoners will be released soon. Actually, he's saying now in the next 12 hours, so we may be waiting quite a while. That is according to the Associated Press. James, any reaction to that?
I'm hoping that the 7 are safe, and if that's true, that would be great news. And I don't have any additional